In the previous episode, the master of the Bloody Blade single-handedly executed all the members of the Imperial Palace Guardians Hall. They had no time to do anything and each head fell dead as if falling asleep. Before the cruel scene unfolding before their eyes, the remaining warriors were speechless. All wondering, what the hell was going on? The aura of the sword looked terrifying. Their leader also couldn't see it. Who are those people? What is their status? The evil woman walked towards his place and cursed silently, "What a bunch of trash." The Imperial Palace Guardians Hall hidden underneath the Great Imperial Tomb is made up of 7 rooms. The 7 order of formation includes, first central room, then first room up to 7th room and finally prison. The last deep position is 7th room, and the 2nd and 3rd supremes are rarely allowed entry. The face of the middle-aged man accompanying the Bloodblade Master became drenched, despite protecting his body with his inner energy, but the temperature seemed too high, beyond the normal level. The heat around them seemed not to be, it must be natural. It was as if the underground hall wanted to chase them away. He turned to ask the master, "It's just normal, if it's hot, just take off your shirt." He tried to think of a reason to explain. Solved, but it was completely useless. The Bloodblade Master didn't sweat at all, as if the heat didn't have much of an effect. Truly worthy of being one of the masters of the 6 martial arts sect executive. Putting aside useless worries on one side, he used his internal strength to handle the heat that was invading his body. Immediately after that, the two saw the end of the passage. Just as they were about to enter the passage, a white wall appeared before their eyes. It's strange to see it at the end of this road, there doesn't seem to be any other entrance. When approaching the wall, an inscription engraved on the wall that seems to be towards the door appears. Suddenly anyone who covets the treasures here will forever be trapped here and will die miserably. For those who try to escape by force, you will also slowly die. Dream Words Lake and contains ominous warnings. I thought it was just an ordinary wall, but when I got closer I saw that this wall was built with bricks. As I said, the Bloodblade Master also tried to touch it, ignoring the dangers that had just been read. From a distance it looked like a simple pure white wall, but up close one realized how it was made by stacking bricks. There was only one possibility, so she deliberately went deeper. From inside the bricks are linked into a strange shape. They deliberately did that so that if the road collapsed, the entire structure of this place would also collapse. See, looks like there's something inside. Let's go in quickly, we're just doing meaningless things. Felt that the servant's words were quite satisfactory, so we both slowly entered. The heat was getting more and more terrible. It was like walking through a volcano. At the same time, at the royal palace, the Imperial Palace Guardians Hall 4th room, human corpses were lying around in a large space. Blood was also everywhere. Preliminary estimates were it seemed like there were about 50 dead people. Only one person was still breathing in that place, with his clothes covered in blood. He seemed to be doing something with the corpses. A sect master like me and had to stand here in pain. Did the demon sect's sword attack on the bodies of this group of people? But it should be almost done. The Bloodgate's main sword probably has also reached the place where the treasure is. We need to hurry. There are about 6 other corpses left, then he completes the job. As he quickly approached the next body, he felt a sudden flow of internal force being released from the common path. Could it be that reinforcements had already arrived here? Why so quickly? With a feeling of curiosity, he turned my head and looked at the door. A voice rang out. My nose was stuffy because of the horrible smell of blood. A young guard wearing yellow armor appeared, so I found it. Wow, I finally caught up to you. How miserable, a brat like him dares to point his finger at me. He looks like him in the supreme peak at most, yet he's so arrogant. Because he doesn't want to show off, cheeky or overconfident, and just to be sure, immediately asked, "Did you come here by yourself?" He replied, "What's that got to do with you?" He was taken aback for a moment by that silly answer. Rope, there's definitely a problem with this guy's nervous nerves. Good, I'm bored too. Today I'll show you what politeness is. Hit then hit, more or less. Hio Bong is confident because there's a boss following me. I don't know why you dare to be so arrogant. As he spoke, the exquisite sword energy spread out and quickly reached Hio Bong's throat. Hopefully you will be able to endure this longer than them. At that moment, a sinister smile appeared, even though you won't see. The sudden release of internal force, starting to warn every nerve cell in the body. The sudden release of another internal force that scares him. Just follow his instincts. Ability to raise your hand to block. Not only that, internal energy always appears at critical weak points, as if playing cards. In a split second, internal energy spreads around, it appears and then pierces straight through the chest guy. Everything happened so fast, giving this guy no chance to avoid or block. Even so, but as a 6 martial arts sect executive, how could he be suppressed? He had a firm grip on the long sword. Then he continued to endure pain and launched dozens of sword attacks in response. When he saw that he was not successful, he quickly stepped back and took a defensive stance. When you see that you are not successful, you quickly step back and take a defensive stance. I didn't sense his presence at all, he overpowered me with just one move. I didn't expect that the Cam Yi Wei also had someone this strong. It was true that they were the people of the Cam Yi Wei, but they were the people of the Thien Ma sect leader in disguise. I avoided the attack, didn't hit an important place, but the internal injuries were too serious. I had to endure it until help arrived. He was said to have used the method of killing people from the demon religion. The plan of the sect was successful, but unexpectedly the leader of the demon sect appeared in front of him. The sword swung out. Heo Bong put his arm into his collection of martial artists' arms. Fresh blood spilled out onto the floorhouse, a horrible scene, but it was so normal for him. How cruel. Do you think I wouldn't know if we used our martial arts to pull tricks like this? He didn't understand at first. What did Heo Bong say? This person is a follower of the demon sect, and how could he be here? When he didn't know what to do, the sect leader himself immediately borrowed his remaining arm. Named 6 martial arts sect executive screamed in pain, but Heo Bong's expression was as cold as money. Every time you don't give me a proper answer, I will cut off one of your arms and legs. He was surprised at the way he calmly talked about cutting off legs and arms. This bastard, is he crazy? Imperial Palace Guardians Hall 6th room. The last line of defense before entering the underground hall is the battlefield where a battle takes place. Fierce battle. Each one of them possesses a martial prowess equal or higher than mine. Why would something like this come to the Imperial Palace Guardians Hall? Moreover, that bloody sword monster bastard, just with a move that cut off both of my arms. Like this I can only stand by and watch my other teammates slowly die. That's true, and this is no longer a battle but a war of survival. Luck. The royal palace still had loyal people, and were not afraid of death. Ignoring the general losing both arms, they still boldly rushed forward to stop the invaders. The defense did not go deeper. But that was only the spirit, but in reality, even women, prostitutes, eunuchs and the like, all died miserably under the sharp blade. Blood's orders. Blade Master, then these guys are only allowed to deal with all but one person must be left. Now the survivors are trembling in fear, when they hear the sound of counting the number. There are only 5 people left, so let's handle it. 5 people compared to the original 50 people was so terrible, they couldn't have thought that the outcome would be far from the initial predictions. At that time something like mud fell on the heads of the 6 martial arts sect executive. None of them cared because they thought that the falling mud-like object was the result of the fierce battle that happened underground. But when a few guys paid closer attention, they quickly shouted loudly to remind the steel blade master to get out of the way quickly. A water stain appeared causing the ceiling to break and smash down. Large rocks comparable to giant rocks were falling to the floor. Then giant rocks were falling from the ceiling, sending dust flying everywhere and obscuring everyone's sight. Even though the place was a bit messy, the guy with the spear still breathed a sigh of relief when avoiding the large rocks. Luckily I was almost crushed to death. As the dust gradually cleared, he could gradually see the outline of a human figure. Even though he could saw someone, but he couldn't feel any internal force from that person. It was like a normal person who didn't learn martial arts. The mysterious figure gently shook his hand in the air and the dust was covering the area. This area soon calmed down. And all the people of 6 martial arts sect executives saw that person. Steel Blade Master was sweating in fear, when he realized that just waving his hand and the smoke and dust disappearing was terrible. He tried to observe the tall, elegant guy wearing the clothes of a royal guard and wondered who he really was. Before that, Yo Woon had gotten a little information from that bastard who tried to harm the demon god religion, by leaving wounds from his sect. A few hours ago, the guy who was tortured and had his hands and feet slashed by the sect leader also gave information about his accomplices that there were 4 people. He is no longer with. What other way could there be other than saying it out loud? All it takes is a liberating death rather than having to live and die like this. Suddenly the surrounding temperature started to rise. Sure enough, he had a neck in his head poisonous. Is it because of this that it was spread? Yo Woon had no other choice but to behead the guy before he tried to defend himself with the internal energy running wildly in his body. Maybe the cult leader has firmly affirmed that the 6 martial arts sect executive invaded to search for the Kirin blood. If it is in the hands of this evil group, then it is considered that the world will determine that. The male protagonist must stop them at all costs so that the other variables did not arise. However, the passageways and connecting halls in the basement were much more complicated than calculated. This gave the leader a bold idea, which was to punch holes in the partitions to get down quickly. Yo Woon decided to test it with sword energy, and as a result, he got down to the 6th floor by going through the ceiling. The head of the guy above was also carried and thrown straight at the remaining guys. Not only were the intruders shocked to see Yo Woon appear from the ceiling, but the guardians also had the same expression. Perhaps everyone felt the wind of happiness blowing when they saw the royal guard enter. Because of the military uniform that the leader was busy with, they mistakenly thought that it was His Majesty who sent a master of the army to quickly come here to support. With that thought, everyone's desire to survive was strong. Contrary to the feelings of the guardians, the 6 martial arts sect executive were stunned. A mediocre Kamwai guard who was neither martial arts nor proficient in any kind of martial arts killed the Copper R group. Steel Blade Master couldn't hold back his emotions, and started rushing towards Yo Woon. You really are bold. Dare to interfere in my affairs. The guy who followed seemed more concerned in the face of excessive recklessness. This is hasty because no one has yet grasped what the stranger's level is. When the sword tip attacks dozens of orbits, sharp points are formed towards Yo Woon. Each the tip of the spear was only aimed at the same person. The guardians saw that and shouted out loud, "Get away from it quickly." Dealing with such an attack from close range is unavoidable. Imperial Palace Guardians Hall General thought to himself, he's taking it face on. I don't think I could deflect that attack even if I were in my best condition. What is he planning to do? Instead of listening, the male lead chose to confront. Should make the Spear Blade Master happily think. This technique is the pinnacle of spearmanship created on the foundation of Supreme Saber Divine Martial Arts. You won't be able to block. If you can't block it, then there's no way back to your family. And then the corner of Yo Woon's lips curled up. Although attacking the opponent without keeping emotions would surely have many loopholes. The spears pointing at Yo Woon were suddenly deflected and bounced off in all directions. It looked as if the spears had crashed into an invisible wall. On the opposite side, he was still very confident because he was the one who invented this move. The move he synthesized from stabs with a spear. But now what? It's no different than a martial arts cat scratching for nothing. What a bastard, did he repel all of my classy moves? Knowing that something bad was about to happen, the Spear Blade Master stabbed randomly and then proactively retreated into a defensive stance. That technique, it's the ultimate delightful murder blade, the 5th from the Supreme Saber Divine Martial Arts. How can a mere guard like him? Scared, he looked down at his crushed palm in horror. I can't defeat him even when I'm using 10-star QI. Even though he launched his strongest attack, he was the one injured, not Yo Woon. His hair was a mess and his eyes lost focus. You damn, who are you? How can a member of the Imperial Palace know our technique? Then suddenly his spear cracked and broke into 2 pieces. No wonder the cult leader decided to close the gap right now. You're wandering around so much. Like a ghost, the Spear Blade Master was startled, brandished his spear and stepped back. What Yo Woon used was something that only a few elders in the 6 martial arts, only the sect executive, can be used, making him fly away. What's going on? He disappeared from my sight. His aura is nowhere to be seen. I don't know how many times I was shocked when I saw the other person performed his knife skills and he wondered, is this person the same guy? He tried to increase the distance by swinging the broken spear and taking steps back. However, Yo Woon was faster, so he moved, leaving behind an afterimage. When approaching Spear Blade Master, he froze. Goosebumps appeared all over his body. He only had time to hear his comrades remind him, behind him, grandfather. A strange black aura rose from the spear master's fingers and blew in. His people. Dozens of illusory images appeared, not knowing which ones were real and which were fake, and their expressions did not change. Spear Blade Master tried to calm down and think. Each figure performed different moves. How could this be possible? When his head was aching, dozens of shadows merged into the leader and the cane of energy stabbed forward. This aura was extremely solid and penetrated straight through every move he could make the resistance. The Imperial Palace Guardians Hall all gasped when they saw that terrible martial art, because they never came out of Min Tai Tu's tomb without knowing it. Flashed like a storm, the 6 martial arts sect executive masters' chest splattered blood and Yo Woon passed by like the wind. Up to this point, still no one in the 6 martial arts sect executive dared to interrupt and just let him collapse to the ground. When the pain rushed in, blood flowed from his mouth, but he still couldn't believe it. Tang Tang was one of the many masters of the 6 martial arts sect executive. How could he be assigned an important mission and yet nothing happened? Died in a few moves. At the leader's place, he calmly chatted under his breath, "Sorry, I'm very busy so I don't have time to tease you." He tried to mumble something to himself and then fell down the moment he fell to the ground. The Imperial Palace Guardians Hall clapped their hands loudly and screamed loudly. At first, the general thought he was a real guard, but now he has doubts. "I'm shivering. There was someone that skilled in the embroidered uniform guards. No, even the most powerful man of the guards doesn't possess that level of martial arts. Impossible. How could he die with just 2 moves?" Another sword wielder there couldn't hide his panic, even though the dead guy was known to be incompetent about the techniques of extreme swords, but he is talented in martial arts. If so, then what exactly is that guy's background? This confusion arises in their minds. Everyone will not be confused. It would have been so confusing if the cult leader hadn't used the extreme sword magic. At that moment Yo Woon turned towards the remaining guy. "You were the last one." The male lead's icy eyes stared at the intruder. Just meeting that look made him feel scared, shitting his pants. Those diagonal shots were weird. The front was no longer important to him. There was no need to fight when he knew he will lose. Death is the only result. Resisting such a person is truly foolish. He begins to have calculations but deliberately avoids the celestial demon cult leader. We need to lure him to the Bloodblade Master. In his eyes there was no way anyone other than the Bloodblade Master could defeat that person. Thinking about how to do that, this guy decided to move and run towards the woman who was entering the last floor. But as soon as he left after 3 steps, there was something terribly oppressive that made his legs unable to move. Something moved and he ignored it. It rushed towards the entrance, but a light suddenly appeared at the entrance of the walkway. However, after arriving, he couldn't say any more words. Dozens of ice swords flying in the air right at the entrance and all pointed towards him. Yo Woon stood leisurely at the back. XA coughed a few reminders. "You really thought you could run away?" The voice of the celestial sect leader reached your ears. Sadly, even his plan to live a little longer failed. Yet, however, before finding a way to run away, he did not know where those ice swords came from. Moreover, the fact that the leader of the great devil religion controlled many swords at once was extremely unbelievable. Seeing the layer of dust flying up, he quickly moved to the path leading to the final hall. That was the right choice. Instead of confronting that monster, we should have penetrated that layer of ice sword. But when it came time where he was shocked after seeing the entrance blocked, dozens of ice swords flying in the air right at the entrance and all pointing straight at. He shouldn't be able to move while using the chi-controlling sword. He decided to use his strongest move to break all the ice swords. That's it. In the end, those swords are made of ice. They can't stop my ultimate move. However, Yo Woon is not human normally. With the help of NANO, he could control the ice sword and move at the same time. Just when he turned his head because of a voice from behind, why did he reveal the opening behind him? So, a white sword pierced his neck. It was too close for him to dodge. His eyes were full of life and hope. Thinking he could run away turned into despair. Seeing the intruder's head roll, the general manager couldn't help but admire. It's amazing, there is such a peerless master in this world. The identity of the royal guard is no longer important and he feels lucky that the monster Hay is their ally. Confronting that powerful bitch back then has a high chance of being very successful. He said, "It's been quite a while since the woman went down, and if they move quickly could stop her from touching the treasure." Thinking then this person shouted to speed up before things got worse. But no, Yo Woon approached without saying anything, making the great guard confused and began to worry. "Listen. Sir, something is wrong with this atmosphere. Instead of sheathing his blade he's giving off a strange killing intent." Yo Woon raised his sword and said, "What should I do? I'm not your ally either." Before possible in response, the male protagonist slashed his head without warning. Immediately the warriors who were cheering and believing that he was an ally sent by the emperor collapsed and became motionless when they saw the head fall. "Earth!" They all shouted, "Sir, what the hell are you doing?" Yo Woon turned around and asked the survivors, "Do you still think we are in the same boat?" The leader of the celestial demon sect raised his sword and pointed it at them and said with an authoritative voice, "I am the master of the 10,000 Great Mountains." The 10,000 Great Mountains is another term for the celestial demon sect. Their eyes widened as they looked at Yo Woon at the obvious truth that he said. But that was not the end of the rain of blood that had passed. From now on anyone still breathing would forever stay here. The scene moved again to the Imperial Palace Guardians Hall prison. Unlike Yo Woon who went straight down, Hyo Bong went to another path. There were two bodies wearing only underwear and their bodies were so bruised that unrecognizable. Yo Woon cursed, "To hell with the Imperial Palace." These people wearing only underwear were not only tortured, all the fingernails and toenails were pulled out and he could see the marks their bodies were beaten with an iron bar. Those bodies were none other than members of the celestial demon sect. It seemed like they had been severely tortured and died because of it. Another person in the team was lucky to be alive but was no different from a dead body. He knew it was a bad fate but he thought he was mentally prepared to accept death. During his mission, there is any expression of fraternal mourning, please do not show such a sad expression on your face. Those assigned to act as spies from the shamanism do not have family or close relatives. Because of the missions their job is to hide as spies and assassins or gather intelligence. They are like shadows who only live and work silently for the devil, and in a way, the deaths and events. The sacrifice was not completely in vain. Yo Woon is not the type to show anger, and since becoming the leader he has tried his best to control his anger. However, after discovering the bodies of the ill-fated subordinates tortured to death in the prison cell, the male lead's eyes immediately yearned to kill. Thinking so and looking at the burning corpses, Hyo Bong worried about them. Patriarch, he knows the boss is very strong, but in this place, it is impossible not to predict what will happen. At that moment vibrations appeared as if the underground was experiencing an earthquake. It was not strong enough to cause the place to collapse, but the movement of the walls could be seen with the naked eye. Easily understand better, it's not just a vibration, it's a type of energy, a force that vibrates the whole basement. Yo Woon was worried and became even more impatient because the situation was no longer as originally planned. He reminded the only surviving subordinate to clean up everything and then be allowed to return, and I went to find the demon lord real quick. Then on the last floor, the 7th floor, there was a hidden treasure trove to enter. To get here, that person will have to overcome a maze full of deadly traps. How to break into here from above will be impossible, because this maze is designed to self-destruct when someone tries to climb up. There are countless traps hanging above the head, but with the 6 martial arts sect people executive, these things are as easy as eating porridge. There is no need for the Bloodblade Master to take action because the guy next to him personally destroyed all the traps in the maze. And as a result, they reached the end of the maze without losing much time. As they moved there was a barrier placed on the path and an exit right below. Passing through the exit a space half the size of the hall, the 6th floor appeared before their eyes. As soon as they crossed the board indicating the exit, both felt a heat wave. At the end of the hall there was a lake that wasn't very big, but it seemed like the water inside wasn't water but molten lava. What was really interesting was a rock. The rock juts out like a small island in the middle, and this rock has a big fire burning on it. This is why the humidity of the last floor is higher than the floors above. Suddenly the fire is strange. Was distracting them when a voice rang out to wake them up. Who dared to put dirty feet here? It was hard to know where that voice came from. The unknown energy came from the giant fire began to increase, causing the temperature of the hall to increase as well. The Bloodblade Master did not back down, then opened his mouth and screamed, "You bastard, are you the last doorman or something?" The person following her also realized that person must be a woman. Clearly this is a game cursing to make the opponent show his face. Will this tactic to provoke the general be effective? What an arrogant person seems to be very brave, daring to target the palace treasures. How many times are you planning to hide in there? Long time, get out of here. I'm not afraid of you, or are you too ugly to do that? The war between women is like this, but it seems that this method is not very effective, right? When the man was trying to think about what was going on when he saw a black figure moving behind the fire. However, he still wondered, is there any way to stay in there without burning to death? Just then the black shadow behind the giant flame began to slowly pass and move forward. How did that person go out and walk into the middle of the fire like it was nothing? I had to rub my eyes carefully to see clearly. The whole body was covered with nothing but a terrifying fire of rage. The Bloodblade Master didn't seem very interested at first, but her expression now looked as if she wanted to rush into a deadly battle. The energy from the flame body was very violent and aggressive. Then the flames surrounded her body, gradually subsided, revealing the appearance of a human being. They thought the entire body would be burned black by the fire, but a monster with red scales appeared. The whole body was covered in layers scales. She was naked and not covering her body. What a beauty, because her body was perfect with perky breasts and a tiny waist. The red scales covering her whole body disappeared, and gradually appeared white skin, covering her body from chest to thighs. Unbelievable, when this person is the last checkpoint where the so-called hidden power from the royal palace is guarded. Just looking at her face is enough to seduce any man in this world. Protector ignored the man's lewd gaze, then looked towards the Bloodblade Master. I thought you were all very special, turns out it's nothing at all. A gravekeeper like that, there's nothing arrogant about her, unlike her brown-skinned superior who only thinks she's beautiful but her beak is a bit mixed up. After hearing that people, the woman in the fire seemed to be aware of being called ugly. I am someone who has guarded the treasure of Dai Min for a long time because of the deal we made with the first emperor. A thief like you has no right to slander arbitrarily. Encountering a beautiful woman who lived during the founding emperor's time, creating a confusing feeling for the sect master who accompanied. The Bloodblade Master's eyes were dissatisfied with the past has become sparkling. A person's lifespan, even reaching the pinnacle of martial arts, has a limit, and up to now there is not a single superpower left that has survived the rule of time. But Ran Yun has lived 200 years in that youthful form. There is only one possibility that she has achieved immortality. Your eyes are filled with greed and you are just fools stupid. With this person, those who come to take the treasure must be killed. So without exception, sparks began to rise from Ran Yung's arms, as if she wanted to burn all those in front of her. According to the agreement, if you agree, I will kill all the thieves who have entered this place. What a huge source of energy is formed. There is also the animation of a dragon. Once you step in here you will not be able to return outside. The fire is so intense that even strong masters in martial arts can't stand it. Ran Yun shot the death straight to the position where the other two were and said, "Both of you die together in peace." Naturally brave, the brown guy was immediately stood in front of the Bloodblade Master and raised his voice to take over the defense. The steel sword with a rather thick blade, he tried to stop the fire. Even though his movements were urgent, he used his strongest moves to neutralize that attack. But the flames were clinging to the blade. Because it was too hot, so he let go of the sword and said, "Damn it." Very quickly, intense heat invaded the hand holding the sword. Even though he sincerely wanted to protect the Bloodblade Master, the heat was so terrible that his hand now had no feeling anymore. He tried to back away, took a few more steps, but the fire kept moving in the gap and the fire continued to spread from his hands to every part of his body, and now painful sounds rang out. Do you think you can dodge it? Flames of I know how to chase my prey to the ends of hell. Bloodblade Master is behind her, preparing to attack. Bloodblade Master quickly wriggled from behind and slashed Ran Yung's neck. Ran Yung suddenly jumped back to avoid that sudden attack. Bloodblade Master thought to himself, I thought I managed to slit her throat in on more, but she managed to evade my attack even from that distance. Ran Yung thought, she is too fast. I tried to burn you to death all at once, but instead, I ended up evading your attack. Is known as the true hidden power of the palace. As long as she is alive, no one can take away the treasure. It has been 20 seasons of Bon Chung. Today Ran Yung just met a worthy opponent. Knowing that the opponent is a formidable person, the Bloodblade Master turned to look at his subordinate's injuries and reminded, "I'll take care of that woman. You need to circulate your chi," he replied. "I understand." He started to meditate and think, "I almost got caught in the flames without a chance to react. I didn't think there could be another monstrous woman like the Bloody Mistress. It's surprising." Heat radiated from his body, hoping he could avoid getting involved with the two crazy women at the moment. A strange sound was coming from above, while he began to focus on his destiny. Gas and looked towards the source of the noise. The ceiling began to crack and rocks began to fall, perhaps created by the direct punches of the other battle. Even though he wanted to avoid it, the moment with bad luck, a martial artist won't be able to do anything. A series of earthquakes rang out and dozens of tons of rocks fell on that guy's body. Bloodblade Master just punched each other with his opponent and also took a moment to scream, "Vice Leader, are you still alive?" She screamed until she was hoarse, but there was no response, so I thought, what an idiot. Ran Yung looking towards the suddenly collapsed ceiling. When the dust gradually cleared, they saw the silhouette of a handsome young man, standing on stacked rocks. Arranging clothes, Ran Yung himself realizing the high possibility that it must be the royal guard. The person coming down from the ceiling is a young man with a bright white face and is none other than Yo Woon. In the same way as passing through other floors, the celestial demon sect leader also punched this hall and went down to the last floor. When he saw two beauties glaring at him, Yo Woon slyly spoke up, "Luckily I wasn't late." With sharp instincts that are always honed, Ran Yung is sure that the person in front of her was not a normal person. She could not feel that person's internal strength, which meant that he had perfect internal control to the point that others could not fathom, and that he was strong beyond calculation. "I thought everything was easy, but I was wrong," Bloodblade Master thought. "Things were better when fighting one-on-one with that woman, but now there's another bad guy, she can't stand the guard. And Yo Woon wears the clothes of a royal guard, so she wonders if the two will be allies, and working together will probably be dangerous." On the other hand, it's not just the Bloodblade Master just frightened by the stranger's sudden appearance from the ceiling. Ran Yung was also wary of his actions and appearance, because he had never heard of any experts among the guards. The two women. The women made the same decision, with eyes filled with extreme vigilance, then looked at Yo Woon. At the same time they attacked him as if they had decided in advance. Perhaps to prevent the young man from helping either side, the defeat must be quick. But both realized that they were wrong when the leader stretched out his left hand to pull out the white dragon knife. The blade suddenly appeared. And on the right, the male lead also proactively revealed the heavenly demon sword. Ran Yung was surprised and wondered, what on earth is that white blade? The black armor that looked like it was protecting the wrist quickly separated and formed the black sword. Bloodblade Master was also quite surprised and wondering, where did that black sword come from? Both knew from the beginning that the other would not be an easy opponent, and their thinking was right. Despite that strange phenomenon, Ran Yung quickly approached and thought, he's neutralizing my flames with his cold energy. Not only that, he is also blocking my attacks and keeps finding openings. And on the right side attacked the Bloodblade Master, she thought, handling both the sword and the blade with both hands. Both Ran Yung and the Bloodblade Master thought, this guy is dangerous, have to use full power. Red scales began to form on Ran Yung's body, and fire wrapped both arms. The places where scales had begun to form were soon emitting sparks on the body. The heat radiating was incomparable to before. Although the white dragon knife contained ice energy, it read red because he couldn't stand that heat. When the sword turned bright red, the heat transmitted to his palm also made Yo Woon frown and think, she's driving out the cold energy of the white dragon sword with such an intense strike. This is incomparable from a moment ago. Ran Yung said, "Hey you, the one wielding cold energy, why don't you try blocking this as well?" The 12 hellfires were quickly used by her. When the leader, the demon, was able to neutralize that combination attack, the two of them became even more cautious and cautious. Bloodblade Master was frowning, surprised by the technique Yo Woon was using. 12 blade arts emerged around, and then fly towards the same direction. The Bloodblade Master felt that the situation was not good, so he started to launch a new sword attack. That was the 5th technique, supreme saber, divine martial arts, ultimate delightful murder blade, a strong stream of energy rising around her when she used it. The sword slashed dozens of times from the lower back. The explosion echoed throughout the last floor, and the pressure from the floors above was about to fail. Blood Blade Master stepped back to take a defensive stance. And she thought, such tremendous power. With this, Ran Yung said, he must be ashes by now, I won't even need to check, but why did she attack the embroidered uniform guard? Ran Yung thought, it wasn't intentional, but it ended up being a joint attack with that woman. Blood Blade Master wondered why Ran Yung also killed that person, then asked, that man just now, wasn't it you who brought him here? Ran Yung turned around and loudly denied, what nonsense are you saying, wasn't it you who brought him here? After knowing the answer, both of them were confused. Understanding learned that the opponent was not anyone's ally. This was not the case they expected and thought, it was lucky to have killed that counterfeit royal guard. Ran Yung, after knowing that man's name, not that woman's ally, she immediately thought, then who was he? Should I have asked before killing him? There must not even be a corpse left by now. Both came to the conclusion that Yo Woon must be an ally to any of them. The danger passes, and now it's a battle between the most formidable women in the world. The appearance of a stranger makes the Bloodblade Master think, it's my time, there's not much left. It needs to be resolved quickly. Ran Yung took Kirin blood and escaped from the palace. Ran Yung's skin was covered with red scales. A disdainful smile appeared and said, how arrogant, you'd only have been matched for me had you fought me along with that man. Both hands were raised and the fireball rose again. It was no different from the attack she used to attack the celestial demon cult leader. On the opposite side, Bloodblade Master was very confident and said, you think something like that will work on me? Ran Yung replied, who knows, I'll know once I try it out. Before fighting, the senses of the two beauties felt something strange happened, and out of the smoke and dust appeared the figure of the celestial demon cult leader. The demon sect leader appeared with angry eyes. Both were surprised by the reappearance of the man they thought was gone. Yo Woon appeared to teach beautiful women how to punch each other, and the two women suddenly looked at the rising energy source. The smoke was still rising up until now, but a strange flow of energy sent chills down their spines. Ran Yung stood in a defensive position and looked at the energy source in front of her, wondering, Black Frost, the entire place is not with my flames. How is the floor in that area frozen? What to do when faced with this strange phenomenon? The two experts looked at the place where the energy source was emitting. Finally the smoke cleared and there was a shadowy figure. Amazingly, from the smoke, instead of turning into dust, the male protagonist stood tall. The burns and cuts on his body quickly healed. Bloodblade Master was startled and turned around thinking, how the hell is he still alive? But he's injured, his armor's damaged, and there are a lot of cuts on him. But something strange hit those scared eyes. Such regeneration speed made Ran Yung's expression stiffen. What? His injuries are healing. What is with that ridiculous regeneration speed? It's much faster than my healing speed, and my healing speed is thanks to having consumed Kirin blood. Yo Woon spoke up while standing in front of the other two women. I didn't expect two people from the Imperial Palace Guardian and the Supreme Saber of Six Martial Arts Sect there to attack me simultaneously. Well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't take any more inner strength, because now it's the turn of the Celestial Sect leader to respond and show them how to be polite. Besides, he also said that he will join forces with others, causing the Bloodblade Master to nervously look around to check. There was no one around here. He wasn't confident enough to win, so he lied, or what? Yo Woon called the word NANO in his mind, asking to activate the boost virtual reality. To put it simply, NANO is no different than a martial artist, and even more than that. Nothing can explain. Bloodblade Master couldn't believe his eyes and exclaimed, what? Chi sword control. The two women were looking everywhere. White light particles began to form sword strokes around the large room. Augmented reality was activated. The sect leader raised his right hand forward and the blue light merged in the air, created Chi sword control. Ran Yung panicked and thought, you're telling me he's at the mystical realm? I have lived for over 2 centuries, but I have yet to come across a martial artist who has reached the mystic realm. But even if he's in that realm, there's no way he can control all of that. Swords are forming and surrounding the place where the cult leader stands. Bloodblade Master is surprised. This is no time to be standing in awe. I need to be logical about this. Even the Chi Bland Master, who's the most skilled when it comes to energy arts, cannot control more than 7 blades using chi sword control. As for Ran Yun, she is also scared but confident ironing. No matter how strong he is, there must be a limit to how much chi he has. That woman is my enemy, but for my own sake, I have to hope that she lasts long against him. Yo Woon started whispering. Nano activated the remote control function on the 12 air swords. On the screen, the swords now began to come into control. When the beep sounded, the target was in sight. Nano advanced the act of expanding vision, specifically the fatal weaknesses of the body. The feature is gradually reaching the completion stage and only the sect leader knows, but the other two know. They will faint from fighting. Then the male protagonist warned the shocked women in a calm voice, I will not disappoint you. 12 swords around, slowly move forward and split into 2 sides. 6 swords directed at each person. Ran Yun used 12 eternal flames to defend. It was a breathtaking scene as the swords quickly approached and collided with each fireball. The reason for her to launch the fireballs was to intercept the sword energy because he wanted to cause an explosion to destroy it at the same time. However, Ran Yun was extremely surprised and thought, the swords sliced through the flames, he really can control all those blades. And a loud explosion rang out. With a crack in the ground, red lava began to flow and soon a pillar of fire rose high. Ran Yun realized in shock, no matter. The flame pillars made with my innate core energy cannot be destroyed even with enhanced energy. Yo Woon chuckled, as expected. Sword energy was only capable of piercing and cutting. Sword energy that could not penetrate the pillar of fire began to circle as if it had its own consciousness. Ran Yun began to panic and commit suicide, asked why those swords stopped. Yo Woon simultaneously activating 3 techniques of the Heavenly Demon Sword Art and 3 techniques on the 24 Demonic Sword Technique on the 6 swords being controlled through Chi Sword Control. And the situation changed. When 6 swords with different moves continuously attacked the firewall, punctures began to appear. Many swords penetrated and rushed forward. Ran Yun urgently reacted as flames burst from both hands. That was not just an ordinary fire. Ran Yun clenched her fist, showing determination. I won't go down so easily. Ran Yun's face darkened. She was swinging her hands to fight against those swords. Heavenly Demon Sword. The method is said to be the top set of techniques in shamanism. That seemingly sturdy wall of fire collided many times with the sword energy, emitting a loud explosion that made the room shake and collapse. Even though it was not visible. Very enjoyable, but Ran Yun, the guardian of Kirin blood, had to work very hard to move to a safe place. Not allowing the opponent to rest, the sword pierced the smokescreen and continued to torment the beauty. Nano activated them so this will stop until the target is destroyed. Ran Yun frowned and thought, no way. In that short span of time, he managed to. Ran Yun's eyes suddenly caught something while focus on blocking the swords. Defenseless like Ran Yun, Bloodblade Master is trying his best to block the swords. Bloodblade Master is facing attacks from 6 swords of energy and running out, trying to keep herself from being hit by it. She wondered, impossible. He's using sword techniques while using Chi sword control. Bloodblade Master exclaimed, it's as if I'm fighting 6 expert martial artists at once. I can T-block this. Bloodblade Master fell down and thought, each one of these techniques are more complete than the Supreme Saber Divine Martial Arts, but why does it feel so familiar? Bloodblade Master gritted his teeth and realized, right, that old geez, one of those old geezers that stopped us, the Supreme Saber of 6 martial arts sect, from expanding our influence further into the Janhu. His sword techniques are very similar to that old geezer that revealed himself as the founding cult leader of the demonic cult. No, actually, this man's techniques are absolutely flawless compared to that old man's. Then this bastard must be of the demonic cult. But I heard that there is only one person who can use this technique at this point in time. She finally found out the identity of the guy dressed as a royal guard of Dai Min. Handsome face. Long hair smooth as an 18-year-old girl. It's not anyone else. I'm certain, his appearance is just as our spies in the demon cult described. Bloodblade Master gritted his teeth, frowned and was sure of his guess, the very person responsible for ruining our plans multiple times, the head of the demonic cult. He is the head of the demonic cult, Cheon Yo Woon. Bloodblade Master bit her lip hard because she recognized the demonic cult leader. She wondered how, according to our plans, he should have stayed in the demonic cult because of suspicions of spies from the Imperial Palace or would have been preparing for the Dragon Boat Festival. Damn, I have to let that person know our plan has gone wrong, but I can't really do anything at the moment. Need to inform the Sword Master that the plan has failed, and accept the punishment, but before she thinks about it, that means we have to leave here first. Bloodblade Master will die if he makes any wrong decisions in this dangerous situation. Never imagined that I would be in such big trouble, and then the attack became even stronger. I can't stop the flame chi because I'm focusing all my energy to stop his attack. She saw the image of Ran Yung defending with other swords. At this rate, then the two of them will collapse, and who knows when the leader will run out of energy. She wonders, what can she do? How can she overcome this hopeless love, and the treasure will be thrown aside? Then this idea came into her mind. That's it. There should be Qilin's blood in this pond. It might not take effect right away, but since it's the blood of a spiritual beast, it might amplify my inner qi. The situation is not very good. I have no other choice but to take a gamble. Bloodblade Master was very excited and quickly grabbed the sword in his hand and then performed Extreme Blade Divine Art. 7th movement, 8 immortal blades clash. The move she just used was passed down by the master not long ago, but I have to do it again for peace of mind. My blade strikes have created a gap in his enhanced chi controlling sword. It splits into 8 afterimages. Masters often refer to this blade attack as 8 immortal blades clash. The afterimage of the 8 swords spread out instantly and created a devastating force that pushed the rushing swords into the gap, revealing the happy Bloodblade Master turning to the exit. Qirin blood was right behind her. She didn't hesitate for a moment, continuing to cast it to create more distance. Just as the Bloodblade Master was about to turn back, something cold brushed her arm. He himself affirmed that he had pushed the swords away, so what just passed by. Just looking at it was enough to understand. Yo Woon offered a very high price. The arm holding the sword was cut off and fell with a thud. On the ground, she was in immense pain. The scream echoed throughout the collapsing space. Even if you were the master of one of the 6 powerful masters, losing a body part wouldn't hurt, right? How could the leader of the great demon god sect sit still while the enemy plotted a sinister trick? The 6 swords flew back and surrounded them, waiting for orders. Bloodblade Master's face was more unsightly than ever. Finally, when I saw the leader's unfamiliar expression, it was as if this happened every day. This guy was more dangerous than the information the secret police had given me. He really exceeded my limits. People. Although she can still use her left hand to hold a sword, it cannot compare to her right hand. Even if he is a monster, there must still be loopholes. If I attack now, everything will end here. Before the Blade Master can gather internal strength, the left arm also follows the call of the right arm. Bloodblade Master's scream is enough to tear the viewer's eardrums, and the body part is falling into the lava flow, melting. The only remaining arm severed, Yo Woon said heartlessly to the painful and confused woman, "It seems like I warned you not to play nonsense, but..." Thought it was the other person. She let down her guard, but it turned out to be a stupid thought. She smiled bitterly. Someone who has reached the highest realm, the mystical realm, but is still wary of an armless woman like me. The male protagonist? Having accumulated experience after confronting strong enemies in the past, one of the things I have learned is to never let my guard down until the enemy is dead. Come to think of it, you're still the master of the 6 martial arts sect. What a disappointment. The physical pain didn't last long. The enemy looked at the master with hatred and screamed and rushed forward, risking his life. As if forgetting the pain, she gritted her teeth like a crazy person. Her jaw opened to bite Yo Woon a few times. The demon sect leader controls the sword energy and handles the rest. The 6 swords received the command, or more accurately, NANO aimed and stabbed at her body from all directions. That ruined body, trying to keep it steady, but then due to too much blood loss she also fell down. Her purpose Bloodblade Master was able to find the Qirin blood lake, but his body was so broken, I don't know if death called or not. Zone of the 6 martial arts sect masters was brutally killed by sword energy, died tragically before falling into the bubbling lake. Thanks to that, Yo Woon had a closer look. How could he live after being seriously injured and falling down? But it's a bit strange how it boils forever. Even though he's not injured affected by that heat, but the male protagonist still felt the temperature, so he decided to take a few steps back. NANO also informed in his mind that the donor's internal energy balance was 38%. Still knows this clearly, and even after reaching a high realm, such powerful attacks still cause internal strength to drop uncontrollably, and also that person who is like a moving torch, she endured the extreme sword longer than the master. In the past, Yo-woon once met a woman whose body was so cold that it was deadly, and now she met a woman whose body was so hot that it burned her whole body. Ran Yoon is struggling to cope with the sword energy that is being used. Controlled by NANO, however, she still knows how to defend herself better than the Bloodblade Master. It's a natural thing to have to deal with 24 demon swords and heavenly demon sword techniques, which are exerting extreme energy. Big Yo-woon has time to observe, and it's even more confusing. Her recovery ability isn't as good as that of NANO, but she's recovering. Has she been holding on like that? I guess she's similar to that person called Second Guardian. For a normal person, that alone is very commendable. The matter is over. The celestial demon sect master pulls up the 6 swords below, wanting to end this arduous exploration work. Will the hot woman literally burn? What is the fate? A familiar voice rang out. The sound came from the opposite end of the entrance. Hyo Bong, his younger brother, was now being suppressed, held at knife point by someone from the 6 martial arts sect into the neck. Before that, if you had paid attention, he would have died immediately when Yo-woon punched the upper floor, but God had created many more difficult circumstances. That guy's left arm was crushed, and could not be used due to bad luck. The aura was destroyed by the celestial demon cult leader. Hyo Bong was the one who ran down immediately after hearing the explosions coming from the lowest floor, but shame on him for not helping the boss and doing a 1,000-pound dumbbell that's hard to carry. Even though he really wanted to help, suddenly the other guy jumped out from the pile of rubble, and that's how it happened. Hyo Bong was trying to buy time when he skewered him right in the shoulder. My body has reached the most basic level, to stand in the ranks of the 6 swords, but now compared to someone holding a knife to my neck, how can I resist? If you are bad at it, your head will go away. Talk quickly, everyone. What is the relationship between the two? Because he didn't hear about the Bloodblade Master fighting with the demon cult leader, he now needs to find out the information, but his breathing is too rapid because of the injury and his arm is crushed. Like that, because of a moment of neglecting, Yo-woon took advantage of the opportunity and approached to rescue his trusted subordinate. The main man so quickly that the brown-skinned assistant didn't even notice. Luckily he had time to raise Hyo Bong's face to shield him, so his life was temporarily saved. I still have a little more time left. If the Bloodblade Master can't do anything, how can a small assistant take on the task assigned by the master? Looking at the way Yo-woon deals with the 2 women, I'm sure I can't escape. The mood in the hall didn't seem good, and then the celestial demon sect leader couldn't calm down anymore. He used voice transmission and leaned into his ear, asking to let him go. That sound, it's so cold that it's suffocating. Even though it's terrible, there's no way to think about it. If you take action, I'll let this guy die. Even though the distance between the 2 sides was different, it felt like the swords were ready to kill him at any moment. He tried to act calmly and swallowed his saliva without even realizing he was trembling. The atmosphere became even more suffocating, and Yo-woon certainly would never intend to give in, so in the end he decided to act, which meant there was no chance of retreat. If he wanted to save this guy, then quickly bring out the Kirin blood. I promised to release him without losing a single hair. Even though I'm not sure if the threat will work or not, it's the only option, and Yo-woon also made a good suggestion. Threatening or intentionally teasing the demon sect leader is something no one dares to do. The people of the 6 martial arts sect have made a mistake. The sect leader has promised that if he releases his disciple, he will die peacefully. If not, then make a wish for yourself. Never been born in this world. Hearing the unsatisfactory answer, the assistant's heart sank, thinking he would be able to calm down and bring the blood back safely, but this was just one mistake after another. In a short moment, Hyo Bong immediately used his elbow to forcefully push back the person who was oppressing him. Perhaps he regretted being a burden to the leader, and the other guy was also aware of the situation. His aura rose to its peak at the danger of the martial artist, feeling that he had to follow the purest instincts of a human being. Yo-woon's eyes also trembled for the first time when he saw the scene of the subordinate he loved. Precious died. The small, sharp blade gently passed through Hyo Bong's throat and blood shot out from there. The whole body collapsed to the floor. A pool of blood drenched the body and the body also jerked due to nerve reactions. Yo Woon's eyes looked like he was about to go crazy and scream in anger when his subordinate's throat was slit. The sword guard felt very regretful. He blamed it on his natural reflexes and that attitude, who wouldn't panic. Yo Woon couldn't hold back his anger. He swung his sword and rushed in front of the guard. A black sword in the air moved at extremely fast speed, and his arm holding the knife that killed Hyo Bong was cut off. Now there were no conditions left to ensure safety and death was gradually encroaching. Take him. Shut your mouth, for this is only the beginning, don't you dream of dying easily. An aura so strong that anyone who stands in your way must bow, he heard the demon cult leader say, yet surprised. The leader of the heavenly demon sect frantically hacked and slashed to relieve his anger, but that alone would not be enough. He repeatedly begged to stop, but in the end he could only purse his lips, close his eyes, and realize the sharpness of the heavenly devil sword. If he had a wish, the subordinate of the extremely sword would wish someone to kill him already. He was lonely and suppressed the ruthlessness of the cult leader and cursed under his breath, this fucking lunatic. He gritted his teeth and endured Yo Woon's torture of his body, silently cursing, this fucking demonic son of a bitch. He's cutting me while avoiding my vital areas on purpose. Yo Woon only wanted to torture the victim, so he deliberately stayed away from those things. Weak point. It took a while to give many scars. The leader grabbed the opponent's skull. I said, you will regret it, but you still dare to do so. Each finger is gradually penetrating the classroom. The solid bones of the head made the other guy scream in pain. Although he really wanted the onion to last longer, NANO announced, the user has his 15% energy left. You can no longer maintain the enhanced chi controlling swords. Internally, the energy consumed to maintain the sword energy was beyond his imagination. If NANO consumed more energy, then Yo Woon would be in danger when facing the rest, and Ran Yung realized the situation. His swords are disappearing. She let go of the burden without hesitation and approached the leader. Ran Yung walked towards the demon cult leader. He was dealing with the guy who murdered his subordinate. He turned around and saw Ran Yung walking towards him and cursed, damn. I wanted to inflict more pain on this bastard, but there's no time. In order not to waste time, the male lead firmly stabbed the white dragon knife into the ground. His internal force flowed into his palm to tear apart the villain who murdered Hyo Bong. He felt death ahead eyes, but still trying to use his body to protest. This is the kind of pain no one wants to face. Even if God has an epiphany, he will shake his head. The screams did not end there. Yo Woon held his shoulders, then flexed his muscles and his head away from his body. Along with his head, the spine was also torn apart, creating an extremely horrifying scene on the screen. He didn't feel anything because he was warned it would be a painful death, the most painful and cruel. The cult leader threw his head to the floor and immediately reached towards the ground to grab the white dragon sword. He held it tightly and then turned to continue fighting with Ran Yung until she was crushed, and that was it. The situation looked like he wanted to attack, but then suddenly Ran Yung knelt down. Yo Woon was surprised by this situation. Ran Yung remained silent and used the most respectful attitude, and fortunately the leader stopped his actions. She looked up, said happily, even though the demon cult leader's sword was still pressed against her neck, why are you so late? I, a lowly devotee of the great heavenly demonic cult, greeted my heavenly lord. Ran Yung bowed her head and shouted up. Yo Woon looked surprised and wondered, for a master of the Imperial Palace's guardian hall to claim to be a member of our demonic cult. What trick are you trying to pull? Ran Yung replied, I know that this is an unbelievable situation and you have every right to be suspicious. I also want to tell the bottom of the story, but don't you have more urgent work right now? Hyo Bong is lying motionless on the floor. Ran Yung continued, that's true. Checking Hyo Bong's condition takes priority. Seeing how I can still feel him with my chi sense, it's not too late yet. Temporarily ignore that hot beauty. Yo Woon immediately ran to check, but didn't forget to tell Ran Yung, don't even think about doing anything funny. He gently turned Hyo Bong's body towards him. His body was drenched in blood flowing from his neck. At the murdered position, blood splattered a lot, and in this situation the priest could only cover it with his hands and scream, come to your senses, Hyo Bong. Hyo-bong slowly opened his eyes and his voice whispered, "My lord." Is like a person on the brink of death. His eyes are fading and his body is gradually getting cold, trying to moan for the monarch. Hyo-bong wants to say the last word to the boss who is right in front, but it was too difficult. His neck was cut and all he could do was force out the words, "My lord," and he closed his eyes with tears flowing from his eyes. Seeing Hyo-bong closed his eyes, Yo-woon used his hand to stop the blood from flowing from his neck and shouted, "No, Hyo-bong, do you think I will let you die?" Yo-woon concentrated his internal strength in his hands. The male lead's intention was to close the wound on Hyo-bong's throat in a way that burned it with heat. When he touched his throat, a scream filled with pain emitted from him. Although he tried to heal the cut area, the knife went too deep. Yo-woon ordered NANO, "Please scan this person's condition for me." The system works and the leader is quite cautious. When Ran Yung wanted to come and watch with him, Yo-woon warned that if you want to live, don't come close. But Ran Yung still approached and sat down near the demon cult leader and spoke. "I know you have no choice but to be wary of me, but since the life of a devotee you brought is in danger, could you please leave it to this lowly subordinate?" NANO is not sure whether Hyo-bong is still alive or not. Yo-woon is confused by Ran Young's request for help and said, "What are you trying to do?" Ran Yung replied, "I will need your help, my lord. I need the help of the leader. When I am ready I will immediately explain to you." Ran Yung put Hyo-bong down near the lava lake and get some of the liquid in there. Perhaps thanks to that fireproof ability, the water could not burn her and quickly brought it to Hyo-bong to drink. Yo-woon was quite curious and immediately understood, this is dilutio blood of Qilin. Yo-woon looked at the table wondering, this clear water is Qilin's blood. Ran Yung explains, originally, the flame qi in the blood of Qilin was so strong that it could not be touched. However, the founding emperor of the Great Ming Empire used the millennial snow from the North Sea to cool it down and it barely turned into this. The leader's face softened and asked her, "So, what do you want to do with this?" Then Ran Yung continued to explain, Qilin's blood, even if diluted, is very effective in regenerating damaged bodies. Ran Yung continued, however, the flame qi is still very strong for normal humans to withstand. I saw that you possessed near extreme yin cold qi. Could you put some of your cold qi into this Qilin's blood? Yo-woon looked at his brother and asked, "Doesn't that mean it's dangerous for Hyo-bong?" Ran Yung replied, "It's true if he consumes a large amount. But if he takes a small amount with cold qi added, it's definitely possible." Yo-woon's hand started to move and think, it sounds like she has never tried it herself. I know there's no other option right now, so I'll give it a try, but can I trust her? Yo-woon reached out his hand and the cold ice that was flowing into the thin Qilin blood also cooled down. As the steam rose, Ran Yung smiled with satisfaction because now the heat had dissipated. They approached Hyo-bong and Ran Yung said, "Then, I will help him drink it." The leader immediately nodded and she took the initiative to pour all the blood into her mouth. After that, Yo-woon's biological brother lost his first kiss to a beauty with a lifespan of up to 200 years. Hyo-bong was actually unconscious, so this could also be considered the only way for him to survive. Drank all the diluted Qilin blood. Qilin blood went down his throat and gradually dissolved in Hyo-bong's body. The demon cult leader was quite surprised by this miracle. Looking at Hyo-bong's gradual recovery, the demon cult leader exclaimed, "His neck injuries from the blade cut and my flame scorch are healing. To think even the diluted blood is this effective." Ran Yung spoke again, "My lord, please step away from him for a moment. From now on, the flame qi in his body will become stronger. I will control it so it doesn't explode." Yo-woon watched from afar and thought, what a surprise, to think Qilin's blood has the power to regenerate damaged bodies. Suddenly Yo-woon sensed danger. He looked at the molten lake and thought, am I worried for nothing? That's where the Bloodblade Master's arm was cut off and her body sank. Is there anything to worry about? No matter how strong the regeneration effect is, can Qilin's blood take anyone? That woman came back from the dead. The wounds on that woman's body had begun to heal and scales grew on those areas. The heat from top to bottom was too hot, but strangely the body should have been burned but looks rosy and looks 10 years younger. In a lifeless corpse with no signs of life, strange and sudden changes began to occur, and the changes happened very quickly. Finally, one of the 6 masters of the 6 martial arts sect had actually revived. On the surface of the lake at this time, Ran Yung was helping Hyo Bong calm the outbreak of the reaction after drinking diluted Qilin's blood. Ran Yung thought, his wounds have completely healed, his complexion and breathing have both returned to norma, and Ran Yung knows this is a good thing, but she wonders, why isn't anything happening to him? Is it because of the cold qi counteracting the flame qi? Those who take Qilin's blood have a high change of going out of control because of the strong flame qi. Even among the women, there were people who lost their sense of pain or their lives due to the side effects. Over the past 200 years, Ran Yung has lived until now and still does not understand. All men except one who has consumed the Qilin's blood have lost their lives, so why isn't he experiencing anything? Moreover, if drinking Qilin's blood, the body will have to restructure to create flame qi, but in Hyo Bong's body, she still can't see any red scales chief. She thought back over everything, and could it be that? Ran Yung thought, his energy core isn't large, but she can feel something ominous within him similar to the demon lord. Has he consumed the blood of another spiritual beast before? She concluded, in that case, this energy must be what prevents the Qilin's blood from going amok. What a relief. And while yin and yang were combining, something unusual happened to Ran Yung's body. Ran Yung panicked. Wait, my innate true qi, which is connected to this person's dantian, can't be disconnected, as if it's been absorbed. Yo Woon standing outside also realized the situation was not good. It seemed like that beautiful woman was in trouble. Right. Suddenly there was a sound from below the lake surface. Something flew up high. The familiar aura and the severed left arm sprouting red scales was the Bloodblade Master. She was truly resurrected, so when she revived, the only target was Yo Woon, who had killed her before and created a huge explosion. Being surprised by the attack, the male protagonist quickly dodged the killer move and jumped to a corner to observe. Looking at Hyo Bong's example, he further confirmed his suspicions. But she really came back to life. Has her left arm been reattached? The Bloodblade Master's right arm was severed, but is now being regenerated, not as fast as NANO, but that's good, she shouted. It's truly a blessing in disguise. I will repay you for all the humiliation from earlier. Yo Woon answered her, for someone who just came back from the dead, you are quite talkative, huh? I will definitely kill you this time. The sword energy is floating in the air, pointing in that direction, ready to end the life of the Bloodblade Master. Still a terrifying pressure ready to destroy any enemy that Yo Woon creates. However, like knowing that because she drank Qilin's blood, the demon cult leader's opponent's strength increased to a dizzying level. She jumped up and down, ran left and right to avoid the sword qi. Bloodblade Master's body was stabbed and slashed through. In the most brutal way. More fatal wounds because the number of swords has doubled. Yo Woon wondered, if it was a normal person, she would open her mouth and die, but even if she hits the critical point, she still didn't scream at all. Despite being trampled until her skin was crushed, she still recklessly approached Yo Woon, and he said, I think if you lie still, breathing softly under the lake, you'll be lucky. He didn't lose his life. As soon as he warned, his movements were directed towards the chi-bending sword, and he ran back to chase the opponent's speed and did not forget to say a word. How foolish. Dozens of chi swords vibrated and shot off the ground. Kicked and quickly shot straight at the Bloodblade Master. The thrust amplitude was too high, increasing the sharpness, causing her to vomit blood. This scene looks very horrible. It seems like the blood on her body has been drained to the last drop. Because she no longer feels pain, with the anger that is raging, her left arm radiates heat, wanting to strangle Yo to death. Woon, do you think this is enough to kill me? Yo Woon uses his hand to block her attack, and NANO is signaling that the donor is running out of internal strength. If I die today, I will not complete the mission for you. Sect, I will make sure to bring you along with me. Yo Woon blocked the attack and thought, how persistent. Entering the mystical realm, Yo Woon has mastered countless magical moves. He spread his hands preparing to counterattack. Bloodblade Master was surprised and felt his body being affected by that attack. His aura just now was like a heat bomb, but it was as if cold water had been poured on her, causing her to kneel on the ground. She gritted her teeth and thought, how much inner chi does he have? Even though my inner chi has been strengthened with Qilin's blood, I can't resist him. Bloodblade Master's current expression, one of the pillars of 6 martial arts sect, is simply a desperation. Before going into long-range combat, The feeling of heavenly demon energy was a bit meager, however when standing in front of the cult leader, she thought to herself, he's a top predator that I can never be against. The divine beast's aura inside the body is ringing a warning, this is a monster that cannot be confronted. In a life and death situation, the Bloodblade Master suddenly came up with a new idea. Fist swung it onto the floor, causing everything to move, so Yo Woon's force of impact was change. This was also in the calculation, so he didn't seem to be too surprised. Her intuition told her to go back. The lake is the only way to survive, as long as you recover, you can fight until morning. Her tired legs tried to walk as fast as possible, but at this point it was already useless. Yo Woon is a cautious person for his age, only when he confirms the enemy's death with his own eyes is he ready. Let down your guard. Bloodblade Master's case is quite rare, when the leader thought that the heat would burn her so she had a chance, but that's also why she personally closed the door to his fate. I, the leader of the church, held out my left hand and both hands moved as if pulling something. My right hand was ready to swing the white dragon knife filled with tension. Bloodblade Master tried to use one hand to hold onto the floor, but could not resist the deadly force and shouted, "Cheon Yo Woon, you fucking." Something sharp touched Bloodblade Master's neck before she could curse Yo Woon. The sword passed by her throat and then her head fell to the ground. No later than when the head kept rolling around like a ball being kicked back and forth. But it hasn't stopped there yet. Yo Woon knew the effects of Qilin's blood, so what needed to be dealt with was the head that still retained the expression and consciousness of the Bloodblade Master even though it had left her body. He stepped on the head and completely crushed it. That skull to make sure the opponent was dead. Blood splattered. At the same time in another place, a giant statue was built in Hangzhou, Zhejiang Province. The hooded man was sitting on a lotus and radiating a strange and unusual energy in front of the statue, while his subordinate stood behind, holding an open box, which contained ancient worms that were implanted into the Bloodblade Master's head. After a while of crying and tremblingly, the thing exploded in front of the other person's shocked witness. He hastily closed the lid of the red wooden box containing the worms and then cursed under his breath, "Damn it." He went to the person wearing a black robe and reported, "The Bloodblade Master's worm has exploded. What's inside that box is clear proof that 6 martial arts sect executives' mission to infiltrate the palace has failed." There was still no comment on this matter. The mummy could only swallow his saliva and look at the box again. Immediately the terrible and terrifying energy that person was sitting emitting was the reason behind his worry. Not sure what method the other guy used, only saw the box containing the corpse of the ancient worm flying up. And the person holding it was automatically knocked away, falling against the wall. The guy's mouth also suddenly vomited blood, uncontrollable. He felt he couldn't stand and didn't dare open his mouth, so he just hugged the floor to cover his mouth. He did so because he knew clearly that person hated him. Having to listen to excuses, he said, "What a bunch of useless people, let's change the plan." He ordered the scoundrel, "Summon the Flame Blade Master and the Mad Blade Master." He ordered, "Send them to Tong Xu County to support the Blade Master. I will not tolerate any mistakes in the grand plan this time." After completely solving the Bloodblade Master, the leader's eyes looked closely at something. Yo Woon heard a strange echo and wondered, this resonance. Yo Woon looked at the lava lake and asked, "Does it come from that flame?" Ran Yung replied, "It was said that the Qilin's fire was diluted with millennial snow." Yo Woon suddenly shivered and thought, "But why is the heavenly demonic chi fluctuating like this?" After feeling that resonance, he thought, "This is the first time since I accepted the cold chi from the 9 cold blood blockage." The cult leader had experienced something like this before, that is when receiving the ice energy from the daughter of one of the 5 strongest masters of martial arts. The male protagonist realized what its fluctuations meant. He laughed and said, "Could it be that it covets the energy inside? Aren't you being too greedy, heavenly demonic chi? This is as if the internal energy he has is not enough and it wants to absorb another power." Yo Woon rolled his eyes and something was about to appear. It was also from this thought that the afterimage of the old unicorn was formed, creating a giant monster's body. So this was exactly what the palace wanted to hide. The closer the demonic energy was, the more deadly it became. Reacting to that unicorn, Yo Woon laughed and thought, So this is the hidden power or the imperial palace. The heavenly demonic chi is fluctuating even more, as if responding to the manifested Qilin. Yo Woon spread his hands and exclaimed, "There's no helping it, since you both aren't going to back down, I have no choice but to cut you down. Once I can't swallow it, I have to kick it down." Yo Woon pulled out the demon sword and rushed in to press it. The opposite side is Qilin's blood. It also really wants to swallow Yo Woon's breath. Yo Woon thinks, who would have thought it would be this hard? The demon sword can stand but the subject cannot, because all internal energy was used to use sword energy and then fight with the other two women. Feeling like each slash attack was like scratching an itch, the unicorn screamed and continued to dive deep below the lake surface. In the lake didn't have a single ripple. Yo Woon got closer and closer until he proactively stopped to guess the situation. It didn't even make any splash. In the case, that Qilin must also be a spiritual being like an Imugi. While gradually walking deeper, the giant fire began to rise higher, showing the refusal of the leader's bold approach. Fortunately, he was able to execute the conjuration technique in time, so he was able to dodge it in time. Receive your deadly bite from the unicorn of yesteryear. If it were still alive, then surely the power of the celestial demon sect leader would not be able to compete with you. Just that small remnant of soul is enough to make you miserable. Besides, using only the heavenly demon sword is not enough. Suddenly, due to fear of death, Yo Woon pulled out the white dragon sword at his waist to support the heavenly demon sword. Yo Woon felt a little reassured. It worked. The fire has died down, but it's only temporary. I must find its source of power. Temporarily everything is calmed, but only for a moment. Yo Woon understands, so it is necessary to find the source of this power. The consecration foot Dharma can help the leader jump on the surface of the lake and gradually move to the center. Yo Woon gritted his teeth to counter the attack. Is it trying to hold on by emitting stronger flame chi? Even though he was protecting his body with ice, the fire was so hot that the leader's body could not withstand it. Yo Woon took that light with his hand and thought, what the, this sun-like light and flame chi, and he immediately called NANO. NANO immediately understood its meaning and did its job, activate light vision mode. Yo Woon can see it, the flame chi is coming from that first-sized ball. As his eyes adjusted to the light, Yo Woon saw a ball of fire and thought, the resonance has gotten more intense. It seems like it's afraid of the heavenly demonic chi. But can I absorb this energy? And he only has one option. If this is what the Six Blades Martial School is aiming for, it'd be better for me to take it. Return to the young and old couple. At this time Ran Yung is still treating Hyo Bong. She found a foreign energy inside Hyo Bong's person. The premonition is not good. She needs to cut off the connection to give it peace of mind. Ran Yung thought, my innate true chi, which is connected to this person's dantian, can't be disconnected, as if it's been absorbed. I don't have a good feeling about this. I must raise my energy and cut the connection off at once. The fire began to move from the healer's body towards the patient and slowly covered Hyo Bong's body. Because he was afraid of losing all his strength, Ran Yung ignored Hyo Bong, but in Hyo Bong's body, things were continuously happening. New transformation. Because he was afraid of losing all his strength, Ran Yung ignored Hyo Bong, but new changes were constantly happening in Hyo Bong's body. Ran Yung exclaimed, impossible. That sinister angry is consuming my flame chi like a hungry ghost, and she was helpless. My flame chi being drained at an alarming rate. I have to scare that energy somehow. Ran Yung suddenly discovered something. Red scales appeared on Ran Yung's hands and she said, even my flame is. After swallowing all the fire on Ran Yung's body, Hyo Bong's body gradually recovers. When that person receives this form, that is has advanced to the next realm. The aura spread throughout Hyo Bong's body and Ran Yung was pushed away. Hyo Bong started body reconstruction. The wounds on Hyo Bong's body disappeared. Hyo Bong looked much better and then the couple his eyes also slowly opened. He had known about this process before, but only in the way of looking after Yo Woon to avoid troublesome people. He thought he would die because of his teacher's duty, but now, oh God. Helping Hyo Bong after so much effort. Hyo Bong still didn't really believe in himself and thought, I have achieved body reconstruction, am I dreaming? A speechless emotion and Ran Yung calmly approached to congratulate the junior. When he was approached by a beautiful woman with red scales on her other hand, he gently made Hyo Bong panic and called her the flame monster. Ran Yung slightly frowned angrily. Are these the first words you said to the person who saved your life and changed you a lot? Before he almost died, Hyo Bong saw the leader fighting with this person, so it was no wonder he was wary of her. He jumped away. You saved me. How am I supposed to believe that? Well, it's up to you whether to believe me or not. More importantly, can you create flame in your body? This curiosity did not last long. When Hyo Bong's arm was burning out of self-defense instinct, Ran Yung continued, I think you can do it. Recalling the feeling you had a while ago when your whole body was engulfed in flame and Ran Yung surprisingly thought about Hyo Bong. He could manifest flames without even showing the scales. Ran Yung looked at Hyo Bong and exclaimed, does that mean he's completely absorbed Qilin's blood? This is my first time seeing someone who could do that, and Hyo Bong was happy because he created his own fire. That is a great achievement for the demon god religion in general and Hyo Bong in particular. Ran Yung looked at Hyo Bong and thought, to think he would use the flame chi like that, how cute. Then she added, just the first time, so it's normal because it feels good because in the long run there will be many more games. Then while watching Hyo Bong do cat tricks, he suddenly froze. His mouth also seemed to be stammering incomprehensible words, causing Ran Yung to lose his happiness as well. What's going on? Are you already bored with fire? I don't know about this because Hyo Bong used his fingers. The hand pointed at something behind the beautiful woman. At that moment a huge source of energy exploded inside the room, causing both of them to silently observe in fear. It's not a normal fire, it's a black fire. The heat was as high as 3,000 degrees, in the center of where Yo Woon stood when he wanted to swallow that fireball. If it weren't for the NANO to regenerate his body, the 24th generation demon sect leader would have turned into a pile of ash at this moment. Infinite temperature. Same size, that explains why no one can get it, but supported by ice air and NANO's regeneration speed is different. After the flame chi came in and broke the balance, the two energies started to fight for position. Steam began to rise from his body as the ice energy protected his body. Exposure to fire energy, accepting it too early was unintentionally putting Yo Woon in a dangerous position. Fire energy gradually entered, then the three types held a party together, creating countless violent conflicts. It has exceeded my Dantian's limit. At this rate, the unicorn spirit is very strong and it exceeds the limit of energy that Yo Woon can absorb. Ran Yung understood that the leader was in danger and shouted loudly, my lord. Fire energy has begun to take over his body as he continues to try to control it. The unicorn spirit is strong. It's over. Was it something Yo Woon never could have handled from the beginning? Also the nano supercomputer, even with the high recovery speed. I can't keep up. The demon sect leader has now lost consciousness. Yo Woon thought, is it over for me, and tried to pull his hand away from the energy core. The current situation is the same partly because he used all his internal strength to fight against the main sword master and Ran Yung before knowing that she was also a demon of the holy religion. Just like that, Yo Woon lost all consciousness and fell into a deep sleep like taking my soul somewhere. Just like the first time. At that time the sound of water pressure was heard around me. Yo Woon closed his eyes, relaxing his body in the lava lake. Here there is heavenly demon energy that can also be called Dan Deen, where the consciousness of black energy is occupying. The earth dragon also refused to stay still like what its owner did outside. Thinking that the black gas are commonly known as the heavenly devil energy wanted to share the Dantian but did not. The heavenly demon energy wanted to swallow the fire energy, so Yo Woon worked so hard outside that he almost died. Now he can't do it, so he's moving to avoid the intense heat. The details just completed made the leader of the heavenly demon god sect realize a small path. The abdomen and chest are important parts for any human being. At that moment the heavenly demon chi ran up to the Dantian. Fire energy happily occupies the lower Dan Deen position, while the ice energy and fire of the unicorn begin to create balance with each other in the Dantian. If everything goes well, then it is possible that the leader can achieve harmony of the three distinct auras. There is one person who has witnessed the whole in this scene. She is Ran Yung and is also helpless and doesn't know what to do but call out her name. The demon lord continuously The woman tries to jump to the top of the conflict but is knocked back. Is a fire user. The gas has been around for hundreds of years, but for some reason it now opposes her. Ran Ying has been protecting the unicorn's fire in the underground hall for nearly 200 years. She was surprised and looked up with her mouth open. That thing that had never moved was disappearing right before my eyes. Following the orders of the previous emperors, she tried to reach the core from the center inside the giant fire but never succeeded. Seeing the leader at the central core, she immediately called out, "Demon Lord." Body Yo Woon's body had ice. So Ran Ying believed that his leader would be able to do it. So the best way was just to stay still and wait for the results. Hyo Bong, who had just recovered, also ran to ask about the situation. How long was it? A long time has passed and finally there have been some changes. The originally ferocious fire is now gradually calming down. When she looked back, she saw Yo Woon with his eyes closed in the middle of the floating lake. Even more surprising were the black lights. The fire moved like a tornado around, causing Yo Woon to open his eyes and feel life again. The enhanced energy made by concentrating the inner energies form, using Qi sword control by connecting the formless innate core energy. Yo Woon is in the middle heart of contradiction, but he still closed his eyes and thought. I had thought that I had reached the peak of martial arts after reaching the mystical realm. But I had just reached the maximum capacity of what my lower energy cord could take. The answer was in the central energy core. The heavenly demonic Qi had opened up the central energy cord in the midst of danger. In that moment of enlightenment, I came to realize as if by instinct, Yo Woon can feel the overflowing power within the silence, and asked myself, should I test it out? On the white dragon sword, black frost had begun to form while releasing a freezing cold, while the heavenly demon sword was a fiercely burning black fire. Also Ran Ying and Hyo Bong, who watched, could not hide their amazement. The simultaneous release of three types of energy was a majestic display of extraordinary power. The Kirin blood, where the black frost is evaporating, whereas the Kirin blood by the dark flames is only boiling. Ran Ying thought, this is what just the remaining energy in the weapon can do. Is this power from having absorbed the Kirin's innate core? With the right opportunity, miracles, even though rare miracles, can really happen. Even Yo Woon doesn't understand what happened inside his body, so he wanted to verify, so he ordered his subordinates. Move to the side. Ba kind internal energy is infinite. Each type has different properties. Ran Ying and Hyo Bong received orders from the leader to go somewhere else. Each of them turned their backs and ran far away. Black mist and black fire appeared at the place where the two swords fell. The male lead let go of both the white dragon sword and the heavenly demon sword, causing Ran Ying to suddenly think, what is he trying to do? He doesn't even have a weapon in hand. On the side on the left where the white dragon sword fell, ice air began to spread into the lake, and on the other side, where the heavenly devil sword fell, the water began to boil and release a large amount of steam. Hyo Bong also sensed his leader. There was a drastic change in strength. In Yo Woon's hands, the black ice also spread out and took the shape of a blade like a black fire. The sword could not be seen, only the frost could be seen surrounding it. They couldn't see anything, but it looked like Yo Woon was holding a sword in his hand. Hyo Bong was thrown away and didn't know what was going on. Hyo Bong thought to himself, this kind of heat would have been unbearable had I not already obtained the flame chi. Hyo Bong used his hands to shield his face, sweating, and silently asked, just what is happening? Hyo Bong looked at his leader without any weapons. He was suddenly surprised and thought of someone. There is a legend that has been passed down generation among martial artists. The undefeated swordsman, Dugu Chiubai. In his last years, he did not carry a sword with him. Out of curiosity, one of his disciples asked for what reason. He answered with this, a sword is meaningful to me now. His disciples wondered, why do you say that? You need to have a sword in hand to be able to concentrate your chi to create enhanced sword aura. How can a swordsman without a sword do anything against opponents who use enhanced energy? Even if he is considered a disciple son of a legendary swordsman. But he took his master's words as a lazy trick and did not believe in the existence of such a thing. So his master demonstrated by holding up, raised his hand and said, I do have a sword. So the master decided to show him the sword he could create in a special way. Golden light ran along his arm and he continued to speak. I have surpassed chi materialization. A materialization of the formless innate core energy. Returning to reality. The ground was divided into two by purple light. People decided to call it the formless sword, because it was a sword created from pure energy. During Ran Yung's time in the sect, the leader at that time was indeed the best. However, she could not believe that the sect leader at that time could like the leader at the present time. So she explained to Hio Bong that the 24th generation leader of the demon god religion, just a wave of a hand, and the entire place is destroyed, and weapons that he used was the legendary formless sword. Hio Bong was surprised. His mouth opened wide. The formless sword. Then had the demon reached Lord the life and death realm? The surprised look on Hio Bong's face was still in shock as he looked down at the ground. When the sword moved, its trajectory created a crack in the ground. Now the most worrying thing was happening. The same tear left by the previous sword was further deepened by the invisible sword. Ran Yung began to worry as the final floor was about to change. She looked around and realized that the pillars supporting the basement were melting. So it was obvious that the ceiling was collapsing. Hio Bong looked at the cracking wall and thought, this is bad. Even a martial artist of the life and death realm wouldn't survive being buried this deep down. Before that, Yo Woon was afraid that the 6 martial arts sword would take the blood of the unicorn first. So he went down in his own way. Ran Yung looked at that crack and thought, the pathway the demon lord had created when coming here. Her immediately turned to remind Hio Bong, the place is coming down. We need to get out of here with the demon lord right now. Through the hole in the ceiling. But he thought differently when his eyes looked elsewhere. Because now even if you want to go, you can't because it's too late. The earth and rocks are collapsing because there is no support left to withstand the weight. You can see hundreds of tons of earth and rocks are trying to bury 3 people, the only one still alive from the Heavenly Devil sect. Ran Yung could only look at Hio Bong. No matter what, they both had to sacrifice to let the leader live. Sounds very possible but impossible because of them. They don't have the strength to face those thousands of pounds of weight. Floating in the center, Yo Woon simply raised his hand like a god. Some invisible pressure, immediately impacting the rock and soil, and slow down the Earth's natural gravity, so as not to allow harm to his subordinates. Since its construction, the engineers have had to work hard to calculate, and they also calculated that if an intruder just made an impact, everything would turn to dust. However, now, the leader of the heavenly demon god sect is surpassing under the influence of those genius minds. The ice energy in Yo Woon's body had reached the pinnacle of familiarity. The heavy layer of rock above was completely frozen. Ran Yung understood her mind. I can't accept it yet. Impossible. This isn't something a human being should be capable of doing. Did he 3 different energies within him strike a balance? Yo Woon successfully balanced the 3 types of energy, and at this time Hio Bong was also exhausted. The demon lord. The molten red scales have now been destroyed. Because the unicorn aura has truly been mastered by him. It can be said, it is a tough armor, just like the palace maids before that person once fought outside the mausoleum of the emperors of Dai Min. When reaching the life and death realm, the subject had to experience the boundary between life and death. In his nearly 200-year life, Ran Yung couldn't believe his eyes. I've met millions of martial artists until now. Ran Yung continued to think. Basically, normal martial artists only possess 1 or at most 2. But I've never met anyone with 3 innate core energies. Can be called the current leader Thien Ma, holding with him the negative pole, the positive pole, and even the heavenly demon energy. Bok Long Pain, or maybe the heavenly demon sword, but I'm not sure. I just know it's an object that's difficult to shape. Both those 2 deadly things are floating around Yo Woon. Looks like he's trying to use the invisible sword again right now. Tears welled up in the corners of Ran Yung's eyes because she felt very proud to be present in the legendary moment that would be recorded in the history of martial arts. Yo Woon successfully absorbed Qilin's blood, or more precisely, the core, the energy of ancient beasts. Yo Woon thought to himself, so this is what it feels like. I can only make 2 formless weapons at once because it consumes so much true energy. But I should be able to use Qi sword control in this state too. Also, the second most important thing is that his younger brother Hio Bong is safe but is no longer useless. And I need to get out of here before daybreak. So I'll test these skills out later. Think about doing. So the male lead also gently landed. The deification of the Great Protector's magic was truly classy when Yo Woon moved underwater like a god. Seeing his leader, Ran Yung and Hyo Bong happily bowed. Congratulations, Demon Lord. Congratulations on ascending to the life and death realm. Currently in the Central Plains. Very few martial artists can reach it, and of course Yo Woon is among them and can also be called a wise powerhouse. Ran Yung thought with some emotion. The life and death realm. The demon lord I had served was the era's most powerful martial artist. But he's a lot stronger, and just what kind of person is he? About 210 years ago, with the death of the last emperor, Zhang Yuan was divided into 10 small nations. That was an inevitable result that had been foretold, and there was no one at that time who could not imagine what would happen later. In the next 10 decades sank deep into a period of chaos and chaos. The city lord and the mandarins who once occupied it, the important strongholds of the Central Plains, were proclaimed kings one after another, and relations between the countries quickly became distant. That could never satisfy their bottomless greed. So the country obviously sank to the path of destruction. Ran Yung reports. For the 10 years during which the empire was divided into 10, there were endless bloodbaths in Zhongyuan, and the lands became barren. The farmers were forced into becoming soldiers, causing a shortage in food. Zhongyuan entered a dark era. Despite efforts to avoid conflict between each other, the royal family and the martial arts, it is impossible not to feel affected by the upheavals that occurred. And then a hero arose. Chu Won-soon, a king of one of the nations, had a son named Chu Won-myung. Unlike Chu Won-soon, who had inherited the governor title of Tong County through the generations, Chu Won-myung was an undefeated general who waged war against the savages of the north. Returning to his country after the destruction of the strong, he lost interest in worldly affairs and wandered to become friends with the leader of the demon god religion at that time. He was someone that even Cheon Ingyang, the cult leader of the heavenly demon divine cult at the time, invited to the 10,000 Great Mountains in order to build a relationship. He was acknowledged by many great people. Yo Woon asked, Chu Won-myung, that's the name of the founding emperor? Ran Yung replied, that's Rig. He was considered a hero by the people for having protected his nation from the barbarians of the north. Even the people of the Zhonghu regarded this man. Ran Yung continued speaking. He had a great sense of loyalty. After the fall of the empire, he quit his government post and wandered around Zhongyuan without an interest anything. Befriending heroes. However, the ones to suffer from the lack of this presence during the 10 years were the citizens. Zhongyuan was weak, and the barbarians of the north and west continued to invade. The streets endlessly flowed with the blood of the innocent. In the end, Chu Won-myung inherits his father's position after his death and promises an uprising. Even he, a great general of many experiences, could not unite the 10 nation with just the forces of his one nation while also defeating the outside forces. He knew too well that it would take a long time to grow his army. So he turned to the people of the Zhonghu for help, with whom he had befriended over the span of 10 years. The Heavens Master asked me and several heroes to stop the bloodbath of the innocent citizens. Please lend me a hand so that I may be able to save the people from the greedy lords and thieves. Heroes and a great cause. Chu Won-myung, who had luck with time as well the skills necessary, was able to bring down the surrounding nations and drive out the enemies quickly with the help of the Zhonghu. And 10 years later, after having united the 10 nations, it was named the Great Ming Empire. With the stabilization of the empire, the heroes who had helped the great cause were awarded land and a government position. The heavenly demon divine cult and the orthodox faction had helped with the establishment of the empire. But with the stabilization of the nation, they became an overwhelming presence to the founding emperor as well as the government officials. Although it was clear that they were a threat, as just one expert martial artist could take on dozens of soldiers of the empire. Since they had helped the unification of Zhongyuan, they could not ignore them. The founding emperor had no choice but to write a mutual non-aggression treaty in return for giving them what they wanted. The Murim alliance leader at the time requested that the Ming Empire choose their official religion to be Taoism in order to continue their relationship with the empire despite the non-aggression treaty. Ran Yung continued to say. That's where the problem began. The demon lord at the time also wanted to request that the Ming Empire's official religion be that of the heavenly demon divine cult. But the founding emperor had already accepted the Murim Alliance leader's request. This story is so famous that even juniors like Hio Bong can know it after hearing it from their ancestors. There are talks that it was done on purpose even though the Murim Alliance and our cult had equal influence on the establishment of the empire. Ran Yung continued. It's assumed that it was the doing of the government officials at the time. The demon lord of the time was displeased and made a bold request. There once existed a legend about the Central Plains when the divine beast appeared before the founding of the country. It was majestic, mischievous, and burned everywhere. At that time the great sect master fought and succeeded in subduing the divine beast in a battle of 3 days and 3 nights. Together with hundreds of experts including elders and sect masters. After the death of the sect unicorn, the inextinguishable fire on its body was burning. That special event was considered an auspicious sign for the founding of the country. A giant tomb was built at the place where the unicorn passed life, and it was believed that it would be the place to build the capital. The great leader of the celestial demon sect requested the core of the unicorn and its blood from the emperor. Upon hearing the leader's excessive demands, the officials of the Dai Min and the martial arts members became extremely angry. Of course, they refused to come forward. Yo Woon also exclaimed, I assume he was rejected, of course. Ran Yung replied, that's true. The Mandarins consider this a good point for the country, but the Martial Arts Alliance believes that the demon religion is expanding its power. The Martial Arts Alliance will do anything what can be done to stop the increase in power of the demon cult, and the royal palace considers unicorn blood as a treasure. They will never give it up. The demon cult leader said at that time, I risked my cult's people and my life to bring down that Kirin. I'm not asking for the corpse of the Kirin. I just want its essence and blood. Who are you to tell me no? The bureaucrats and the Murim Alliance left the decision to the founding emperor, since Qian Ingyung's request was justified and the founding emperor, aware that he had to appease the demon lord, accepted his request in the end. Ran Yung said, although there was a condition that he had to take it himself. Hio Bong felt bitter. Man, that's petty. Yo Woon thanked, but there was no way to take the boiling blood. So the demon lord made a different request instead. Ran Yung continued. He asked that 12 expert martial artists of the demonic cult be allowed to protect this underground space until the blood has cooled down enough for the taking. Hio Bong's eyes opened wide and said, then you've been here all along. Ran Yung came with 11 other people, and all of them were high-ranking members and had important positions in the demon god cult. The conditions were that Wilt the cult's martial artists resided here. We also had to protect the imperial palace and swear our loyalty to them. Saying that, she went inside and took out 12 jade tablets as proof. Demonic Dragon Palm Sect Outer Hall Master Moon Ran Yung. After leaving the cult to protect the blood unicorn, she lived in the palace for 190 years. Hio Bong opened her mouth in surprise and asked, what demonic Dragon Palm Sect? Then you must be Moon Gyu's great-grandmother. No. Great-grandmother. Hio Bong's words suddenly caught Yo Woon's attention. Elder Moon and Moon Gyu will be very shocked. There are only 11 jade cards left and the others are not here. The current sect leader also understands. They returned to the holy fire. At that time, according to the orders of the great sect leader, we researched the core of the unicorn and found a way to take away its blood. Because the royal palace is also important. Interested in unicorns, so the two joined forces and conducted research. But no results or benefits were found. There were people who drank blood but died because they couldn't control the fire energy. More details that the victims were all men with high yang energy. Ran Yung continued. We at that time said that fire energy was too dangerous for a body. Women could endure it, and they took a small amount of blood tested, resulting in me becoming the only survivor. Yo Woon asked, because you were the only person who could protect this place. Her voice trembled as she talked about that time and took a deep breath. Before answering. That's right, they wanted me to stay alive. She said, it was a very lonely time. My inner energy developed and I reached the evolutionary realm. But I couldn't stop aging. I felt that death was near. It gave her an idea. I took a gamble finally. Because men cannot withstand fire qi due to yang energy. Women's bodies also need to experiment. And surprisingly, I was really successful. I was able to successfully absorb the flame qi and I even regained youth from metamorphosis. Yo Woon wondered. Then the imperial palace must have tried to test it on women. Ran Yung replied, yes, but I lied to them. She continued talking. I said that even women would react to the flammer qi if they have inner energy. So that it could lead to death anyway. The imperial palace gave up on testing on martial artists since they had already killed so many. But since there were thousands of maids in the palace who have not learned martial arts and therefore had no inner energy, they trained them to become the warriors of the imperial palace guardians. I wanted to go back to the 10,000 great mountains everyone before my death to tell. At this moment, Yo Woon rubbed his chin and thought, I guess I don't need to tell her. Suddenly Ran Yung knelt down and said, but I was the only one remaining who could protect the Kirin's blood and essence. I also had to make sure that my lie would not be found out by the imperial palace. Bong Ran Yung cried and said, but since I have now met you, Demon Lord, I have no more regrets even if I were to die now. Seeing her cry made Yo Woon feel uncomfortable. With that level, Ran Yung could have given up everything to run away from the palace and live the rest of her life. But she still chose the demon god religion. The leader, the 24th generation, is known as the Tyrant King but is also very satisfied with his subordinates who have absolute loyalty. What Ran Yung did made an impression on him, and just a few seconds later it was on the male lead's wrist has begun to form the heavenly demon sword. Ran Yung cannot hide her superiority. At first she could not recognize it because it was different from the heavenly demon sword she knew, but this is the heavenly demon's treasure passed it down. While still in shock and amazement, Yo Woon solemnly praised her loyalty. The 24th sect leader of the celestial demon sect, and a descendant of the great sect leader, the celestial demon, praised, who is a warrior who has faithfully fulfilled orders all these years. Unable to hold back anymore, Ran Yung burst into tears. She just prayed every night to return to the 100,000 great mountains one last time. However, the words of gratitude by Yo Woon has washed away the sadness of the past 200 years. But that is not the end, and in return for your miraculous efforts, I bestow on you the position of Great Elder. Ran Yung was moved and covered her face, crying and thinking, I didn't even wish for acknowledgement like this. I just wanted to be able to see the Demon Lord before my death. She sacrificed like that. Not only is her martial power equal to, even greater than that of the Lord, the Demon Lord's sword is too worthy. Ran Yung slammed his head on the ground, thanking Yo Woon's reward. In the eyes of his boss Hyo Bong, it was very classy. It's already amazing that the Demon Lord has reached the life and death realm. But for someone as powerful as her to enter the cult in addition to the unrivaled sword. The Demon Lord is quickly increasing the forces of the cult after ending the war with the sect and clans. Demon Lord, Yo Woon, it's as if he attracts all expert martial artists like a magnet. After that excitement, Yo Woon stood seriously. Ran Jiang saw his sect leader's serious face and was a bit surprised and worried. He said, normally I would take you back to the sect immediately. But there is still work to do. I will finish it and then I will come to pick you up. Until then, can you protect this place? Great Elder. Ran Yung replied with a serious voice. Why do you say that? Please just give orders and I will do anything. She has spent 200 years underground in the dark underground of the palace. Now waiting a little longer won't have much effect. Yo Woon was happy and replied to her. Alright, then there is something you can do. And then the leader also told his subordinates to prepare a response to those bastards. Ran Yung's eyes were cried and she was surprised at what the cult leader said. When morning came, chaos reigned in the Eastern Depot guest hall. The bodies of the members of the Eastern Depot and the maids who were supposed to be the palace guards were found. Found in the warehouse. They were found early in the morning. And the bad news made everyone in the palace sad. How horrible. A fight like this broke out and no one in the surrounding area managed to notice. Embroidered uniform guard 1000 household. Li Ahm thought to himself. The palace did not discover the incident sooner because the guards who were supposed to be on duty were eliminated. He frowned in frustration. A massacre like so happened here and no one knows anything about it. What he was witnessing was so strange. It was hard to believe. Then he shouted at his subordinates, "Why are you all standing there so quickly? Clean up to death." Just after giving the order, the door of the main hall opened with a bang and unwanted guests appeared. Officials in military uniforms rushed into the yard. It was not difficult when Li Ahm did not knew they were the eunuchs, and he wondered, why are they here? There was a person walking into the place where Li Ahm was standing. That person was a wandering elder. As he walked he said, "I did smell blood before stepping foot in here." His voice is like a chicken with hair stuck in his hair. And he's very stylish, stroking his beard as he speaks. But it's worse than I expected. Many people must have died. Li Ahm heard him say that and immediately thought, he's trying to get on my nerves. What brings you here? He stood with his back to Li Ahm and said, "I'm sure you're well aware why I'm here." Li Ahm's face darkened, resigned to his coordination. "From this time forward, our factory will investigate the incident here." When Li Ahm heard it, he couldn't believe his ears and angrily asked again, "What are you talking about? Murder that's been committed inside the imperial palace is supposed to be evaluated by the embroidered." He continued, "Moreover, the only job that members of the Eastern Depot were assigned to spy on people who could cause an uprising in Dai Min. Not here right now." Li Ahm grimaced and continued, "The Eastern Depot may be in charge of the Eastern Hall, but we have the investigative authority when it comes to crimes. Dozens of maids and other people of the palace were killed. Let's not fight over territory right now." He lightly licked his red lipstick in response. "Mr. Thien protects the cam. Why our bodyguards seem to be mistaken about something. Because in this case the bodyguard is also a criminal involved." Li Ahm immediately panicked and angry when he heard it. What nonsense is this eunuch talking about? Not caring about Li Ahm's confusion, the elder of the Eastern factory gave orders to his subordinates. Arrest all of the embroidered uniform guards for bringing in spies to the imperial palace. After giving the order, the eunuchs arrested the group. Li Ahm's men used ropes that had been prepared in advance. Those words made Li Ahm's stomach boil with anger. What a bastard who clearly accepted the job but now he is a criminal. Li Ahm shouted loudly. "Arrested? What the hell do you think you are doing, and who dares to frame the embroidered uniform guards of such a horrendous crime?" At the crime scene, these guards are called rebels, despite even though this was their first time arriving at the scene. A mere embroidered uniform guard speaking against an imperial order from the Soul King. Upon hearing his words, Li Ahm could not hide his confusion. At the same time at Prince Chen Ju Taegeum's palace, Sea of Stars Palace, more than 200 eunuchs from the East factory surrounded the entire palace. The entrance to the mansion was carefully blocked so that no one could escape. A young man with splendid white armor stood proudly. "The main gate is Soul King Ju Taegeum," he asked. "The preparations are complete, right?" Next to him an old eunuch, Lim Qianhua, adorned with colorful jewelry, in a blue robe, he answered, "Yes, Your Imperial Highness. They should have begun investment of the imperial tomb by now along with the people from the Murim alliance." In the back added a middle-aged guy in the uniform of a military officer. As assistant for Ju Taegeum. "Don't worry, Your Highness. I have received a notification that everything has been arranged. Just wait until now and everything will be okay." His real identity is a master from extremely sword 6 martial arts. If it succeeds, Ju Taegeum promises to support that wretched sect. Besides the blood sect master and other subordinates who escaped at the hands of the evil cult leader. He is the only one who did not appear showed up the night before because he had been by the crown prince's side all this time. When the order had just left Ju Taegeum's mouth, Lim Qianhua immediately replied, "Yes, Your Imperial Highness. Holy orders come. Prince Chen, get out palace to receive orders." The eunuch's voice was so loud that all the eunuchs and soldiers in and around the palace could hear it. As soon as Lim Qianhua shouted twice, the palace door opened, came out, and Prince Chen appeared with General Chan Nam. Prince Chen bowed his head in a polite but not very happy greeting. "Hello, Imperial brother. What brings you here?" "My brother, Your Imperial Highness. In the royal palace, Ju Taegeum has a higher position." However, after greeting, the crown prince immediately said with a voice full of dissatisfaction, "I haven't seen you for a long time. I haven't seen you for a long time." But why do we the eunuch and Lim Qianhua borrowed from my palace like this? Lim Qianhua saw this and began to speak on his behalf. A big problem happened in the palace last night. A group of rebels invaded and killed dozens of court maids and guards at the factory. Prince Chen clearly heard that they were really shocked by Lim Qianhua's words. Not yet, Prince. We received news that the culprits have stolen the founding emperor's treasure. Prince Chen's eyebrows raised at those words. Does it mean I am involved in this incident or what? Please don't. There was anger. It seemed like the rebels came from the demon god sect. They secretly came to hide during the festival and infiltrated the royal palace. The Eastern Factory warriors discovered it last night, so tried to stop them but sadly failed. Did they tell you that I brought them here? Are you trying to say that I, a prince, brought them here? Expecting a reaction like so. Lim Qianhua's lips curled into a mischievous smile. That's what I don't know. Because the king has requested the truth behind this incident be revealed and the criminals caught. If we continue, the continuing investigation of the truth will soon be over. To put it bluntly, everyone knows that the old eunuch wanted to use that excuse to take Prince Chen to prison for interrogation. Prince Chen was about to express his displeasure. Then Crown Prince Zhu Tiyun interrupted him by releasing threatening energy. This arrogant guy has caused chaos in the royal family and is still talking loudly. If you are involved in this matter, please obediently die. Gone. The last drop of water. The last mutual respect between the two princes had faded. Prince Chen truly knew. The demon cult was not a few absent-minded people leaving traces. There was no evidence. If you want to arrest me, that's a crime. Zhu Tiyun said. You think that the crown prince will have to go through so much to be able to control you? Now it's not just the workshop. Even the members of the gang, medical guards, and the martial artists of the martial arts are also confirming that. Prince Chen is still shouting along. If not with his own eyes. Don't even dream of raising his hands to be tied. Without an official document with a jade stamp on it, Prince Chen would not have to comply. So Lim Qianhua proposed to bring evidence to smash Prince Chen's face. If he directly took him to death and showed him what the demon cult had done, you will have no choice but to listen to them. Crown Prince Zhu Tiyun planned everything from the beginning. This guy has never considered his younger brother to be his equal. He expected that one day he would see Prince Chen kneeling with his head touching the ground in front of him. And the scene would change to the Imperial Palace within the Imperial Palace Guardians Hall. Through the hidden passage and the altar, Prince Chen and Zhu Tiyun are on their way to confirm the evidence. Behind them is the director Lim of the Eastern Workshop, a middle-aged martial arts master from the Extreme Sword 6 martial arts and the eunuchs of the Eastern Factory, accompanied by 4 bodyguards and finally General Nam. I will ensure that you face your doom. Crown Prince Zhu Tiyun could not hide the happiness that filled his features. Face. Noisy sounds rang out from the end of the passage. Many bodies lined up on the first floor of the underground passage, with torches lighting up the room. The whole group arrived at the Central Hall Imperial Palace Guardians Hall. Dozens of corpses were being examined by envoys of martial arts and palace officials. When they saw the crown prince, they all bowed to greet them. When the two princes appeared, they stopped working, asking questions. The autopsy was just completed a short while ago, so everyone wanted to rest for a while. Crown Prince Zhu Tiyun raised his hand when looking closely and turned towards Hang Tu-chen, who seemed to be asking to follow me. What? Even the middle-aged guy from the Extreme Sword 6 martial arts was satisfied. If all the guardians inside the underground were destroyed by the demon religion, then the emperor would definitely be very angry. Those henchmen and bloodmaster must have worked hard to give us this priceless opportunity. If the martial arts elders testify, then the reports will be considered reliable, of course. The god-demon religion, even I won't know why they have been persecuted. In the past few years, the 6 martial arts have planned for this. Only with a perfect plan will they receive the support of the next emperor follow. Take the blood of the unicorn. And most importantly, defeat the archenemy, the demon god religion. He is immersed in his fantasies. We will finally see the fruits of years of our efforts. Thai Crown Prince Zhu Tiyun didn't know what he heard or saw but shouted loudly. What did they say to him to make Crown Prince Zhu Tiyun scream so loudly? There are spies from the demon sect in the appraisal board. Quickly find them, and brought to this king. The reason was soon revealed. The traces on the corpses belonged to the pole sword martial arts. It couldn't be like that. When hearing those vague words, the eyes of the pole hound Dao martial arts began to show fear. He wondered what the hell was going on here. Noisy sounds rang out from the end of the passage. Many bodies lined up on the first floor of the underground passage, with torches lighting the room. You should divide according to the location of the wound left on the corpse and put down. Chung Su became the ambassador of 17 leaders from the political faction. He was strong enough, and was famous for his upright character, and that's why this person was invited to do an autopsy. Believing in the words of the sect master's swordsman is irrelevant but truly disgusting. The demonic cult has been known to be a force that always likes to make deals. And unlike other forces, they never have theft. Checking and concealing the traces of battle is not a difficult task. The elder shook his head, thinking that it was necessary to report the entire incident openly and honestly. About 100 eunuchs from the eastern factory were dispatched to move the scattered bodies. There were rumors about palace guardians protecting the palace, but until now no one had seen them, including the officials, the palace maid. The factory governor looked curiously at the corpse. It was a body full of scars. He knew nothing about the magic of the demon religion, so he just assumed that what he saw were cuts left by the demon religion. Again, he was about to go to the elder when he heard the eunuch standing guard at the underground entrance loudly. It turned out to be the Holy King and His Highness the King coming together. The eunuch's face turned pale. He knew that Crown Prince Ju Tae Yoon will arrive at any moment, but this is faster than expected. But before he could speak, the Crown Prince's screams rang out, repeating over and over again, "Too unreasonable. The investigation team must have been an insider of the demon religion. Quickly hunt down that guy and bring him to trial. History in front of me." The elder reported that to the Crown Prince. Not long after they learned the reason behind that scream was that all the injuries were caused by the 6 martial arts extreme swords. And then you guys seen the scene from the previous episode. The sect master's face turned pale and began to get scared. The eyes of the eunuch and the factory foreman widened. General Manager Lim's face turned pale when he heard that. And trying to ask, like this, if it's the martial arts of extreme Dao, then isn't it your sect? The Dao Kong sect master has said with certainty that everything is ready to be completed. If that's true, then the sword marks on the victim's body will be considered the martial arts of the demon religion. Everything kept coming like a storm, and someone came running in an extremely urgent, repentant manner. Although Ju Tae Yoon and the medical guard did not know anything about the middle-aged man's identity, but General Manager Lim knew about that guy. He had to immediately eliminate all possible variables to save yourself. However, the eunuch was too confused by other thoughts and did not even listen to the order. Before the words were finished, the elder's voice rang out very loud and clear. That was not all also. Your Highness, there were also those bodies on the bodies. There were also many traces of something completely different. The general manager's angry red eyes became more shocked when he learned that it was exactly wavy flexible sword art. It sounds like a bit of a headache because the swords are gone and even the eunuchs are panicking, so let's see what the swords are. It's a sword technique reserved for eunuchs created by a master and former general manager of the East Factory. As the power of the East Factory increased, that sword art became more and more popular. The person who understood the situation well, the old man surnamed Lim, began to get impatient and ignored the court's rules. His life was hanging on a fragile thread. He thought he needed to explain what the martial arts elder had just said. The general manager knelt before Ju Tae Yoon. He exclaimed with a voice full of despair, "Your Highness, this can't be possible. If the corpses inside the royal palace have traces of swords, then it means that the eunuchs of the Eastern Factory were also involved in the rebellion. Please investigate again, because how can we do it? I have checked about 20 of those bodies. It is definitely wavy flexible sword art. These traces were left by your people. I have also seen this sword art at the ceremony. Before the sword dance ceremony. How could someone with such a great reputation as an elder not realize that?" After eating and drinking well at the banquet, everyone gathered together, so they took turns in the East Workshop, the West Workshop, and the sword. The medical guard demonstrated sword skills. The general was afraid to recall that because the examiner was an expert in the righteous path. It was never easy to forget the swordsmanship that he had seen. Ju Tae Yoon's flowing eyes could see his quietly smiling face, of Prince Chen. He only knew how to get angry, then dodge and prepare to unleash his rage on the head of the half-male, half-female old man of the East Factory. Fortunately, Prince Chen pretended to be blind and demanded to follow him to see the evidence. Let it be. If this prince had resisted, he would probably have been locked up in heaven awaiting trial. The one who set the trap was the one who was trapped. Ju Tae Yoon wondered what step he had gone wrong. With the elder's testimony, the situation was now against Crown Prince Ju Tae Yoon, not Prince Chen. Could it be that it was the plan he had drawn up to catch us too? The perfect calculation to destroy the emperor's trust in his brother had turned into a knife that cut his neck. Ju Tae Yoon's face pale. If father knows about this, the trust he has built up so far will immediately go down the drain. It's still a long time until the coronation festival. That will be the day the next heir to the throne will appointed. The person who carried out this plot with the aim of usurping the throne. Even though he was only the son of a concubine, Crown Prince Ju Tae Yoon began to frantically scream and panic. The fact that he thought everything was going against him. It's completely natural that he was set up by his younger brother. Even if it was a conspiracy, if he couldn't resolve the situation immediately, things would only get worse. At that moment, the enchanting voice of a woman rang out. Everyone present inside the hall turned their eyes towards the direction of the voice. A woman wearing red armor with a special design appeared and greeted Crown Prince Ju Tae Yoon. His seductive and mysterious appearance from head to toe, making the eunuchs and martial arts elders stunned like idiots. Not only a mysterious person but also radiating inner strength from her was beyond everyone's imagination. Normally anyone would be fascinated by her beautiful beauty, but Ju Tae Yoon, who was pushed into a corner, scolded, "Who are you to dare to appear in front of the king?" After those words, Ran Yung showed them an order that had been given by the royal palace. Then gently said, "I am your majesty, the person in charge of the palace guarding the palace. Your highness, one of the palace guardians, still alive, according to what I know." General Manager Lim realized that 200 years ago there was a person, but how could he live until now? It's hard to believe, because Ju Tae Yoon took the command that she was holding to check. Sure enough, on the token there was a line saying that Ran Yung was the king's protector and had been given to him by the king himself. Which meant that Ran Yung was truly the best. The royal majesty of the royal palace guarded the palace, while Crown Prince Ju Tae Yoon was still in shock. General Manager Lim seemed almost happy, so he transmitted the voice to Ju Tae Yoon. The old man's eyes shined as if blessed by God. If this woman is the only survivor among the guardians, then we can blame all the blame on the 6 martial arts sword. Ju Tae Yoon finally understood what the general manager meant. If so, close the factory and I can escape the danger. Indeed, God has not destroyed my way of life. Thinking that he was safe, Ju Tae Yoon calmed down and asked Ran Yung in a stern voice, "What do you want to say? Can you tell me about this incident?" To that question, she bowed her head to the ground and began to cry. "The palace treasure that I was ordered to the guard was stolen by the eunuchs. Please punish me for not fulfilling my duty." Both Ju Tae Yoon and General Manager Lim were shocked to the core. What the hell is this beautiful woman talking about? So, those words were like a dagger stabbing straight into the dying patient. Prince Chen shouted in joy. "Are you saying that the eunuchs of the Eastern Factory also aimed at the emperor's treasure? Right?" He raised his voice just loud enough for everyone to hear. All eyes turned towards the eunuchs with suspicion. Because if true, the eunuchs of the East Factory had participated in the rebellion. If this continued, the East Factory would be accused of treason. General Manager Lim has read the worst possible situation. And when someone transmits the sound, "Manager Lim, we have no other choice. We need to kill everyone in this place to block the information." Peach Kong, the sect master, has realized how bad the situation has become. And the only way to save it now is to kill everyone here. Except for the Kong Tong sect master and southern military officer. Plus the old man. If you don't read the position, Ran Yung is only at the mystical level. So with the number of hundreds of eunuchs, if you risk your life, it will probably be overwhelming. General Manager Lim's eyes trembled after analyzing the proposal of the master of the extreme sword. Their situation at the moment was hanging by a thread. He immediately shouted orders to his subordinates. The crown prince had fallen for the trick. Quickly eliminate all the rebels and protect his highness. Following the command of the general, the eunuchs drew their swords one after another without knowing what to do. Elder Chung Su and the others in the sect could not hide their shock. You bastard! Do those people want to kill people and kill everyone? His heart was originally hesitant because this place was the sacred sanctuary of the royal palace. But the eunuchs were really angry and immediately changed their stance, all quickly protecting His Royal Highness the Holy King from those rebels. If Prince Chen was murdered underground, if he didn't move, he would be given the humiliating name of a rebel. Fortunately, there is still the southern military officer and all three of his subordinates. If you pay close attention, among the three people, hey, everyone is special because Heo Bong's bald head is the most noticeable. A eunuch pulled out 2-meter-long swords and shouted, "What business can you expect to do with only those people?" Southern the military officer did not hold back because that bastard eunuch finally revealed his foxtail. When the situation happened as expected, the knife gate master decided to use all his strength. Him and the general manager of the factory planned to find the strongest person, Ran Yung, to deal with it first, but suddenly saw that his right arm was missing. Before he realized it, his right hand, trying to pull out the sword, fell to the ground, blood flowing profusely like a stream. The culprit who did the interesting thing was a person in discreet disguise, believed to be the master of the sword gate by the master of the knife gate. He acted like an owl. His face turned purple and he roared, "You scoundrel! What the hell are you doing?" The long-haired woman then answered. Surprisingly, that voice did not belong to a woman. "After being slashed like that, you're still talking too much. That low tone belongs to a man." The bloodthirsty voice of someone who wants to kill the sect master immediately. Go back to a few hours ago. Elected, the sky is still pitch black and the sun has not yet risen. At this time inside Ninjong palaces, there is a middle-aged man standing in the courtyard in front of Ju Tae Yoon's palace. Chu Seong, Blade Club master, with an impatient expression. Patience, he thought to himself. It was too late. Had he already failed in stealing? Since the six-sword martial arts officially appeared in the martial arts, it has been considered the third force in the martial arts. This plan took them several years to prepare. The guardians inside the temple. Is the royal family strong? Have they failed to deal with them? For the plan to succeed, even the Blood Master, one of the top 6 masters, came along. Her failure meant the plan failed. The pitch-black sky looked like it had been turned into Melaleuca blue. And there was a sign of the approaching sunrise. The gate master didn't feel any presence, but a voice coming from behind made him startled and panicked. Chu Seong was quite surprised when he didn't feel it. The internal energy of this stranger, and he didn't understand when the other person was there. The only woman he knew that often could only be the Blood Master. And then when he saw the familiar sword. The Master Sword, only to harmonize the confused psychology. If you are the master of the blood sect, why do you have to cover your face? Questions began to be raised. That person said, "You don't need to worry." That was an arrogant voice of a woman. Then she deliberately showed him the burns on her body caused by the unicorn's fire. Who wouldn't recognize the blood sect master's voice and tone even when hiding his face? That's right, if it was the enemy, I would have been stabbed to death a long time ago. Knife Gate Master decided not to consider the matter too carefully this topic, and hurriedly brought someone to meet Crown Prince Ju Tae Yoon. Just like that, the sect master of the 6 great masters of the extreme sword sect had been deceived without even realizing it. Perhaps he was in a hurry for his duty. It's just my sect's business. Back to reality. Chu Seong still believed just now that he was the blood sect master. But why did he suddenly have such a sweet voice and now he's a man? Who would have guessed that it was the one hiding his face? Who was supposed to be the sword master's allies suddenly cut off an arm with just one unexpected blow? To be able to imitate another person's voice so perfectly is impossible. Yo Woon swung the knife and wanted to cut off his head to calm him down. Chu Seong's face became bitter and tried to block the attack. He's so confused that he couldn't think of anything else. Fortunately, he was able to react quickly by focusing his internal strength on the giant mace to defend himself. However, the sword he carried with him was made of iron. He couldn't stand it anymore. He was almost beheaded, if he hadn't raised his axe to resist the opponent's fierce attack. The axe shook after the impact and his body was even pushed backwards. The opponent only swung his sword as gently as a flying cloud. But that overwhelming power was amazing. That person's face was covered by a curtain, so the face and expression could not be clearly seen. But surely one thing's for sure. It doesn't seem like much force was put into the attack, and this guy is very strong. I need to take advantage of his strength. Chu Seong thought of using the speed and power of that sword to his advantage. While turning around, Chu Seong still used the extreme sword magic. His plan is to avoid that attack and then take the opportunity to attack the opponent. Thinking to himself, that masked person will not be able to resist, but no. Because life is not like a dream. Right when Chu Seong blocked the blow of the club, which had already cracked, now shattered into many pieces, and his body was thrown backwards with a force as if a pebble had been shot into a lake. His body only stopped after hitting the wall at the end of the hallway underground. Blood pouring from the corner of his mouth. All he had done was block a single blow. But he felt like he had been attacked by 5 swords of energy at once. If his body had to force it, it would cause his muscles to tear, even although I have put all of my inner chi into my maneuverability. To think he could deflect it that easily. Chu Seong realized the huge difference in power from just that one attack. In addition, the cutting attack his arm. Definitely not a surprise attack or luck. This guy is a real monster. Yo Woon blew away Chu Seong like he was nothing but scrap paper. For lost an arm, the weapon was also damaged and the situation seemed hopeless. Then a thought flashed. Chu Seong felt lucky, because he had recently learned the entire blood-reversing Great La Magic technique. Had not used it before, and he was very surprised that the internal force in his body had increased a lot. But suddenly the masked person suddenly appeared next to him and grabbed his head. At that moment a bright light started shining from his hand, transmitting extremely strong electric current. Chu Seong screamed in pain as the electric current ravaged his body. He had never experienced such pain. You're using a technique that you don't even know well about. The male lead spoke coldly. Chu Seong couldn't even finish a sentence properly. Yo Woon said, "Don't be too angry. Just present your level is just too bad." Meanwhile, the 100 eunuchs inside the underground hall are still continuously performing attacks. They look weak, but their swordsmanship is on a completely different level. Killing members of the royal family is taboo, and if anyone leaves here alive, they cannot predict what might happen. Southern military officer, who is said to be the Holy King's bodyguard, is having a hard time and fight with the master of the Eastern Factory. If the governor doesn't stop this person, Ju Ti-yoon will become untouchable. Besides, if the southern military officer and all the military guards also joined forces to protect the prince, things would be even more difficult. The amazing thing is that the 4 military guards did a very good job in blocking the attacks of eunuchs to other military officers. Southern military officer's duty is to protect the Holy King in all situations. If he dies, he is willing to accept it for the safety of Prince Chen. Initially, this person captured forced to deal with the eunuchs at the entrance of the underground level. But when Prince Chen seemed to face imminent death, he rushed forward in a rescue attempt only to be stopped by the foreman. Swords in hand, that name is so strange. So gentle that it's hard to predict each move. Because he didn't pay attention to his superiors. The southern military officer was injured and exposed to countless loopholes. His body ended up being fatally slashed dozens of times. In the meantime, you still have time to look around. I will make people regret not punching each other properly. On the other side, Prince Chen also felt that his subordinates were in danger. He did not know that today there were too many servants close to him trusted had to sacrifice their lives for him. And perhaps one of them also included the southern military officer. When he was stabbed straight in the chest by the governor, ignoring the pain, the general grabbed the sword tightly, seemed to block the force of the stab, and hugged the eunuch's body tightly. Seeing that you can still resist, You must have avoided the weak point. Why don't you stay still and let me stab you? It will be gentler. He was quite confident because he thought that his martial strength was superior to that of an experienced general. In the marketplace, the main job of a eunuch is to serve the royal family. As for martial arts, let it go in time. When the sword was about to stab him, that guy calmly stopped with one hand and said, "Look at you struggling until the end like this is very frustrating. Isn't it?" In a death-defying position, the southern military officer gritted his teeth and used all his strength. He shouted, ignoring the sharp thing in his chest, then used both hands to poke straight from under the chin all the way up to the opponent's important organ, the brain. This incident was also seen by General Manager Lim, and he thought, "That dumbass. Being distracted on the battlefield means death." But then when he turned to the master's sword, he also panicked and realized that he was lying in a corner. Many experts fell down. The number of eunuchs decreased significantly. Pulling out a poisonous gas from his father's body, General Manager Lim had another plan. Taking advantage of the chaos, this guy thought it was necessary to eliminate the Holy King to cover up today's rebellion. But no, one of the people disguised as a royal guard, Hio Bong, promptly ran to stop him. Only having a bit of the Great Elder's power, Hio Bong appeared very confident and said, "It's just a light attack. Is that all?" Black for Yo Woon's biological brother was a bit careless, so the eunuch with red eyes used a gesture and then passed by with the intention of strangling Prince Chen. As long as he can do this, no one will know anything. Even so, the position of power will remain as it was originally reserved for him. Then the threatening energy spread throughout the hall, causing his body to feel down. The force of the impact was so great that it caused the ground to crack. Raw. General Manager Lim's knee touched the ground as he tried to regain his balance but failed. Instead of normal energy, it was like an invisible energy but attacked physically and mentally with a blast of air. Scary. Even if he reached the extreme transformation state, it would be useless, and at this moment Yo Woon began to appear. A few heavy sounds rang out because the master of the demon god religion already knew who was the mastermind who needed to be destroyed. More than 100 eunuchs lay on the floor when they felt that extremely strong energy, causing everyone to be confused and suddenly exclaim, "I can't move. What the hell is going on?" Even General Manager Lim, who has great internal strength, has difficulty moving. "Sir, we cannot give in like this." Elder Kong Tong reminded his subordinates, "Don't do anything, just observe, because the person who did it is one of the 5 great masters. This is not something that just anyone can do. That unknown person is releasing terrible energy." Taoist Master Chung Su, a longtime elder of the righteous sect, he couldn't believe his eyes when he thought, just because he doesn't overwhelm us doesn't mean we can't feel his powerful aura. Is there really someone who can control his aura like that? They thought that that young man in his 20s was at least an expert in transformation. But to become as strong as one of the 5 great masters was unbelievable. If that stranger was on par with the 5 great masters, would he be on par with the northern Bin Dao guest? The energy was causing the eunuchs to uncontrollably lower their heads to the floor, and they couldn't even keep their balance. No way. More shocking than Ju Ti-yoon was also moaning with her face glued to the floor, screaming for help from Kong Lim. Kong Lim calmed down when he finally found the person who was emitting a source of light. That powerful energy. Only the eunuchs of the East Factory were overwhelmed by his huge aura. Except for Kong Tong. Why were the soldiers of the Cam Yi Guard still safe and sound? Could it be? Are on the same side? Thinking back, I was so focused on catching the prince that I didn't have time to notice the obvious bald guy. He was using fire energy. Maybe he drank the mascot's blood but still alive even though he was just a human being. General Manager Lim looked towards the direction of the Holy King Ju Tae Gyeom and thought that it was the prince who colluded with these people. And the prince saw that General Nam Gun was injured. In order to protect him, he shouted, "Yin Nam Gun, are you okay? Even if they are men from the Imperial Guard, it doesn't matter. I have to survive and report the news to the palace. That's the only way to overthrow him. Although his aura is very strong, he cannot completely defeat me. If he still uses all his strength, he can jump to a place high enough and unreachable." Manager Lim thought that, even if the person in front of him could make 100 eunuchs kneel, He wouldn't be able to do anything when attacked by him. The eunuchs could regain control of their bodies in a few seconds. They could make the most of every second because the guy in front of them was a monster. Manager Lim still had enough energy and jumped into the air. While floating, he reached into his sleeve and brought out a pile of needles. Although it consumes a lot of internal energy, it is extremely powerful. No matter how terrible a monster is, it cannot stop this thing. Breaking thousands of wounds is a martial art created by humans. Head of the I Am Chung Hua workshop. And inspired by the Tang dynasty's celestial sects. Those sects are extremely famous for their hidden weapons and poisons, which are among the masterclasses of the anemone flower classic. Destroying the spear is used to make the user's aura spread out like a wave. While the needles from his right hand are aimed at Yo Woon, the needles in his left hand fly towards the Holy King Ju Tae Giam. General Nam Gun was seriously injured, so he could only hug the Holy King Ju Tae Giam and rush out as a shield. With this attack, it seems that General Lim will have enough time to escape with him. Ju Tae-yoon. But things don't always go according to plan. A whirlwind surrounded the two victims and the needles were whirled high into the air and fell to the ground. Is that this time the Great Protector has actually taken action, but only because the demon sect leader has transmitted the sound, asking to protect the Holy King Ju Tae Giam. Not only that, Hyo Bong with his bald head was grimacing and using fire as a shield. Because he had just mastered this mythical power, it was difficult to maintain it for long. Hyo Bong inherently has a lot of positive energy, so it's tiring to regulate the hot internal energy flowing inside him. But just as he was about to be burned by his own fire, another, more intense fire covered the whole thing. Hyo Bong shouted in admiration because the great elder Run Jang had appeared to help. Her eyes became clear looking at her junior and said, "You are really difficult to please. Already if you don't control your internal energy well, don't let your guard down." Hyo Bong agreed when he saw that, but he was also a little confused. Why did the 200-year-old beauty look at him with such tales? Beyond the fire of a magical beast god? Turns out, in the heavenly demon god sect, there is a woman who also uses fire. The evil protector who is said to be the master of fire. The Lord of Heat and also the former president of the demon temple appeared and exclaimed, "Why did you let such a precious witness fall into danger?" Taoist Master Chung Su felt very lucky to have these people as allies. Not members of Kongtong who were considered dead. He began to observe the evil guardian Dharma and guessed that he was in the state of transformation. But then he thought again that he was at the initial, ultimate level. But not only this person. Other people have also reached the ultimate realm of transformation and they are all great masters. However, there is also a question that everyone wants to know, which is why the experts gathered together in the same place in the Guardian Temple. And so he immediately understood the problem and looked straight at Yo Woon. A young man with a pale white face and long flowing hair who was releasing majestic energy in the middle hall like a demon god. That person is none other than the leader of the great demon god sect that is a mystery to the remaining three forces, including the evil extreme knife sect and the righteous sect. This seems to be like it wasn't a dream. The nightmare wouldn't be so strange if everyone was massacred. When that thought flashed through his mind, General Manager Lim trembled in unbelievable panic. Right after the general, despite Lim performing his strongest secret technique, he still could not get closer to the king, let alone Yo Woon, which was an impossible task. Unless that person was an experienced person. Experience and ability to control energy with very high precision. However, no one knows that the male protagonist possesses NANO, regardless of his incredible internal strength. So perhaps he has superior intelligence. Why is it possible to control everything in sight like this? NANO activated the control system on the needle according to the user's command and all shot back to the place of the person who hit. The pair Yo Woon's eyes widened, quickly creating targets and all aimed at General Manager Lim. The needles stopped in midair spinning around the leader and he just waved his hand. The old Manager Lim started to get scared and tried to move. If he didn't hurry he would die. He was used to using that secret technique to attack others. But he had never experienced the feeling of resisting his own secret technique. More than 100 needles were flying backwards, at twice the speed that General Manager Lim had thrown, to counter what he was about to receive. He immediately used the spear and ate scriptures. Up until now, that sinister manager Lim still thought that if Yo Woon could do it, I could do even more. Very quickly dozens of hidden weapons were suppressed and then fell to the ground like rain, and the opportunity was here. General Manager Lim thought, even if it is a monster, it is the limit. The limitation of internal strength is basic. So the old man has to jump in and fight. All I need to do is use internal attacks to make him confused. Then take advantage of the chaos and escape this place. But that's just a theory, and in reality the opponent is the leader of the demon sect. You don't know when to give up, right? As soon as he got close, just a few meters away, General Manager Lim suddenly felt pain in his right arm. He rolled his eyes and tried to endure the pain because a part of his body below was gone, accompanied by an endless stream of internal energy that made him helpless. Thuk fell hard at Yo Woon's feet. Even if a person is a great master, how can he have so many internal attacks to perform many moves? If no one answers the general manager, then Yo Woon request, please give up, because trying again won't work. He felt embarrassed by these words and regretted that he had only achieved his intention a little while later. I was about to stand up to reason when suddenly my left arm suddenly fell to the ground. The leader of the heavenly demon god sect is obviously a person who doesn't talk much and rarely knows how to be polite. Without being allowed to stand up and talked, if that person tried to do it, the outcome would be very miserable. General Manager Lim's body was filled with pain everywhere. He looked at the young expert with angry eyes. The other eunuchs lying on the ground didn't believe it either. Why did my boss lose so easily? He was one of the 3 palace masters, so he wasn't any worse than the great masters. The old man cleared his throat, raised his head to look at him and said with red eyes, "You bastard, who are you to dare to block my path?" Yo Woon just coldly looked at Manager Lim and replied that he was the owner of the place he was planning to blame. He couldn't understand the meaning of those words, until a completely impossible thought suddenly appeared in his mind. Could it be that you are the leader of the demon sect? I guess now you've realized the stupid things you've done up until now. It seems you must know your outcome, right? Hearing that, General Manager Lim shouted angrily, I am an official of the great empire. Even if you are the father of the demon cult leader, it won't help. Yo Woon had a headache from this type of thing, so he used his hand to squeeze Manager Lim's mouth so he could continue his classy performance. Even before he finished speaking, the sword quickly pierced his neck and one of the sect master's hands burned the other head. So suddenly that General Manager Lim didn't even have time to realize what had just happened to him and his juniors who were lying on the floor groaning. The whispers and screams of the eunuchs of the Eastern Workshop made the hall feel like it was about to explode. Not a single person from the Eastern Workshop dared to stand up to avenge their General Manager Lim. Everyone could only look helplessly at the broken body covered in blood with the missing head and exclaim, "Oh my ghost!" No one in the palace could have imagined that General Manager Lim, a master in the palace, would be like that, was killed. Even Prince Ju Tae Gyeom couldn't help but be shocked. He punished without any means but dared to bloodily kill a palace official. Could it be that he no longer remembered the inviolability between mandarins and martial artists or what? Yo Woon is currently at the royal palace, which is the center of the empire. Prince Ju Tae Gyeom thought that, no matter how arrogant the divine demon religion is, they will not killing a martial arts official so easily. Taoist Master Chung Su, one of the longtime members of the Dai Min Martial Arts Alliance, had a confused look on his face. This person's martial arts position was so powerful. There is no longer any doubt. That is definitely the leader of the demon sect. The elders heard about the new leader of the demon sect through the advisors who were sent to the demon sect as envoys and also called him already a little sect leader. He had just climbed to the position of demon sect leader. But the Martial Arts Alliance still only thought of him as a mischievous child. Everything he heard from the meeting seemed to be lies, making excuses for the incompetence of the Murum Alliance that had reached 100.000 mountains. This person was not a child but as if an old monster. That person isn't a growing emugi, but a dragon that has reached maturity. Yuan Shi Tianjun immediately transmitted the sound to one of the disciples. Pay attention to the clothes and facial features of that person. When we return to the clan, you must sketch his portrait. His disciple Yang Woon was confused by that request. Then the elder explained him that was the leader of the heavenly demon sect. Then more important things quickly flashed through his mind. Even though they had formed an alliance, the celestial demon god sect was still a hostile force that the martial arts had faced off against continuously for hundreds of years. Such a person has infiltrated the royal palace without any notice or news. This will definitely lead to a riot. The elder warned, "Don't be rude or anything. Otherwise you'll lose your hand like a joke." Yang Woon couldn't help but be disappointed with the actions of his predecessor. Could it be that he's wary of the demonic cult leader, one of the 17 masters of the orthodox sects, Kongtong lustrous sword Taoist master Chung Su? He didn't bother to ask, because the elder would likely answer because he didn't want to get involved in the conflict between the demon sect and the Great Ming. While the two were talking via voice transmission, Yo Woon walked towards Ju Ti-yoon. Of course none of the eunuchs could block his path. In reality, after witnessing the general scene, Manager Lim was beheaded. They realized that they were nothing but small ants compared to him. The eunuchs, who were already shocked with fear when witnessing this scene, did not even think to the point of rebellion. Crown Prince Ju Ti-yoon's nose was still stuck to the ground and kept bleeding. His dignity as crown prince was damaged and he became even more angry to the point that he could not raise his head. Then when something spread this way, Ju Ti-yoon was startled and wanted to step back, but her limited strength did not allow. It was the head of General Manager Lim, and that crown prince had never come at the execution site. This was the first time he saw a human head being beheaded. Of course, that was a very important person, so he couldn't calm down. The smell of blood was so strong and horrifying, and the sounds of vomiting rang out as soon as the demonic cult leader walked in. He had gone through a terrible life. Life goes smoothly, and perhaps the male lead is the first person to hinder him. Sometimes to overcome fear, anger is the most effective medicine. He exclaimed, "Who are you, to dare standing in front of me? As long as I follow the plan, I will get everything but, including the position of crown prince. I can also depose that annoying holy king standing over there." But what Ju Ti-yoon was saying had reached the ears of Ju Tae-geum, his half-brother, and even the eunuchs lying nearby were embarrassed. Because of his personality, his outspoken and not easy to control emotions, Yo Woon took 2 steps forward and came closer before looking at Ju Ti-yoon with cold eyes and replied, "Tongues that cannot be controlled should be cut off first. Should I thank you for what you and your sword are trying to highlight my sect? Your Highness the Crown Prince." Before he can release his anger towards the south, his body began to float in midair. When Yo Woon mentioned the force behind him, Crown Prince Ju Ti-yoon's eyes widened. Luckily he also knew, so it was time to pay the price. "No. What are you planning to do? I am the Crown Prince of Dai Min. How dare you do that to a member of the royal family? You bastard, do you know you are causing a big problem?" Yo Woon moved his right hand and broke his elbow before blurting out everything. In the grand plan that had been arranged by the person called Dao Kong Sect Master, a high-ranking member of Extreme Knife, that dead man has affirmed his credibility, because the demonic religion never dared to approach the edge of the southern bank of the Yellow River. However, a change happened, and now Ju Ti-yoon is very angry. He swore that if he lost his arm, he would make all the demonic sects disappear from the Central Plains map. The bone in his elbow was broken, and the crown prince could not stand the pain. Yo Woon was also bored looking at Ju Ti-yoon, an evil schemer, trying to win the throne, even though he knew he was weak. The eunuchs immediately became extremely uncomfortable when they heard Yo Woon's screams. "Prince!" They used swords to run to help. "Why do you dare to break your highness's hand?" No matter how scared they feel, their loyalty to the royal family is still much greater. The eunuch angrily cast the upper wolf sword towards the demon sect leader. "Hold your mouth, while I was ignoring you and it seemed like you were also giving up your lives in vain." The moving body suddenly stopped, not knowing what was happening. When they see themselves, they become stiff like dolls and their faces turn pale. They all cried out in pain and then died in a strange position. It was killing a chicken with a buffalo knife. Ju Ti-yoon swallowed her saliva and wondered, "Why is it so different? Who the hell is that?" Once you have overwhelming strength, you don't need to care what force the opponent comes from, even if it is official. martial arts, court or crown prince, while Ju Ti-yoon tried to use every word he could think of to threaten the leader. Yo-woon still absent-mindedly continued to break his other arm. In pain, the pain and fear of experiencing the feeling of each piece of penis protruding from his skin made his hot head calm down and said, "This king accidentally spoke. How could a prince break the agreement of the founder? Your Majesty, please forgive me." He knew that continuing those arrogant words would cause him to continue to be tortured. Yo-woon replied, "It would be such a pity. If he continued to talk, if you talk like that, I'll cut off one arm." Just those words alone make the prince's spine chill, and Yo-woon is not one to mince words. However, the male lead suddenly felt the aura of not just one or two people but many experts entering inside. Ju Ti-yoon's body was thrown in a certain direction. Because he wanted Ju Tae-geum to do this. Ju Ti-yoon fell to the floor. He no longer had the strength to stand up and vent his anger like that. "That's enough. As promised, I will forget about not dealing with your Royal Highness." Yo-woon shrugged and looked at Ju Tae-geum, then affirmed, "This prince can do whatever he wants." Before the firm words that were just given, Ju Tae-geum's face suddenly became dangerous. He looked at his beloved royal brother, making Ju Ti-yoon even more resentful. Ju Tae-geum said, "It's a pity to see your plan," then enthusiastic to carry it out. "Now, he's so angry again. Should he admit defeat or not?" That voice didn't have the slightest bit of worry. Rather, it was close to sarcasm. "Ju Ti-yoon," he replied. "That bastard Ju Tae-geum. Duke Lim died unexpectedly because of you. Even if there were witnesses, do you think your father would easily trust a young girl of the harem? Or the power would tilt in your favor?" The third princes sighed. When the situation became more and more unfavorable, the crown prince regretted his choice. Then he called out loudly, "Elder Kongtong, my second brother was too blind and ended up doing horrible things. I hope you don't get involved in this matter." Now even when he becomes a suspect, he still wants to do something to make himself a victim. And to even Taoist Master Chung Su was speechless. The situation has come to this and he still wants to pursue power to the end. "Oh Yuan Shi Tianjun, please save the price. If the doctors of the autopsy department do not, if you close your eyes to the current situation, you won't be able to climb to the position of crown prince." Then an obstructive voice rang out, making Ju Ti-yoon angry, wanting to sit up to see who that person was. However, this guy was too exhausted to do so, and now that he saw it, he would never have the courage to do it. So the leading figure of the Great Alliance has appeared. Followed by the emperor are many powerful subordinates, from literary mandarins, to military mandarins, to eunuchs, to the concubine. As was their habit, all the people working for the royal court quickly knelt down on the ground very respectfully. And no one dared to raise their eyes to look at the prince, whose name was so great. So, no matter where you are, you will not dare open your mouth to see your father coming. Ju Tae-geum quickly bowed. The second prince asked to pay his respects to His Majesty the Emperor of the Great Empire. Now all the military officials inside the hall knelt down before the solemn man in royal armor standing at the entrance. Yo-woon did not do that, and neither did the members of the demon sect. Because the sect leader originally had equal rights with the emperor. Seeing the emperor coming, he clenched his fists with determination. Yo-woon glared, frowned, and thought to himself, "The emperor is coming. Things are going to be very troublesome." Crown Prince Ju Ti-yoon looked towards the people behind the emperor, and he gradually fell into extreme despair and fear. The plan failed, and now there is about to be a rampage. The person wearing a shirt, the shiny red circle and gorgeous jewelry is the West Hall commanded Yu Chung-eun. He is the person in charge of finances in the palace. To the right of the general are three eunuchs. The one wearing a navy blue uniform is Inner Branch Hall Commander Cotae Sik, an embroidered uniform guard leader commander Beek Ya Gi. And the person standing next to him who is radiating unique energy is embroidered uniform guard's strongest warrior northern military officer Jung Jo. Something that rarely happens, when all the leaders from the forces in the palace have gathered in the underground shrine. Despite the presence of the king, Yo-woon looks like still unusually calm. But the story will be very confusing. Ju Ti-yoon was still stunned at the sudden change in the situation. So he immediately ran to his father and cried, like a child. No one stopped this action. It's just that in front of all the ministers. He looked a bit bored. Your Majesty, please save me. The second brother is plotting to create betrayed. He wanted to kill me. General Manager Lim was killed by him. And I was tortured mentally and physically by him. Holy King Ju Tae Giam could not hide his anger when he heard the words of White change. The Crown Prince's fate change. When just now the Crown Prince had thrown away his status to beg for a way to live. But the eyes of the king, of a father attentively listening to his eldest son of her, yet filled with an unusual coldness. That icy cold gaze made Ju Tae-yoon feel confused, her arm with a broken elbow sticking out, and her nose bleeding so brightly that it made her feel confused, giving him even more basis to paint the overall picture about the bloody tortures he had to go through. Because he was the eldest prince and the only son of the deceased queen. The emperor always treat this guy with warmth and love. Ju Tae-yoon tried desperately to convince his father. But the look on his father's face made him freeze at that moment. You still dared to be so cunning in your defense. And even colluded with the East Factory admiral to cause trouble. Don't I know? Although the crown prince has tried to win the support of many military officials, including General Manager Lim, making them his allies, you forget that in this palace, does all the supreme power lie in the hands of His Majesty Emperor Ju Tae-1? Or do you really think that in this world there is no place where His Majesty's eyes and ears cannot reach? When listening to His Majesty's orders, Your Majesty, General Manager Co Tae-sik looked at the military officials in the room and gave instructions. The old eunuch asked his servants to carry out the investigation according to His Majesty's orders. Ju Tae-yoon did not understand them, what they were talking about, especially the investigation they were talking about. But he soon found out and tears continued to flow. Among the eunuchs of the Eastern Factory who were lying face down on the floor with their heads bowed, 5 eunuchs stood up and approached the emperor near the door. So the prince gradually felt his long-standing intention. Every guess finally came true. The master of the temple's main interior, Sim Hyam, together with the 4 brothers. We would like to pay our respects to the king. We have completed the investigation mission. The amazing thing is that all 5 eunuchs are members of the College of Cardinals. Ju Tae-yoon is too shocked to understand and his father is demanding a report. About half a year ago, when I started my duty to supervise the East Factory, after 3 months, we noticed that the second prince often showed up, entered Dong Tang, the government of Dong workshop, because he was not a high-ranking member, so he could not gather full details about what happened. But he realized that Ju Tae-yoon had shaking hands with members from the Extreme Knife 6 martial arts is an undeniable fact. After the whole report was given, the emperor's voice turned cold. Just for the crown prince's position, he had the heart to massacre the palace guard soldiers. I am extremely disappointed. It was my mistake to make you like this. You should have been raised strictly like other princes. Knowing clearly the emperor's stubborn nature, any excuse was meaningless, especially after hearing the report. Ju Tae-1 ordered Co Tae-sik to arrest all the reactionaries and put them in prison. Following the orders of the leader of the Dai Min, a satisfied smile appeared on the face of the northern military officer, Jung Jo. He felt humiliated when the factory arrested one of his members. And now the situation has turned around. So how can it be impossible to hide the satisfied smile on your lips? Life is so unpredictable. Guards wearing armor begin to appear and line up in the underground hall. The half-male, half-female crowd of horses, who had always been fearless, were now in chaos and did not fight back. The number of guards pouring in continuously was hard to count, and certainly one thing. If anyone resists, they will die immediately. The entire hall is almost filled with shadows. The number of people holding medical guards has reached 200 people. To arrest all the rebel eunuchs of Dongzong, give it to me. Northern military officer Jung Jo shouted freely because he had the king's protection. Anger mixed with excitement appeared on the faces of all the medical guards because they had been waiting for this day very much. Long time. A golden opportunity to repay the eunuchs for everything they have done to them in the past time. Governor Lim is dead and the king himself judges them. The eunuchs gradually realizing that the return of the factory will not only become a shame in history, But maybe from now on it will become history. Ju Tae-1 looked at his eldest son's face and became even more bored. So he directly requested that the crown prince be put in charge. According to the emperor's orders, the medical guards approached Ju Tae-1, who was kneeling on the floor in pain and kept explaining all sorts of things. He kept clarifying his position, one's own intelligence and all that. But the words of heaven cannot be taken back. Father, you cannot do this. That dirty bastard Ju Tae-1 colluded with martial arts members. Lam and, with his demonic teachings, he killed the general manager of the factory and made me become like this. Why do you treat me like that? He cried like rain and shouted, but the king even without even looking at him. His disappointment in his son reached its peak. A cold emperor must always maintain integrity between public and private and be ready to punish anyone. Violate, even if it is the person he loves the most. When the crown prince's screams gradually subsided, the emperor step by step entered the middle of the hall. My beloved son's affairs have been resolved. Now I need to deal with other matters. His father brought everyone here. Ju Tae-1 couldn't hide his shock. Following the emperor were the two generals and their attendants, the northern military officer. Jung Jo moved later, but that was not all. The eunuchs of the western factory and the cardinals rushed forward and lined up in 2 rows, surrounding the outside of the hall. How disrespectful! How dare you stand like that when you are being taken down? The general shouted angrily. When the king arrived at the underground hall of the royal temple, Ju Tae-1 and others immediately knelt down. However, some people did not do so. Ju Tae-1 temporarily did not pay attention to this matter, because he needed to solve the crown prince's problem first. When the king reached out his hand to signal to stop, the general who wanted to say something was silent. He wanted his son to explain clearly related to the incident. It was not my son who dragged them here, but only the people who helped me. Ju Tae-1 responded cautiously. After hearing his son's words, the king seemed to think thought for a moment. There was no way that martial artists could be so bold. He didn't know the end of the story here, but he saw the young man wearing a black robe, cruelly breaking the crown prince's arm. They dare to hurt my son. That's unforgivable. It's like slapping a father like Ju Tae-1 in the face. The king gently asked, Yo Woon, are you guys from a demon cult? Yo Woon continued to observe. Then he clasped his hands and said, I wanted to leave once everything was resolved. But as you know, things never go as planned. It's an honor to meet your majesty. The heads of organizations seem more angry than shocked, like your majesty. The general manager of the factory, Yuk Chung-eun, an absolute master, came forward filled with anger. You bastards are arrogant and disrespectful to the king. Where are you going? Quickly tie me up and castrate me. He thought, I need to trust his power. Himself, he thought he had to let those disrespectful people know where this place was. But the great protector Ma Ra-Gyeom came out to protect the leader. No one noticed every move of that Dharma protector. And by the time they knew, it was too late. The old eunuchs must not disrespect our leader. The non-aggression pact was signed with equality, and we do not work under the authority of others. Northern military officer, Jung Jo, quickly guessed the enemy's identity. People called Ma Ra-Gyeom the king of hell because you rule over life and death on the battlefield. Jung Jo drew his sword, unsheathed his sword, and turned towards the great protector Ma Ra-Gyeom with a cold look, which clearly said that he was not satisfied. Ma Ra-Gyeom exclaimed, not only did you boldly draw your sword in front of the king, but you also had the audacity to threaten the mandarins in the pavilion. Don't you think you will be able to escape from here safely? As soon as he finished speaking, the royal guards started moving with their shields held in front of them. This was a military tactic, aimed at lowering enemy morale and reducing fighting spirit. However, it did not lower anyone's spirit but only shook the hearts of the shamanic cult members. Instantly, a self-moving sword drew a straight line on the ground, in front of the guards. Thanks to that, the elite soldiers had no choice but to stop. From the front, the left protector removed his disguise to reveal his red hair. If anyone dares to do anything to the leader, he must accept death as the end. A warning that spreads fear in his heart. The northern military officer sighed and thought to himself, with a few masters from the demon sect, it would be difficult to catch them. They The current leader of the new demon sect does not have a very prominent reputation in the palace. But everyone in the martial arts world knows how strong the two guardians are. One of the people still kneeling suddenly stood up. It was a woman with a seductive body and waist-length hair. The mandarins know who she is and have been constant allies with Dai Min for 200 years. Even if they are martial arts masters, fighting her is unlikely to win. In front of her splendid beauty, Baekje thought that this is the true power of the royal palace. Run Zhang's fire, which in his mind was meant to attack the demon religion, was engulfing the eunuchs and royal guards. They are isolated from their allies. The fire circle stronger than the left guardian is waiting for Yo Wun's orders. Anyone who dares to threaten the leader of the demon god sect will burn him to ashes. Run Zhang shouted towards the 300 soldiers surrounded by hot flames. In front of the beauty Run Zhang's splendor, Cotae 6 said, "Those damn devils who only know how to dance swords and release fire. Look closely at the power of the palace." As the fire swirled around her body looking like the reincarnation of the unicorn. Run Zhang's fire, which according to Commander Cotae 6 thoughts was to attack the demon religion, is now entwining the eunuchs and royal guards. Everyone exudes blinded by fear. I thought that the palace guardian would eventually return to the royal palace. No one could believe their eyes when that expert who had lived for 200 years changed 180 degrees. Ignoring all the confusion and questions of why, Run Zhang, the great elder of the demon god religion, raised her voice. Anyone who touched the leader of the church would let her know that a woman who was considered the strongest ally of the royal court had just aggressively threatened her. The king seemed to remember something. While trying to maintain a calm expression, the first time they met was the day he inherited the throne. "Do you know what you are doing?" The northern military officer shouted loudly with a red face. "Old man, I cannot accept that the power that backs the emperor is on the side of the demon cult leader." Run Zhang replied, "I have seen you before, when you were a young soldier. But now you were strong enough to yell at a woman." Run Zhang mocked Commander Baekje severely. "Have you forgotten that your newly sewn uniform turned to ash because of mocking me?" Finished speaking, she immediately rushed forward, leaving the so-called commander of the military guards paralyzed and scared. He used to be a talented military guard and rose to a high-ranking position when he was only 34 years old. With his signature red armor, Run Zhang hit Baekje straight in the body, causing him to cough a few times. He is said to have the most martial arts talent among the guards. Yet he was suppressed quite easily. Cotae 6 rushed straight into another mandarin's body and the two hugged each other and fell down hard against the wall. It is true that we should not underestimate the mysterious power that the Great Alliance has been hiding for many years. Even though we have used all our strength to defend ourselves, we still cannot resist Run Zhang. Run Zhang criticized Cotae 6 for being too young and green for his age. Maybe he should call her an old lady. Baekje was furious and pulled out his sword to retaliate, even though his subordinates tried to warn him that he needed to rest first. Then think about it later. Baekje shouted. The person who is supposed to protect the emperor but protects the demon religion is truly treasonous. I will use this chunjun bestowed upon me by the former emperor to punish you. The chunjun, that's the famous sword made by a master artisan in the Chu kingdom. I never thought I'd see that sword with my own two eyes. First grade supreme. Do you remember the emperor? Are you very interested in martial arts? Sometimes you bring the martial artists in the palace here to compete with you. I also always bring this sword with me. Baekje continued to speak. Now you say I'm still just a young kid but now strong enough to use this sword to kill you. Run Zhang is an extremely loyal person, having spent 200 years in the royal mausoleum. Even though they no matter how many tricks he plays, he cannot completely convince her. That is Baekje's true purpose. He wants to remind her of the memories and loyalty she must show to the great lord. Baekje jumped forward and attacked Run Zhang, who was standing in front of Yo Wun. The splendid sword was emitting colorful energy while attracting countless rays of light in the air. All of them contained the intention to kill Run Zhang. The attack he executed vertically with the idea of cutting her into two pieces. The energy that the sword emitted seemed familiar to the great elder. However, she knew that she could not leave her position at this time to protect the leader. Use this method to block that move. But all the moves up to this point are not fake. When Baekhyagi approached, he ignored all the fire because he had enough air to protect his body. Avoiding that heat, he chose the right moment and then held both hands tightly and slashed strongly as if to put pressure on him. Spears fell around. Run Jang used his experience to catch the sword covered in Baekhyagi's energy. Baekhyagi exclaimed, "You actually stopped it with your bare hands. That's really strange. It will be a difficult fight. Because he has competed several times before but has never been able to defeat her. First Great Supreme, don't you remember this move? Because your Majesty the King created it and how you perfected it." Baekhyagi's goal is something different, he said as he used his kai to push the sword. By showing it to Run Jang, he wanted to make her remember the loyalty she had to the royal family. At that very moment, the sound of breaking water rang out, causing Commander Baek's beaming face to suddenly deform. The gift from His Majesty, the precious sword of noble lineage, which he treasured more than his own life, was broken, as he looked at the pieces of the sword falling to the ground. Baekhyagi's eyes were filled with despair. His heart was numb. The guardian spell of the demon sect also praised and expressed his feelings. "You are now just like Baekhyagi. Oh, what a pity. Why is it so fragile, and I don't understand either. You keep forcing me to remember something. Don't make fun of my memories and force me. From the moment I was born until now, I have always lived for the religion and only stayed at the royal mausoleum to protect the things of the religion. After all, what is the reason to betray?" Over the past 200 years, she had to endure physical and mental torture and tormenting loneliness as she witnessed the elders of the demonic cult die without a place to bury. And until she learned Yo Woon's identity, and until she met the foolish young man Hyo Bong, the desire to live like a 20-year-old girl arose. Baekhyagi did not know where Run Jang belonged. The demon god was angry and stabbed her in the face. The blood that spewed out also made everyone scared. The person who was most worried was Hyo Bong, the leader's younger brother. Fortunately, a certain man, a criminal, stopped him because this was too much. Which made Run Jang quite surprised. Because she didn't even know who that person was. She almost used 2 fingers to blind Baekhyagi. It's true that there have always been variables since Yo Woon revealed his identity. It can be considered that this is also one of the variables that he never considered. His Majesty the Emperor is watching. Everyone please gather your energy for me. The words just transmitted are from the Maelstrom Sword Emperor, Lim Gyu-hwa, the only bodyguard of the Emperor. After stopping the senseless things that just happened, he ran over and knelt down to pay respects to Ju Tae-1. "Please forgive me, Your Majesty." I stood and watched as the Emperor ordered. But I had to stand up because I was afraid things would get more dangerous. I was also about to convey the news to you. The king is still indifferent to his close servant. Lim Gyu-hwa's actions were too fast, and only when his face was revealed did everyone know how long that person had been here. In fact, everyone knows who the emperor's bodyguards are in the palace. But everyone doesn't know their specific background. Cotae Sik turned to ask the subordinate in the back for information, but he just shook his head and said, "I don't know who he is. I've never met him before." In addition, that guy also told Cotae Sik that when he summoned the soldiers, Lim Gyu-hwa was completely missing. That must mean that he disguised himself to infiltrate this place. What a strange day, even living in the palace. It is rare to meet Run Jang and Lim Gyu-hwa. Run Jang is also a bit confused and suspicious. Although he has met her before, his strength seems to have increased significantly compared to the previous day. In such a chaotic atmosphere, the king spoke up again and asked, "What is Yo Woon? Is he a ghost?" If the beginning of a story is too smooth, it is a warning sign for a dangerous hero. I am very grateful for helping the Holy King and will not ask why I helped him do what he did. What? And as for the first Great Supreme, it turns out that I am the only one who knows that you are a member of the demon religion. So Baekhyagi did not know and was disrespectful. I hope you will forgive. For the king's words, everyone here rolled their eyes. It was a secret that was not easy to reveal and not easy to accept. Ju Tae-1, whom they respected the most, admitted this, but to believe it right away was a bit difficult. If this is true, Then the unicorn blood and unicorn core belonged to the demon god religion, not the royal palace. The emperor's voice gradually spoke up. This place is the royal palace, and the night the inviolable covenant does not allow the cult leader to infiltrate and cause chaos like this. If the king asks Yo Woon to take responsibility for his actions, then he has no reason to reject this. There, Yo Woon spoke up. If you feel uncomfortable, then please forgive me. But we really want to clear up the misunderstanding. Before the leader could finish his sentence, Ju Tae-won stopped him and changed the story about martial arts. He once knew that martial artists would determine mistakes and win or lose by comparing strength. Is it right to call it the law of the gypsies? Regardless of the reason, you arbitrarily infiltrated the palace, harmed my subordinates, and broke the arm of your highness the king. With these crimes alone, I can charge you with violating the non-aggression pact between mandarins and martial arts. Although you have offended the Great Alliance, I also respect the laws of martial arts very much. After saying that, Ju Tae-won asked Lim Gyu-hwa to stand up, as if he wanted this defender to do something. This is my defender. If you defeat him, then this will be as if nothing happened. The whole atmosphere, their surroundings changed according to the movements of Lim Gyu-hwa. A handsome young man, but at first glance he looked like a eunuch and was also beautiful enough to be considered a woman. I am the bodyguard of His Majesty the Emperor. I'm very pleased to compete with the demon cult leader. It sounds terrible, so Yo Woon is quite surprised. Up to now no one has dared to solicit and ask for a one-on-one fight with you. Lim Gyu-hwa clasped his hands respectfully with the leader of the demon sect with a very confident expression. Ju Tae-won leisurely looked at the leader of the demon sect and then clasped his hands behind his back and said, I will make an appointment between martial arts and non-aggression between the demon sect and the gods and the royal court. Yo Woon frowned at his words, wanting to amend the treaty. So this was the king's true goal. He knew he would accept responsibility but did not expect this old man to demanding so much. You have to be able to be loyal to the Great Alliance regardless of whether there is a treaty or not. Right? Ju Tae-won looked down at a person still bowing his head. It was none other than Taoist Master Chung Su and the disciples. These people are longtime messengers of the righteous sect. They still choose to bow their heads to show that they do not know about what is happening and do not want to participate. The elders just want to waiting for the situation to be quickly resolved. He was suddenly asked and now he didn't know what to do. The emperor's question was too sensitive to answer. These things always happen when demonic cults appear now. If we can't defeat this guardian, you want the demon cult to become a servant of the empire and not be considered a member of the treaty anymore. Right. To Elder Kongtong, who is facing a dilemma, Yo Woon's words are like his savior. Even if an alliance is established between martial arts and magic, they will still return to a hostile relationship when they achieved their goal. Yet in front of the king, Yo Woon was helping a member of the sect. He couldn't help but admire him very much. What the sect leader is doing is away, but the demon sect respects the alliance agreement with the main martial arts sect. If that happens, the king will certainly try to bring the entire martial arts under his control. Ju Tae-won expressed regret when he could not control Taoist Master Chung Su. The demon religion made great achievements at the time of founding the country. His Majesty the Emperor also had the goodwill to sign an inviolable treaty to recognize your freedom. But that's just a favor, and you see it as a favor. The current treaty between the martial arts and the empire has caused too much disturbance to the peace of the palace. So you don't think about it. Must pay the price? Yo Woon thought to himself. This old man has enough arguments but only revolves around one conclusion, which is that when the sect leader loses in a fight, he will definitely return to being a disciple for the Great Alliance. Even Ma Ra-gyum, the Great Protector, was confused and thought, how clever he wanted to take advantage of this situation to undermine the sacrosanct relationship between mandarins and martial artists. While the whole Dharma Protector is wondering what to do, the Great Elder has transmitted a voice request to stop this game immediately. She firmly believes that Ju Tae-won has a basis and is dreaming about winning after the competition. Ren Yung doesn't know everything because she was always in the royal mausoleum. But she heard that there was not a single person in the martial arts world who did not know the name Lim Gyu-hwa. Ma Ra Guillaume widened her eyes after realizing the sudden reputation of her guardian. Appears. He knows where he heard this name. That's right, the title Maelstrom Sword Emperor. Lim Gu Hua was famous decades ago. He was once one of 5 great masters in the Central Plains and known as the Sword Emperor. Are not only considered a martial arts star but also a legendary swordmaster. Previously, when he was only 20 years old, Lim Gu Hua stirred up the world. In a fight, he defeated the 5 great masters of swords, and many masters predicted that Lim Gu Hua would be the #1 master in the Central Plains. But the Great Protector heard that he only worked in the martial arts for 1 year and disappeared after that. But in the past more than 90 years ago. So that means that eunuch was an old monster over 120 years old. Even if he had undergone reincarnation or biting a pill, life-extending medicine like Bak Tu Thien cannot overcome the law of time. Martial arts are based on the ideology of winning as king and losing as enemy. Ju Tae 1 wants to take advantage of the power to earn the sword Lim Gu Hua to bring the magic spear back under siege. If Yo Woon refuses, it means he is admitting that he and his subordinates cannot defeat the king's guard. Before answering honestly specifically, the demon sect leader stepped forward. Then he threw up his cape to show that, "What the hell are you afraid of punching?" All the masters in the Great Alliance were surprised. Because they were being attacked. The majesty of the leader of the 100.000 Great Mountains shook. The aura was a bit hazy. Too chaotic, causing all the eunuchs to be knocked back dozens of meters. Even Ju Tae 1, who was well protected thanks to Co Tae Sik and Beek Ya Gi, got a little involved. Now, that sinister old man understands, but it's not clear what Yo Woon is plotting. In fact, his instructions were a little powerful. But he also wanted to create a vast space. The martial arts training area is a bit cramped, so I'm taking the liberty of allowing everyone to retreat. It's all for your majesty's safety. Please forgive me. Lim Gu Hua, who is considered the strongest, a master of transformation, immediately realized that something was wrong and said, "The master is very kind, but protecting your majesty's safety is my duty." That guy pulled the sword from his belt and slashed it straight without warning Yo Woon. He said, "Protecting your majesty's safety is my duty. Please focus on the conflict. Let's win or lose right now." Lim Gu Hua, who was standing proudly in the moment, spoke with an urgent voice. The sword moved flexibly like a whip, creating invisible waves in the air. Perhaps the Sword Emperor wanted to end it quickly because he realized that Yo Woon was a very strong person. The weapon in that eunuch's hand seemed to magically transform and bend, snaking around weak positions. Yo Woon attack point. But it's all meaningless to a sect leader who stands at the pinnacle of martial arts and is almost the strongest among all the main and evil factions. Lim Gu Hua tried to get closer to make Yo Woon cower, giving everyone the idea that the cult leader was being abused. Could not deny this level. But with each slash he realized that he was hitting the ball, not the person. Transmutation means that when performing this technique, even though the knees are not there and the legs are not moving, the evasion speed is very fast. It was a natural thing, and Yo Woon had the heavenly demon sword in his hand. Blinking at his back, he responded with a fatal slash. Of course he couldn't help but know that the black fire sword in his hand was an invisible sword. The royal palace could spread a rumor saying that they had the power, causing the demon cult to submit. This is the scenario Ju Tae 1 drew when the cult leader lost. A clear bet when the king poured all his capital into the battle. Both masters were creating a scene of stabbing, extremely variable slashing at the ultimate level, even when it was impossible to avoid due to the transformation technique and the heavenly demon sword. Lim Gu Hua chose to attack directly. His sword fluttered and touched the heavenly demon. The sword creates dazzling flames. The royal guardian is the first general manager of the Eastern Workshop. He is very strong even before absorbing the unicorn blood. The evidence shows that this guy is still never wanted to use what he thought was his trump card. A sword shield cast from a wolf sword. Loud explosions shook the last basement, where treasures were buried, misunderstanding that it was mine. With each strike, a different sword wave pattern is formed, and it makes the black fire unable to penetrate the range. The two kept jumping here, disappearing there. then rushing at each other like wild animals. No one could see how they moved, because it was so fast and so perfect. It was necessary to reconsider the fighting space because perhaps this place is not enough to make two experts show their full strength. Then the end was gradually coming to an end when Yo Woon directly attacked the weak points that he asked Nano to analyze in a split second. The Heavenly Wolf sword was supposed to become stronger with each attack but was penetrated. Lim Gyu-hwa's eyes momentarily became worried. He had never been like this before. Finally, an explosion rang out, causing all martial arts officials, martial artists, and magicians to turn tail and run away from the influence. No one knows what the current situation is because the rising smoke obscures the view. General Manager Cotae Sik almost fell to the ground, wondering if this was really a fight between humans or not. On the demon sect's side, they lamented their leader. He was too classy, too strong and too sharp. Run Jiang began to recognize the ancient aura inside if there was something familiar. The sweat on her forehead would also flow down. An unexpected turn of events from Lim Gyu-hwa, one of the martial arts masters in the Central Highlands. Right at that moment, that guy brought out his final power. The smoke and dust gradually disappeared, revealing Yo Woon standing majestically on one side, and on the other side the royal guard was grimacing. His body grew red scales like a demonic great elder. Then the sound of grinding teeth rang out, because what Yo Woon showed was beyond expectations. Unlike the inner palace guardian who kept the unicorn blood for 200 years, Lim Gyu-hwa was free to go outside and absorbing all the best things to protect His Majesty's safety. To achieve this success, the royal palace has sacrificed so many eunuchs. Yo Woon sees that fighting is not losing. Surely you need to be more serious. Surely even the royal palace doesn't know that the male lead has absorbed the unicorn core. This is extremely important, and in the past it belonged to the demon god religion. As if he was absorbed in the battle, Lim Gyu-hwa sobbed and waited for all the things Yo Woon would show next. He was very happy, but maybe he regretted it, and maybe it was also a pity for his long-cultivated talent. For up to 90 years, heavenly demonic energy began to appear around the body of the cult leader. It was a type of aura that only the leader of the demonic cult had the honor of receiving. This was just energy, the greed of the dragon, an ancient beast whose horn was cut off by the devil himself, of course. With that infinite greed, the aura is coveting Lim Gyu-hwa. It's not that I crave the eunuch's body. It's just that everyone will be affected by unicorn blood. After a while of suppressing the huge power in front of them, Lim Gyu-hwa realized that he was too small, and initially said looking for a true rival. But now he may need to retract that sentence, as Yo Woon now smiles evilly and says, "You said I was a rival, right?" Yo Woon smiled brightly and continued, "Let's see how much Lim Gyu-hwa can endure." Everyone around was watching the fight between the demon cult leader and the emperor's personal guard. The faces of the royal guards were as white as powder, just like the eunuchs, probably because they were a little bored with Yo Woon. At this moment Yo Woon's arms suddenly raised. The black fire aura was blending and clearly revealed, but it was very difficult for anyone qualified to recognize. Lim Gyu-hwa suddenly felt worried, even though this strong man had the scales of a blood unicorn protecting his body. They all held their breath as the sect leader pointed at the guard and with this cold attitude. "We were imagine what the victim's ending will be like. Of course no one knows that the male protagonist is in a very high realm, and of course he can use the invisible sword." With one swipe, the explosion broke out and a thunderstorm shot straight towards Lim Gyu-hwa at breakneck speed. General Manager Yuk Chung-eun squinted his eyes and wondered. It's just sword energy. What's so stressful? That old man really still doesn't know what fear is. His expression and thoughts were exactly the same as Lim Gyu-hwa was also silently thinking to himself. What evil pagan trick is he doing? With just that nonsense sword energy, how can he do harm? As soon as he felt the pressure and deadly aura, he was startled and tried to keep his mind calm. The most important thing right now was to take precautions to preserve his life because the leader's actions cannot be taken lightly. Lim Gyu-hwa urgently used his mind and grabbed the sword that had been blown away at that moment. The sword moves flexibly like a whip, creating invisible waves on the middle frame like a shield. The long sword contains techniques from the heavenly swordsmanship. making the shield stronger against every attack it receives. The eunuchs seemed to want to scream in encouragement. The essence of the wave swordsmanship. Trained in 10 great achievements, including many quintessence of their esoteric martial arts. The subtlety of merging and reflecting all force that sword barrier is capable of deflecting all the power that hits it. In easier words, imagine to the counter-shock force created by martial artists in external attacks or hand-to-hand combat. Although it is described as classy, the truth is the opposite. Because Lim Gu Hua's eyes are rolling back in surprise. The Thien Lang sword is supposed to become stronger with each attack. But it was penetrated, which is a natural thing. Because Yo Woon is using an invisible sword and only he can notice it. Okay. In the moment of death, Lim Gu Hua quickly dodged to the side with just one move. He would most likely die. I really can't imagine such a simple and gentle move. But the power is so powerful that the soul is scattered. The priest's eyes are red but still cold as before. Is it just that Yo Woon is excited because he doesn't think the opponent will be able to avoid his sword move? The eunuchs were the ones who were truly disappointed. Even if it's such a strong energy, the attack should have been concluded by the rotational force of the sword barrier. The sword passed by Lim Gu Hua's right arm, and of course this is a very clear scenario. When blood poured out and drenched the ground, that arm fell to the ground with a thud before it became necrotic. Everyone heard the master, who was considered the best in martial arts, cried out majestically like a pissed-off chicken. This is the power of the invisible sword, one of the skills that only the strongest of the most advanced realms can perform. Lim Gu Hua was wondering how strong this person will be, and besides the pain, he also gradually feels that his fate is over. Yo Woon didn't want to waste any more time. Like a ghost of death, he appeared right after the opponent's back makes that person freeze and unable to move. Lim Gu Hua turned around and immediately imagined what his death would be like. So in his struggle, he began to wave his legs and arms, doing everything he could to escape the hands of the demon cult leader. The difference between a low-level expert and a high-level expert is not that big. But as a person becomes stronger, the gap between them and others will become larger and larger. Blood splashed out. A strong fishy smell filled the air, but no one paid attention to that. The cardinal's 2 fingers slid across his throat. If it were seen with the naked eye, but on closer inspection it would be invisible. The sword is the main cause of death. The person who is confident about his subordinate, the Emperor Zhu Tae-1, opens his mouth and screams because it is truly more terrible than what was calculated. At the same time feeling the pain of having my throat cut and then the burning pain. These are pains that no one can describe in words. Is this really the power of life and death? Everyone has the same feeling. That feeling was oppression and fear, and I couldn't believe it even though I saw the signs of life on Lim Gu Hua's body seemed to be gone. That eunuch who lived for more than 100 years may have finally ended life here. Yo Woon gently touched the corpse and blood flowed out. He deliberately did so to make the emperor know what demonism is like. Emperor Zhu Tae-1, I really don't know what to say. After all, he asked for a competition and all. And the result is clear. Your Majesty is right. When the relationship becomes more lenient, it will obviously be considered special. Isn't that right? Lim Gu Hua has reached the realm of the supreme and beautiful master. Even compared to the top 5 great masters in the past, he is ranked among the 3 great masters. Ran Yung is not very confident. But now she is too assured about this 24th generation leader. Those who are worried about their leader immediately become confused, are suppressed too easily. In time, Yo Woon had recently increased his power dramatically. The fight happened so fast, and within 3 moves, Taoist Master Chung Su and his disciples had stunned, unbelievable expressions on their faces as they observed the fight. Battle. Taoist Master Chung Su felt that the first time he met Lim Gu Hua was exactly the same as the time he met the master of martial arts. Yet he was cut down like a third-rate martial artist. If I'm not mistaken, the move must have been invisible. Sword. A tangible sword that is known to be invisible with invisible energy. The demon sect master has truly achieved the level of legendary sword venerable. Just like in the Flower Mountain Gate. The power of it was amazing to pierce through the heavenly wolf sword, which became harder and more solid with each attack. A small murmur was quiet and short, but its impact was huge. Most the people in here are all martial arts practitioners. So they are clearly aware of the realms of cultivation. They have heard about the realm of life and death. But no one dares to believe that any strong person in this world can achieve it. A real monster was born in the demon religion. Emperor Ju Tae-1 is very regretful because he just lost his talented servant and embarrassed his ancestors by wanting to suppress the demon religion. The king appeared dazed, scared, and even more scared when Yo-woon was in front of him. Black fire aura covered his body along with a murderous smile, asking, "Are you afraid of me, Your Majesty? I am the emperor of the great Ming Empire that rules the world. But I am afraid of this young sect leader? Get away from His Majesty immediately." Northern military officer Jung Jo was pointing his sword at Yo-woon, but his limbs looked very shaky. No one can move before this huge power, and in response the male protagonist said, "There must be some misunderstanding between both sides." Emperor Ju Tae-1 gritted his teeth in pain and regretted coming here. What did he think wrong? Are you in awe? Are you the leader of the world? Shame was clearly visible in his solemn eyes of the emperor, and he suddenly took a step back when Yo-woon approached. Stepping back means accepting submission to the opponent. This is a huge humiliation for the Emperor Ju Tae-1, ruler of the great empire. Yo-woon continued to take another step closer and raised his hand. The other person's body was exactly like the eldest son who had been floating in the air. "How dare you do that to Your Majesty?" The military officials all raised their swords and shouted and tried to attract attention, but it was of no value. While he was trying to overcome his fear, scared, a blue mirror blade was pressed against his neck as he was preparing to move. That was the Great Protector, who always wore a mask with a unique pattern. He affirmed, if he was still talkative and nonsense still. Just look at Lim Gyu-hwa's head on the ground as an example. Standing not far away and ignoring the situation of life and death. Cotae-6 shouted after him, pulled out his sword and shouted, "People, a wretched scoundrel who dares to commit blasphemy." The eunuch tried to move backwards, intending to use his sword to secretly stab him. But there was no way the leader's subordinates would let that happen. Just as he was about to aim, a column of hot fire rose up right in front of that man's face, creating a flaming wall. Ran Yung raised his hand to warn one last time. If you don't want to die like a dead dog, then stop doing those silly things. The scene was so chaotic and also ridiculous. When the royal family is threatened by a sect that also belongs to one of the major religions of the Central Plains, this is usually something Your Majesty can only say, "If Your Majesty has an advantage over me." Right. Yo-woon kept going back and forth, guessing that if it lasted too long, Emperor Ju Tae-1 would probably die of shock. A cruel reality that made his heart shudder, even though he didn't want to admit it because of the threats. That's it, but the king really has no other choice. Behind him are old eunuchs trembling and pointing their swords at Yo-woon. Old eunuch Cotae-6 spoke up. "What are you doing, you bastard? Protect His Majesty the Emperor immediately." He looked towards him. There are only 5 of them. Are you planning to stand by and watch His Majesty being insulted like that? Hear that? Those guys, the other enthusiastically rushed forward. Obeyed the order. "Damn you. Let Your Majesty go immediately." His face was still calm. His hand was also gently raised. His mouth was too loud. For a moment, his face cracks appeared on the ground under everyone's feet. An invisible force pressed against them, causing them all to lie down on the ground. They tried to kneel and use their hands to steady themselves, but they couldn't. The pressure was too strong for their bodies. The leading eunuch Cotae-6 could only utter a sound. How could this be possible? He thought to himself. Only with his true energy can. Yes. This is a monster, not a human anymore. He looked forward, muttering, "His Majesty the Emperor. Over here." After the old emperor saw that scene, he mumbled in panic. How could a lowly person do something like this? After taking action, Yo-woon spoke up. It was finally quiet. "Then let's continue talking. Inviolable treaty is to protect the founding emperor. Now do you know who is the mistaken one?" Hearing that, he thought again. "I have no other choice but to admit he is right. A monster like him can kill me in the blink of an eye. But I can't lose this way." He spoke up. "Do you think you can solve the chaos you caused? I'm sure it's not anyone in the demon sect. He is as strong as you. Hearing that, his eyes were filled with anger. Retorting, your life is now in my hands and you still speak so strongly? Seeing that, he pushed closer. Don't underestimate me. If you kill me, don't ask why the seawater is salty. You can't threaten my life. He just finished speaking. The knife in Yeo's hand wound quickly passed through his neck. At this time, everyone was very worried about his safety. Both the commander and the prince spoke up. His Majesty and father had the tip of the knife in their hands. He just passed by, leaving streaks of blood running down from the tip of the knife. That old emperor only now regained his composure. The sword only quickly passed through his neck, leaving a mark right on his neck. At this time, he continued, when bamboo grows old, shoots grow, so does his throne. His eyes looked at him in horror. He continued, am I right, Crown Prince Ju Tae Gyeom? Heard that, Ju Tae Gyeom's face was sweaty. He didn't know how to answer. What did he say? He said it as if he was the one planning a coup. Heard that, Taoist Master Chung Su thought to himself. Could it be that the prince had cooperated with the demon religion? And the martial arts alliance had been supporting the spirit king all this time? If now the emperor is killed and Crown Prince Ju Tae Gyeom ascends the throne, the situation will change. Became extremely bad. He looked at Yo Woon's figure. But the problem is that we are not strong enough to stop that person. Even if the 10 heroes join forces, we are not sure we can fight him. I never thought there would be a time when I would be so helpless. Yuan Shi Tianjun saw this. The old emperor thought, so this is the power of an ultimate expert. Now I understand why did the founding emperor tell us not to break the treaty. However, he still wondered. Something seemed wrong. He could kill me and put Crown Prince Ju Tae Gyeom on the throne. He must know that if he kills me right now, war will break out. But if he kills me in this situation, there will definitely be more bloodshed. There is no way he can don't know that. If so, then Emperor Ju Tae looked at Yo Woon trying to fix his sword towards him and thought, is there something he wants from me? The demon sect leader. Suddenly, Ju Tae Gyeom suddenly appeared between the two of them, startling Yo Woon. Yo Woon spoke coldly. What are you trying to do? Hearing that, Ju Tae Gyeom trembled in response. Teaching Master Cheon, please stop. I know you are very upset about everything that has happened, but wasn't the original agreement just to stop the plot of the 6 martial arts extreme knife? Hearing that, old Emperor Ju Tae remembered the 6 martial arts extreme swords. Isn't that a newly established force, wanting to become part of the treaty? Then, Yo Woon replied, I keep that's the promise. But Ju Tae Gyeom spoke up. You must not threaten His Majesty. Yo Woon replied, just like when the great empire was founded, our demon sect also helped the emperor establish it, one-handed, but in the end he still tried to overpower us. As I said, too much pampering will create ungrateful people. It's enough for us to pamper you here. We have no more reason to continue making concessions to His Majesty and the court. Both. Yo Woon continued to say, sorry, but I don't have time to explain the truth to your emperor right now. If you don't get out of the way quickly, don't blame the king's sword for being heartless. Ju Tae Gyeom is still very determined at this time. The king cannot avoid it. If the leader wants to kill His Majesty, then cut him down too. Yo Woon's eyes became cold. He spoke up, you try seriously. After that, he used true energy to twist the prince's right leg, causing the prince to kneel. His face became panicked. Then Yo Woon still did not stop. His hand he lifted up. Ju Tae Gyeom's other foot was also twisted by him. Only then did Ju Tae Gyeom feel the pain. He screamed. Ju Tae Gyeom fell down. His hands hugged his legs tightly. Seeing that, the emperor spoke up. What are you doing? I thought you wanted to put Ju Tae Gyeom on the throne. Yo Woon coldly replied, as long as he is alive, he will still be emperor. Hearing that, he gritted his teeth in anger. I couldn't predict what he would do next. He was completely at odds with the righteous martial artists. So this is what a demon sect is like? Over here, even though Ju Tae Gyeom's legs were crippled, he still tried to approach, hugged Yo Woon's leg and begged, please, priest, please calm down and give father away. Live. Regardless of that request, Yo Woon still coldly responded. It seems like 2 legs are not enough. Ju Tae Guillaume spoke up. Stop it, leader. Yo Woon is angry. Don't give orders, give me. Immediately, Ju Tae Guillaume's hands were twisted, making him scream in pain. At this time the old emperor spoke. I have lost. I will do everything you want. So please have mercy on me and Ju Tae Guillaume. My son. Those guardians are still under control. They can only speak. Your Majesty. How is it possible? It seems like they not wanting to submit like that. He smiled, as if he had achieved his wish. Okay. He let the emperor down and said, I will tell you my conditions at the Jinan Palace 2 days later. Please make sure you have the royal seal ready for the formal proceedings. Hearing that, the emperor thought to himself, royal seal. He really wants something. Is he planning to make a contract? Yo Woon smiled sarcastically said, I would like to express my condolences for the passing of the guard. After all, it was fun to fight with him. After speaking, Yo Woon turned around and said to his subordinates, let's go. Emperor, I'm trembling at this moment. Demon sect leader, I absolutely must not touch him. He shouted, what are you guys doing? Why don't you quickly bring my body to the royal doctor's room? A few days later, at Xingyang Palace, Prince Ju Tae Guillaume, Your Highness Prince Zhu Tae Guillaume, your lowly subordinate southern military officer, Yin Nam Gun, has come. Yin Nam Gun came in to ask about Ju Tae's health. Is Guillaume okay? He said, what do you think? For the first time in my life, I felt such pain. Thanks to that, for the next month, I couldn't go anywhere. That guy really doesn't have any sense. What humanity? Ju Tae Guillaume remembered Yo Woon's face at that time. He transmitted the sound to me before doing so. It will be a bit painful. Yin Nam Gun said, but it's okay. Luckily it doesn't have any effect on the bones. Ju Tae Guillaume shook his head and agreed with him and said, the royal physician also said it wouldn't have much effect. When it heals, maybe my bones will be even stronger. That's right, I should be grateful to the demon sect master. Thinking back, actually I received a lot from him. During my treatment, Father was very concerned about me. For the first time, Father called I am a child. To have such trust from your Majesty. This business deal is truly too much for me. Ju Tae Guillaume continued. Maybe I have to rest until the Mid-Autumn Festival. Yin Nam Gun nodded and replied. Fortunately everything was over. I was very worried because I was afraid that your highness wouldn't be able to walk anymore. Moreover, I was also very worried because of where that cult leader could have jumped from. At any time. Finished speaking, Yin Nam Gun thinks that your Majesty's appearance is indeed a big turn of events. Although I also feel sorry for the northern military officer, Zheng Zhou, but I have no choice. Ju Tae Guillaume is still grumbling. If only he would be a little more gentle. That guy really is stupid at times. Right, Yin Nam Gun. Yin Nam Gun's face is like his face changed at Ju Tae Guillaume's words. At this moment, it seemed like there was a figure behind the prince without realizing it. Who do you think? The only demon sect leader Yo Woon who is in a trance like this. Oh well, I'm still worried and don't know what's going on with you. It turns out you think I'm like this. Your Highness the Holy King. Hearing that, Prince Ju Tae Guillaume quickly turned his back and stammered. Probing, Yo Woon, when did you come? I asked him while thinking. After all, this is the prince's palace. At least you should reveal your aura so people can know who is here. Yes. Then Yo Woon answered, I came just now. The prince knew for sure. You had heard everything by now, so you quickly spoke up to justify. I mean, if you were a little more gentle it would be perfect. How much? Hearing that, Yo Woon explained the matter. Yes, I understand. Has your highness discussed with his majesty like what I said? He immediately replied. Of course I said what I said. The owner said yes. But after saying that he thought about Yo Woon. The reason why I think this guy is really a monster is because Prince Ju Tae Guillaume remembered the time under the tomb. The scene at that time. It appeared that while he was using true energy to control the eunuchs and the emperor, he could still change the plan immediately and transmit to me the truths I needed to tell. Regardless of his martial arts skills. His skills are so powerful. How can he do so many things at once? Next. The prince added, I said that the 6 martial arts sects were traitors who wanted to use the royal brother as a puppet. plotting to take over this great empire. The sect leader saved the royal family from their hands. Wait a little longer. Your Majesty will understand. The patriarch heard what the prince said correctly. I told you so. Yo Woon smiled and said, "It's okay if he doesn't sympathize with me, because I have already achieved my goal." Hearing that, the prince said again, "But leader, if you don't, I'm shy. Can I ask you a question?" After listening, Yo Woon said, "Tell me." The prince spoke up. "Can you tell me what you want to ask His Majesty? You said you have achieved your goal. Do you need anything else?" Hearing that, Yo Woon replied leisurely, "Not really a request. I was planning to make a proposal that the king could not refuse." He remembered the scene when he met the king at the Jinan Palace on the same day. "This time later, when I finished making the request. That was it. If you refuse, as I said before, you just need to proceed with the inviolability treaty as usual." After hearing that, the emperor looking at the document and thinking, "You can clearly do it. But you don't force me. You mean it's okay for me to refuse, right?" While thinking, his hand held the jade sister to close a confirmation of Yo Woon's request. With a bang, the royal seal was closed, through which Yo Woon's request was approved by the emperor. Yo Woon's face smiled with satisfaction, because his purpose has been fulfilled. Then the scene changes to 10 days after the incident in the imperial tomb. Hanam province, base of the Murim alliance. Inside is 17 masters' meeting room, but it seems some heroes were absent today. Then everyone asked Taoist Master Chung Su, "What do you mean? The demonic cult leader, how could he be at the imperial palace? I don't know the details, but it seemed like Prince Chen has something to do with it." At this time a monk next to him spoke up, "Amitabha, but why is the 6 martial arts method able to take advantage of your royal highness to infiltrate the palace? He is Murim Alliance 17 Masters 4th seat Hengshan sect leader. Sa Tae." Then the old monk next to him also asked again, "Like what he said, the 6 martial arts sword can even touch officials. If they get hold of the mandarins, the martial arts world will be in chaos. And he is Murim Alliance 17 Masters 2nd seat Shaolin Temple head. Great Master Gak Yian." Next, a person dressed as a Taoist, while stroking his beard, replied, "Chaos is not bad. The position of our martial arts alliance will also be in danger. If we think about that aspect, shouldn't we thank the demon cult leader? This person is Murim Alliance 17 Masters 6th seat Mount Hua sect leader. Peng Chung Woon." Hearing that, Murim Alliance 17 Masters 17th seat Hubei Peng clan patriarch Peng Guyu spoke up, "You've always been so optimistic about the demonic cult leader after your visit to the demonic cult." Hearing that, the sect leader Peng replied, "And the Peng family leader is always aggressive. His appearance of trying to fulfill his duty as a martial artist is very respectable." Hearing such provocation, Peng Guyu immediately stomped on the table and shouted, What do you say? How can you say that? Are you making fun of me?" After hearing the gossip, like that, Taoist Master Chung Su, who was shaking with anger, he slammed his hand on the table loudly. The poor Taoist still hasn't reported everything. At this time a man was at the end of the table, looked towards him. "So you still haven't said the main idea?" He clasped his hands to appear calm. "Heroes, please be quiet to listen to what he has to say. So this is Murim Alliance head Righteous North Sword, Li Mok." After he spoke, everyone stopped talking. He said, "Taoist Master Chung Su, please finish talking." In the room everyone became silent. Taoist Master Chung Su continued to report. When he heard about the personal guard of Emperor Lim Guhua, who was one of the 5 great masters of the Central Plains about 90 years ago, as well as the Maelstrom Sword Emperor, everyone was surprised. But after Taoist Master Chung Su continued speaking, the heroes' faces stiffened for a moment. At this moment he emphasized once again, the demonic cult leader killed the Maelstrom Sword Emperor. That was also because he mocked the demon cult leader. Hearing that, the other people's faces were covered in sweat, stammering and asking again, "What? That makes sense at all. One of the 5 great masters died at the hands of a 20-something-year-old demon cult leader." The guy next to him also said, "Isn't the Maelstrom Sword Emperor at least at the mystic realm? That means he's on par with the Murim Alliance head." After hearing that shocking news, sect leader Peng exclaimed, "Dear primeval Lord of Heaven, twice to reassure himself. He also asked again. Sect leader Yo Woon is definitely not a strong person to the point of being able to defeat the 5 great masters. Or maybe Taoist Master Chung Su saw wrongly. Taoist Master Chung Su trembled. His eyes still filled with a trace of courage and replied, I did not see wrongly. I have met many martial artists from the demon sect. But he is very different. Sect leader Peng retorted, what is the difference? After all, he is the leader of the demon sect. More or less. You have not. After speaking, he was interrupted by Taoist Master Chung Su. It wasn't just that he didn't know anything about martial arts. He remembered Yo Woon's expression at that time. If you see it with your own eyes, you'll know. Thanks to me, far beyond the limits of a human. Maybe a demon god. We should call him a demon god, he said with a scared face. Seeing his panicked attitude like that, Sa Tae spoke next to him. Amitabha, a demon god. It seems Taoist Master Chung Su has encountered too many things, so his mind is still confused. Please drink a cup of tea. As soon as she finished speaking, his anger grew. Finally were the heroes listening to me. The demonic cult leader pieced through the personal guard's absolute barrier with the formless sword. Not only that, he was even able to take down more than 300 expert martial artists with just his true energy. After his words, suddenly a hand was raised to stop. Wait. It turned out to be the hand of the leader Li Mok. He wanted to ask the question again, the last topic Taoist Master Chung Su mentioned. Do you just say, formless sword? Do you realize what that implies? Taoist Master Chung Su replied, of course yes. He's a martial artist at the life and death realm. After this information was confirmed again, everyone was surprised and frightened. Even martial arts leader Li Mok, the person with the highest martial arts position here, could not help but be surprised. Fear, the life and death realm. But it seemed like someone didn't believe that, and even laughed. It sounded so absurd. The person next to me followed suit. Isn't that realm only found in legends? Sa Tae the monk also suspiciously said. Hasn't it been long since Peng Chung Woon met the demon cult leader? How could his martial arts suddenly increase so quickly? Seeing everyone's suspicion like that, Taoist Master Chung Su didn't even bother to explain. He sat down on the chair and said, so no matter what I say, you guys won't believe. Over here, Master Li Mok is still silently thinking. The life and death realm. No, I can't believe it. But if what he said was true, then all the forces of martial arts would be shaken. Suddenly, the sound of someone's footsteps running and hitting the floor was a scholar. Alliance head. It's from the supervisor. We received an urgent message from the branch in Kaifeng. The palace has just announced they will be changing the national religion of the Ming Empire to the heavenly demon divine cult. Just after hearing the news, Li Mok's face turned to sweat. He asked again, what are you talking about? The scene now changed to at the Jinan Palace of the Empire. At this time the emperor is sitting on the throne. Below are 2 ministers. They are trying to dissuade. Your Majesty, please reconsider. Please withdraw the announcement about national religion. Your Majesty, there are so many great religions. Why do you choose the demon religion? At this time West Hall commanded. Yu Chung-un spoke up. Your Majesty, the demon religion people do not agree with the great empire where, especially the demon leader, Yo Woon, made His Majesty, Emperor Ju Tae I. As soon as he heard that minister intending to repeat the old story, he immediately angrily hit the chair. I said, about what I encountered in the royal mausoleum, I was not allowed to say a word. But, when he heard that, he knew that he had accidentally mentioned a taboo. So he quickly bowed his head and asked for forgiveness. Your Majesty and your servants have committed a crime. Out of respect, he repeatedly kicked his head against the floor. Seeing that he was also interested, His Majesty told him to stop. Stop it. He did not dare open his eyes to look forward. His forehead was full of blood. His mouth was whispering. Spoke up, thanking His Majesty's pardon. At this time, Emperor Ju Tae I raised his chin and spoke. I want to ask, what do you think about the enemy's enemy? At this time, Inner Branch Hall Commander, Tae 6 spoke up. Please forgive me for speaking up. The enemy of my enemy is my ally. Hearing that, Emperor Ju Tae I also agreed. Yes, Sect Master Yo Woon told me that. He remembered Yo Woon's words. I have said it before. I want to ask something. If you were the king, what would you do to the enemy's enemy? He remembered and deduced Yo Wun's question. But the question of Yo Wun, the leader of the religion, and I were different, because Yo Wun don't ask me what I think, but ask me what I will do. Hearing that, Cotae Sik continued to speak. But your majesty, if you say so, then the righteous martial arts alliance is also the enemy of extreme swords. 6 Martial arts. Moreover, the martial arts alliance also has a good relationship with the great empire. Hearing that, Emperor Ju Tae 1 replied, "What have such insignificant people done?" Taoist Master Chung Su, one of the 10 heroes of the martial arts alliance, just stood by and watched while I was insulted, while my weaker subordinates sacrificed their lives. Hearing that guy couldn't either. Having justified the matter, the emperor continued, "This is a matter of extreme swords and 6 martial arts rebels. Those rebels are terrifying enemies. They are targeting me, the great empire." His hand trembled as he clenched his fists. "Marry the Golden Lord. If the martial arts alliance cannot help us even though we have made a contract with each other, then is there any reason to let them become the state religion?" Hearing the emperor say so, Cotae Sik trembling, stiff all over. They have served the emperor for so long. How can they not understand his personality? They have underestimated the emperor's personality too much. That he is a direct pursuer thoroughly in politics. But they were wrong. They did not think everything through, paid attention to the emperor's feelings and did not predict this matter carefully. But we will withdraw this matter. His hand was completely out of the plan. But those who planted spies in the palace did not let go so easily. He understood that he could not hastily make emotional decisions, but had to think more rationally. Suddenly recalled the ability of that monster Yo Wun. With just one single hand, countless inner masters had to kneel to the ground. The power was truly beyond imagination. Moreover, he had a clever strategy. Be obedient to destroy all the plots of the evildoers. Use poison to fight poison. Thinking so, the emperor shouted loudly, "You hear clearly. The reason I chose the heavenly demon god religion as the state religion is to restrain the 6 martial arts extreme swords. If you have not come up with any best solution, then don't ask me to revoke the state religion." Finally, under the emperor's decision, the 2 elders looked at then we decided not to dissuade them anymore. Because the emperor's words just now went well. At this time, the 2 of us communicated to each other. Maybe we should leave. After all, His Majesty has given us another chance to suggest a better solution. Return to Henan province base of the Murim Alliance. After the emperor's announcement of adopting the celestial demon religion as the state religion, the officials' conference rooms had to be lit from morning until late every day. From the perspective of a power that had made an agreement with the celestial demon cult to fight against the 6 extreme paths of martial arts, this is no different from a punch in their back. And another thing that is being debated is the martial arts of the demon sect leader Yo Wun, demonstrated by peerless masters, able to understand the power of the formless sword. They were already in their twilight years, so they couldn't understand when they heard Taoist Master Chung Su say that someone so young had broken through to the life and death realm. During the chaos, a guest at the palace came. After hearing what the other guest said, Monk Sa Tae was the first to speak. "Amitabha, Lord Miju, is that true? This person is the Imperial Palace great flourishing depot spy." "Miju," he said, "it is. I was told that the emperor would be willing to take back his decision if there is a better solution suggested." As soon as the words were finished, the alliance head Li Mok showed a passionate expression. Thinking, the heroes sighed. The emperor was insulted but Taoist Master Chung Su just stood and watched? "Your Majesty is therefore disappointed in martial arts alliance. It's also obvious, isn't it? The Kongtong sect is now out of date. More and more eyes are focused on Taoist Master Chung Su. The resentment and distrust makes Taoist Master Chung Su understand that, no matter how I explain, it's useless." He immediately spoke up. "Dear Primeval Lord of Heaven. Oh dear Primeval Lord of Heaven. Despite all my efforts to warn them about the power of cult leader Cheo, if they refuse to believe me, there is nothing more that I can do." He stood up and continued, "It's a shame that we are in this situation. I will excuse myself to take responsibility." At this time, Hubei Peng clan patriarch spoke up. He said it sounds really simple. It's obvious that you told yourself to leave to prevent this incident. In the end, you caused things to turn out like this and now you blame yourself for running away. Taoist Master Chung Su at this moment. He was speechless. Hubei Peng clan patriarch continued to speak as if adding fuel to the fire. What's wrong? You feel angry with me. Now you have 10 mouths and you can't explain it. Taoist Master Chung Su replied. That's right, no matter what I say. I can't explain it. It's because I'm weak that I let things become so serious. I accept that, but... He rolled up his sleeves, took a deep breath and continued. If Hubei Peng clan patriarch was there, you would do the same. I dare to take out my arm to bet. To hear these words, by Taoist Master Chung Su, Peng Guyu was shocked, rolled his eyes and said, What? Peng Guyu replied, Taoist Master Chung Su, can you take responsibility for what you just said? Okay, I will show my strength to you. Peng Guyu is determined not to give up. Peng Guyu clasped his hands and said, Alliance head, send me to the imperial palace. I will meet his imperial majesty and change his mind myself. I will fix this situation. Hearing Peng Guyu so confident, Alliance head Li Mok thought to himself, That's good. Anyway, no one volunteered now. He asked again, Hubei Peng clan patriarch, are you sure? Peng Guyu is confident. Please leave the Alliance head to me. He thinks that after inheriting this position, I won't be able to make any achievements. Take this opportunity. I have to prove my strength. Suddenly at this time someone spoke up. Dear Alliance head, I will also enter the palace with Peng Guyu. To the surprise of the Alliance head speechless Yin Buso's opinion. Muram Alliance head Righteous North Sword. Li Mok has adopted 3 orphans as his foster children. Mo Yuju, Kong So Ah, Yin Buso. The 3 brothers all possess a talent for martial arts that anyone would aspire to. But among them, Yin Buso, the successor who was taught wholeheartedly by the 7 sect masters, is the future of the new era of martial arts alliance. Alliance head Li Mok thought to himself. Perhaps because the opponent was a teacher, master of the demon sect. So Yin Buso seemed interested. Thinking back, I was always compared to the master of the previous demon sect. After all, the rivalry was always a source of motivation to help me break through. Although my own limits are dangerous, this is still a good experience. Alliance head Li Mok is satisfied. Okay. At this time, Yin Buso turned to Peng Guyu and said, although there are still some shortcomings, but I will try my best to help the Hubei Peng clan patriarch to the end. Peng Guyu also happily replied, It is an honor to accompany young Master Yin Buso. Not forgetting to sarcastically turn to Taoist Master Chung Su. Please young master prepares the weapons. And I have to improve my chances of getting Taoist Master Chung Su's arm. Peng Guyu thought to himself. The genius who has managed to become so powerful in just 3 months is coming with me. Everything will become more favorable. Taoist Master Chung Su smacked his lips and thought. When considering temper, Peng Muwo would have been a better fit to be a master. It was you who ignored my warnings, Master Peng. The demonic cult leader is not merciful to anyone. Although I don't expect him to die. But I'm curious he will come back with what face. Master Peng. 3 days later at the Dragon Palace. At this time Miju of the inner factory took the lead, giving orders to the guards. These people were the envoys of the Martial Arts Alliance. Please quickly issue a passport. Then turned to Peng Guyu and said, Master Peng, please wait here for a moment. He replied, Okay, no problem. Peng Guyu continued, but I see that monk Sa Tae doesn't need to show his face. She clasped her hands and recited in response. Great Master Gak Yin said, Buddhism can be used as a backup plan. So I'll go along. Wanted to try it once. Amitabha. Peng Guyu turned around and smiled and said, So Sa Tae the monk has a personal mission assigned by Great Master Gak Yin. Okay, first let's meet your majesty and talk. His majesty hasn't demolished the temple yet, so it shouldn't be too difficult to convince him. Peng Guyu said, What if the demon cult leader isn't here? What should we do? I see Yin young Master Buso was looking forward to it. Yin Buso smiled and replied, Yes. Yin Buso thought to himself. I still haven't met the master of the demon sect. I heard Taoist Master Chung Su lavishing praise on the master of the demon sect. So, I'm really curious what kind of person he is. I heard that the guardian's body hasn't been cremated yet, so I can still check and search there. Moreover, it was only a few months ago that I heard he was at the evolutionary realm. But he's improved enough to use the formless sword already. In short, the only thing we can be sure of right now is that he has evolved to the level of others. It's hard to grasp the cultivation level. It's interesting. It seems that God doesn't like my solo performance and the righteous sect. Although Yian Buso has defeated many experts since appearing in the martial arts world. But he is still constantly disappointed, because no one at his age can be as strong as him. Currently, there are only a few among the 17 masters who can win against him in a duel. Only then did Yian Buso know that he is a genius. If he is truly my rival, then God will let us confront each other. Even if the demon sect leader avoids it. No matter how much you avoid me. At this time, a eunuch ran out with a bright look. Lord Miju, it's not over. He saw that and immediately replied. Where is the travel document? The eunuch presented the document. Mouth stammered. Here, but Miju said. He doesn't need to rush. Just speak slowly. He said loudly in panic. With the coming of the disciples of the demonic cult this morning, the shutdown of the temples has been pushed ahead. The crowd of martial arts men is now all shocked and panicked. What do you say? Miju turned and said, No, we have to hurry to see His Majesty. Towards Monk Sa Tae will go to prevent the destruction of the Dharma Hall. They split up, each in their own direction, moving straight forward. At this time Yian Buso smiled and thought, the demon sect leader, he is also there here. Right now at the temple southwest of the Dragon Palace. Main Temple 3 Purities Hall. The eunuchs are preventing the demon cult from dismantling the temple. Evil demon cultists, get out of the temple of religion. Immediately. A shot in the chest for those who dare to stop the demonic cult. He fell backwards. Who are you calling those cruel demonic cultists? His Majesty has ordered we have built the temple of the demon god religion. Do you dare to resist His Majesty's orders? Another guy spoke up. When the messengers of martial arts come here, you will not be able to act majestically. No more weird things like this. You bastards. Right now behind you is Hio Bong, with a burning fire in his hand and saying, it seems like a blessing. After Hio Bong finished speaking, he set fire to the flames in his hand towards a nearby tree. In just a split second the tree quickly caught fire and turned into ashes. The scene at that time terrified the Taoists. They realized the terrible heat of that fire. What the hell kind of evil magic was that? Evil people. Hio Bong said loudly at this time. Whoever stops here, I will burn everything now. While I can still talk properly. Quickly go away. Suddenly, a group of people rushed forward. Hio Bong couldn't help but turn in surprise. They were so crowded that they surrounded them and formed a formation that covered them. And at the same time blocked the way forward. Rise of shamanism. Suddenly a voice spoke up. Amitabha. Luckily there was still time. Sa Tae the monk continued. Even though we are allies. But everything has to happen. The donor saw the expression of she made Hio Bong wonder. An ally. Who is she? Why did she tell us not to exceed the limit? Hearing that, she looked towards Hio Bong. Pensive because she realized the different on his body. What is this? There is a very different aura radiating from his body. In her eyes. Around him radiates a source of crimson energy that covers him like armor. A person he looks like he's only in his 20s but he radiates such aura. He must be at the evolutionary realm. A thought appeared in her mind. Could it be that he is the demon cult leader? Sure enough, no wonder Taoist Master Chung Su misunderstood. But he definitely hasn't reached the life and death realm. Then she approached Hio Bong and spoke. Amitabha, the poor monk is Sa Tae. I am the head of the Hangshan sect. Please get out of here with your cult members. Seeing her say that, Hio Bong immediately objected. Suddenly she appeared and said what she meant. Her face became angry. Responded loudly. Really good. How dare you pull out this dirty plan? This is the territory of our political faction. Please don't disobey our allies. Heard her words in vain. With such logic, Hio Bong looked up at the sky and wondered. Since when was the royal palace a wasteland for the political sect? Your attitude made her angrier. Ahem. Amitabha. She was now holding her hand to the hilt. Looking for thoughts. I was completely able to suppress him and said. The poor monk has already warned me. At this time her eyes became sharper and more determined. She is the demon leader. You seek punishment yourself. Don't. Suddenly a voice appeared behind her. Don't regret anything. It turned out Yo Woon. I don't know when appeared behind her. Because of that surprise her eyes became panicked. As fast as lightning, she pulled out her sword, turned around, attacked him and shouted, "Who are you?" But the sword she just swung out. He pointed out, with 2 fingers to block it. The sword broke into 2 pieces. Yo Woon saw her being so aggressive so he grabbed her neck and said, "You were the one who swung the sword first." He grabbed her collar then lifted her up with one hand. At this time her hands were trying to struggle. But she couldn't escape his hand. She thought to herself, I can use counterattack energy. This skill is too powerful. At that moment, the sounds of kneeling on the ground appeared. The parishioners knelt down, their hands clasped in front of them. They spoke at the same time. I greet the demon lord. For the demonic way. Heard that her face changed color. Sweat flowed all over her face. What? Yo Woon looked at her and said, "Come on, Sa Tae sect leader." Then she knew she was looking at the wrong person. He was the leader. Demon sect. At this moment, Sa Tae's chief disciple saw an indescribable scene before his eyes. What? It was just a big catch. But the sect leader couldn't even move. At this time, she transmitted the sound to her teammate. Junior brother, if you keep fighting like this, you will be in trouble. Use the serial sword harmony when I signal you. Hearing that, she replied, yes. Then the other disciple signaled. Now, the 2 of them used their fastest speed to rush straight forward. Then they gained momentum and jumped strongly into the air. To a high height surely they kicked hard in the air and used the momentum to fly straight down. At this time, the 2 of them were in a position to swing their swords. They rushed down and shouted loudly, "Quickly release my master." That evil devil was about to strike when 2 people suddenly appeared to attack them. It turned out that they were one of the 6 swords Wang Hul and the Great Protector. 2 female disciples. The stick leader shot a few meters away. At this time Wang Hul's hand was still emitting aura. Wang Hul smiled at the 2 monks who had just attacked. That's not how you should speak to the demon lord. After receiving the attack from Wang Hul and the Great Protector, the 2 disciples of the master held their stomachs, trembling and said, "He only threw 1 kick but the impact was so powerful. He is a genius. Very strong defense." At this time, Heo Bong looked over and saw his friend. He happily spoke up, "Wang Hul." Hearing that, Wang Hul smiled and replied, "Heo Bong, long time no see. You must have been busy following the demon lord around." Wang Hul was talking suddenly he stopped. He looked towards Heo Bong. What? I was happy because I was the only one in the 6 swords troop who had reached the evolutionary realm. But looking at Heo Bong's aura, he must be at a higher level than me. If he really is higher in the martial realm, like his aura shows, he might take first place in the 6 swords troop. At this moment suddenly a loud scream came from on the monk Sa Tae's side. She was trying to put her internal force into her palms. Her eyes were screaming in anger. She was the one who brought disaster on herself. Then she used her palms to hit hard her chest, emitting a powerful storm of ice towards the leader of the demon sect. With internal force, her move spread around, then wrapped around Yo Woon's body, and then spread out. The surrounding area caused the tile floor to burst out. At this moment, she turned around and looked back at Yo Woon, but he was not hurt in the slightest. She was surprised and speechless. It couldn't be. He managed to deflect my indirect strike, which I've mastered. Only then did she think about what happened at the meeting. So what Taoist Master Chung Su said was true. At this moment Yo Woon looked towards her with colorful eyes. On her side, this monk is truly cruel. He used more force on his hand, making her not just scream devil. Demon monk. This poor monk is the top monk of the Martial Arts Alliance. Before first, let go of your hand so we can talk. As soon as her voice ended, there was a rustling sound accompanied by her arm flying out. Because her noble words made me pay a huge price, even though she was a top expert in the Martial Arts Alliance. She couldn't help but scream at the pain of losing her arm. At the same time, he threw her forward, despite the wound on his hand still bleeding. Yo Woon replied coldly, "Since we are allies, I will stop." At this time my disciple's monk Sa Tae was also extremely confused. The head of the sect known as the Sword Queen was so easily defeated. Then Yo Woon turned around and ordered his subordinates to arrest everyone. "Give it to me. Anyone who resists can just cut it." Hearing that, they all replied in unison. Clearly. At this time the scene changed to at the Jinan Palace, the emperor's residence. At this moment, the martial arts messengers just entered and saw a subordinate being pressed down by an invisible pressure. Unable to stand up, he spoke up, "I can't lift my knees." Seeing that, Master Peng was also surprised by this scene. It was surprising. I suspected that he had reached the realm of true anti-law. Just a kid under 30 years old but had already reached the mystical realm. It turned out that it was a scene created by Yian Buso, a disciple of the Alliance Master. He was using his aura to put pressure on the court's martial arts officials, making Master Peng exclaim, "Very funny. Maybe in my time I will produce the best master in the world." After thinking about it, he also told him to stop. "That's enough. Quickly control your true energy." Young Master Yian Buso finished speaking. Then Master Peng turned around, spoke up from behind, "Your Majesty, do you see? This is the martial position of Yian Buso, who will become one of the 5 great masters of the Central Plains in the future." Hearing that, the emperor exclaimed, 5 great masters. At this time, Master Peng's mind was simply thinking that, at all costs, he must make His Majesty remember clearly that the Righteous Alliance has the power to protect the royal family stronger than the demon sect. I just saw Yian Buso's good performance, so I thought, "Master, please don't worry, you've done a very good job for that role." While thinking, at this moment a snapping sound came from the king's side. After that snapping sound, there was the sound of footsteps quickly entering continuously, making Yian Buso also surprised, not knowing what was going on. At this time the main hall was filled with 300s of military officials of the afternoon court. This crowded scene made Peng Guyu and Yian Buso not know what Your Majesty's intentions were. They stammered, "Your Majesty." Could it be that they don't know how to ask? At this time, His Majesty spoke up. 300 people is the number of people who have to kneel before a wave of the demon leader's hand. "You are Yian Buso, right? Try to do it again for me." Hearing this he was surprised and couldn't believe it was true. He was motionless and didn't know how to handle it. He heard that as if he couldn't believe his ears. His face was surprised at that unreasonable request from the emperor. After listening, he regained his composure, then analyzed carefully. 300 people. Did I hear correctly? His face was sweaty. He looked towards the military officers who had just entered, now bowing down to perform the ceremony. He made the judgment that Master Peng alone could defeat these people. But using only true energy to make them kneel is a completely different matter. I just used all my strength to only be able to take out 100 people. Moreover, I can only limit it to 2 seconds. With just a wave of my hand, I can defeat 300 people. Either way, I think it's impossible. He seemed upset and didn't know how to handle it. At this time, the king, after making the request and seeing no response from them, spoke up, "What's wrong? Can't do it?" Sounds like that Master Peng thought to himself. His Majesty is too flamboyant. He definitely wants the young master to show off something. At this moment, Yian Buso also thought she could guess what he meant. Okay, something like that is always exaggerated. But being compared in front of the emperor like this, he wondered if you were really a worthy opponent. Demon sect master. After thinking about it, Yian Buso finally responded to the king. "There can be no such thing. Your Majesty." Yian Buso clasped his hands together to make a request. But if imitating what someone has done is a violation of the self-respect of a martial arts practitioner, the villain asked for permission to perform for someone else. Hearing that, the king became excited. He curiously asked again, "Something else?" Right after that, he immediately took action instead of answering. He put his hand forward. Suddenly the swords of the martial officers in the main hall flew out of the martial arts quickly. Those swords now floating in the air, surprising the military officials. "Oh there, my sword." Seeing that, the king was also a little surprised. He let out a loud sound. The others, after calming down, realized that this was the magical sword. Yian Buso was now using his true energy to control those swords. The surrounding people spoke up and asked, "Master of the hall, isn't that the magic of the sword?" At this time, an old mandarin spoke up to explain. Your Majesty, that technique, it's a superior technique that requires the level of the 5 great masters to be able to perform it. When the king heard that, he asked in confusion, 5 great masters? He asked the old mandarin again. So the magic the owner is also a master of the 5 great masters. Hearing that, the old mandarin replied, No, I heard that the previous leader of the demon sect was one of the 5 great masters. The emperor replied superficially, Is that so? But actually in his heart he thought, those who fight for the top position in the world are called the 5 great masters. So the demon sect master has dealt with that Lim Gu Hua. How strong is he? Will he become a leader in the future? One of the 5 great masters. With the current situation, even if the master of martial arts came personally to prove his martial arts position, it would still be a shortcoming. He looked towards those hovering swords. Yet the leader of martial arts alliance sent such a kid? Emperor Zhu Tae-1 thought to himself. I'm curious to know, if he fights against the demon leader, will he still maintain his dignity? Can you believe that? Right now, Yian Buso is still focusing on showing off his moves. He thinks that with this one move, he will change His Majesty's thinking. Just thinking after that, he used his legs to rotate around to form a circle on the floor of the main hall. Yian Buso stood inside the circle and excitedly spoke up. Your Majesty, in this palace, the villain will not move even a single step and block all attacks from the eunuchs. Hearing his confidence like that, the king now raised his hand to prepare to give orders. It will be very interesting. Later he gave the order to attack. Immediately the martial arts officers surrounding him quickly rushed straight at him. But at this moment, with absolute confidence in his strength, he easily controlled him. The flying swords were aimed in front of the martial officers, causing them to quickly dodge. Then his hand formed a sword seal. A surrounding aura gathered into his finger. Suddenly, his surroundings were now surrounded by a large whirlwind, covering him completely, making it impossible for those military officials to approach. And they were even hit by the wind from the storm, causing him to step back and scream. Where did the wind come from? Right after that he released his energy. The wind disappeared, but the air was radiated around, blowing away all the people, martial officers nearby, and that was an earth-shattering sword transformation technique. After that demonstration, the martial officers fell on the floor of the main hall, and not a single person could stand after that attack. At this moment, even the king had a little surprise for him. He let out a wow sound. Those martial arts officials were now struggling to stand up, their mouths stammering. This wind of true energy was really strong. How could he use such a sublime move? At this moment, Yian Buso was happy that he had performed it. His father's sword with a sword. He happily expected the attitude from the king. What do you see, Your Majesty? But contrary to his expectations, the king's expression was now full of disappointment. I spoke up. Is that all? This also made him extremely surprised by that indifferent attitude. What was that indifferent expression? Was he not surprised at all by his martial arts skills? Seeing that, Master Peng also spoke up. Your Majesty, the martial arts that young Master Yian Buso just performed, if not a level 5 master. Then before he finished speaking, His Majesty interrupted. You think I don't know what about the 5 great masters? The king now spoke up and asked Yian Buso. I know you are an outstanding person. Hearing that, he did not know what his subordinates meant. So he probed. Sorry, Your Majesty. And the next sentence must have made him freeze. But can you defeat your father with just 3 moves? Hearing that, he could only answer, yes. After hearing that question, I know that no matter what I do, I will not change the king's opinion. Because, although I have reached the mystical realm, my father is the leader in swordplay. How can someone like that? Seeing his attitude, the king was able to understand the answer. He sighed and then said, Okay, my decision remains unchanged. You can leave now. Hearing the answer from the emperor, at this moment Master Peng quickly knelt down to pray. It's dangerous. It's dangerous. If so, then the heavenly demon god religion will truly become the state religion. He is making a request. Pray. Your Majesty, I know that you are very disappointed because of what happened last time. But, interrupting his words, a Taoist from afar ran into the main palace. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Your Majesty saw this and immediately asked, What's going on out there? Was answered, It was the Taoist monks who were praying for an audience. Your Majesty, when you heard that, you immediately gave the order, letting them in. At this time the Taoist priest knelt down. Before the emperor spoke up, he visited the emperor of the great empire. Seeing that he had something to do, he replied, I was talking to the envoy who came first. What is the matter? Your Majesty's teacher asked, so he also spoke directly about the issue. Your Majesty, please clarify, hasn't religion been respected by the great empire all this time? Why do you allow the demon religion? The master and his cruel subordinates dissolved the temple. Hearing that, Yan Buso, he suddenly smiled. The demon cult leader is here. He looked to the side to transmit sound. Master Peng, everything it's simpler now, as if he understood what he meant. Without any reason, he continued to clarify his intention that I will confront the demon cult leader head-on and complete this negotiation. At this time, the emperor also answered the question of the Taoist priest who had just come to visit. That is my decision that will not change. Once you understand, everyone will quickly leave. Hearing that, Master Peng and Yan Buso clasped their hands in response. I beg your pardon, Your Majesty. Even though the Taoist priest kneeling in the main hall protested, Your Majesty, please clarify, Your Majesty. Him, still trying to sway the emperor's mind with empty words. But now only he knows what they are thinking. They turned around like they gave up, but I know it in my heart. What do they think? They heard the story of the demon leader's appearance and his eyes sparkled. He looked at the backs of them leaving and exclaimed, being too curious can easily lead to a short life. I have thought about you all. After leaving the king's palace, the people of the Martial Arts League are moving quickly, under the lead of Miju. Moving behind are Yan Buso and Master Peng. But Yan Buso suddenly asked, Lord Miju, you also saw the demon leader, right? Miju replied, just saw it? Miju continued, honestly, if we hadn't directly confronted that day with the demon leader, I will never understand that feeling. He is not human. He is a monster. No, it should be called a demon god. Hearing that, he immediately thought again. He said exactly the same as Taoist Master Chung Su. This made him grip his sword tighter. The corpse said it was dangerous. But I couldn't hide my excitement. In the end now they have also reached the main hall of the temple that appears before their eyes. Master Peng raised his voice at this time. He saw the silhouettes of other allies of the Martial Arts Alliance in danger. Dangerous inside that main hall. The image of the nuns of Hengshan sect being controlled by people of the demon sect. Seeing this, immediately Peng Guyu sped up and said, Yan Buso, this homeowner will attack first. In his heart he thought, the time has come. The time has finally come to me. Then he immediately ordered, draw your swords, fighters of the Hubei Peng clan. It's time to rescue the brothers and sisters of our alliance. At this moment, suddenly an aura emanated from the main hall as if there was a black snake, with red eyes staring at it. His bait made Yan Buso's feet feel like they were dangerously stopped. He secretly felt that on the other side of that high wall, there was such a terrifying aura. Is that really human luck? He quickly raised his hand in front of him to warn. Wait, stop, Master Peng. But it seemed too late. Just in his eyes the screams rang out. He clicked his tongue in regret. Damn, couldn't think much anymore at this point. Yan Buso also sped up to see the situation of what is Master Peng like. Right now in front of Yan Buso is the scene of Master Peng lying down on the floor, by a young man. His face covered in blood. The other fighters just had time to step in and stand back, not knowing what to do next. Yan Buso's face now showed surprise and panic. His face was covered in sweat and he was motionless. Because in just a moment, the other guy was dead. After defeating one of the 10 heroes of the Martial Arts League, he could only lie trembling at his feet without being able to do anything. At this time, Yo Woon used his hand to gently wipe the blood on his face. Spoke up. It seemed like there were a lot of people today. He held up Master Peng's hand. His face looked like a demon god in the world and said coldly. He really wanted to have his arm amputated. The story goes that the Hebei Peng clan is a famous clan that makes it in the top 3 for blade techniques. Peng Muol, a brother from a different mother, and the Hebei Peng clan's patriarch, Peng Guyu, who is one of the top 5 bladesmen in the Orthodox Murim Alliance. He had ambitions to become the central character in the Murim Alliance. However, the 6 martial arts extremely dangerous. There is too little information about the 6 martial arts poles to fight them. And they are too strong. That's when he saw an opportunity. The demon god religion had become the state religion of the great empire. And the Taoist master Chung Su was the reason for this and had withdrawn from the 12th seat of the alliance. At that time, Peng Guyu secretly calculated that if Taoist master Chung Su withdrew, the other masters would be promoted. But that alone was not enough. We needed to reach a higher position. He rushed in and destroyed it. The gate rushed away and thought, which one of them is the leader of the demon sect? Then Peng Guyu aimed at a back figure wearing a red robe. Peng Guyu thought to himself, it must be him. I'm sure that guy is the leader of the demon sect. His aura is different from the rest. I'll leave him to young master Yian Buso to deal with. But looking at the man in the red shirt, Peng Guyu said, but I don't feel anything about this guy. But Peng Guyu is still determined. Okay, then I'll start with you. But I didn't expect that person to avoid it. Is it a transformation? Taste. Yo Woon turned the situation around, catching Peng Guyu's life. Just one swing of Yo Woon's sword was enough to clearly make Peng Guyu lose. At this time, Yo Woon's internal attack made Peng Guyu fearless. He collapsed immediately, as if standing before a ghost. Peng Guyu wondered, this true energy. At that time Peng Guyu was frightened. Who the hell is he? Wait a minute, could it be that? Peng Guyu seemed to have realized something then. His head was hit hard on the ground. It was the demon sect leader. The demon sect leader asked harshly. It seems there is a many people. Under the witness of everyone. Demonic cult leader Yo Woon continued, wanting his hands to separate from his body. The battle left extremely harsh cracks. Peng Guyu coughed uncontrollably. The soldiers saw this scene and angrily questioned, you bastard, how dare you? Suddenly Yian Buso told them, stop. He glanced. Are they okay? Seeing that they are okay, Yian Buso thought softly, fortunately, they are both still alive. Suddenly another character appeared behind them, sending chills down everyone's spine. They were talking loudly. That man was the Dark King. The soldiers were starting to get scared, causing a fuss. It seemed we wouldn't be able to get out of here. At this time, Yian Buso was struggling internally. The enemy was right in front of his eyes. It was definitely him. It was definitely that demon cult leader emitting an extremely threatening aura. That overwhelming aura was not suitable. With someone his age, even I cannot guess his martial arts position. Trembling with the sword in his hand, Yian Buso thought to himself, I really want to compete with him right away. But now having to hold back. To regain his composure, he took a breath. Yian Buso respectfully greeted, it is an honor to meet you. Demon sect master, here you are, the eldest son of the master of martial arts Lam Min and the White Ring Squad's captain. Yian Buso. In front of the anxious weight of the soldiers, demon leader Yo Woon thought to himself, isn't he the successor of the 5 great masters famous throughout the world? Appointing a person when such a thing comes here. The martial arts alliance must be very nervous. Demon cult leader Yo Woon looked straight at Yian Buso and thought, the eldest son of the martial arts alliance leader. I have been compared to him. I still put my foot on Peng Guyu's head. The demon leader replied, great. Yo Woon stepped forward. He said, so you must now be the representative of the martial arts alliance. Yian Buso replied tensely, right now you can say that. Demon sect leader Yo Woon said with a full face. So are you ready to pay the price for the consequences of attacking us? Yian Buso. Red clouds surrounded the demon leader Yo Woon. Yian Buso silently exclaimed, what is this anger? At this time Peng Guyu still forced himself to stand up. No, I have to protect the public. Prince Yian Buso. He thought to himself, Master Yian Buso, please don't. Fighting him is stupid. Let's give up the state religion. Yian Buso paused for about 2 seconds. Then his attitude was still respectful as he said, on behalf of the alliance to apologize to you. The demon leader gradually let down his guard. He looked as if was about to attack me. But I guess he won't do that. Suddenly Yian Buso spoke. From the alliance's standpoint, you demon sects have taken over our state religion. So we did do everything possible to try to change His Majesty's will. About that matter, I think that your side also has a part of responsibility. Demon sect leader Yo Woon asked harshly. What do you mean? Yian Buso continued. Aren't we allies with a common enemy? I don't think the demon leader will cause this relationship to break because of this. We will step back and abandon the state religion. So please release the disciples of Hangshan sect and the two heroes. When Peng Guyu heard these words, he also thought, I thought the young master would endure it and bow his head. But I didn't expect you to use such a cunning method. Monk Sa Tae also secretly admired. Yes, this is the best thing we can do right now. You said you would give up the state religion, so the demon sect master will not be able to refuse. This is a good plan. Young Master Yian Buso. Once again, Yian Buso said, please forgive the sect master. But things aren't that easy. Yian Buso was stunned when he heard the devil's leader reply. It seems like you're misunderstanding something. Yo Woon continued. It's up to the emperor to decide the state religion. But what right do you have to give up the state religion to us? The demonic leader Yo Woon's face struck steel as if he understood all of Yian Buso's intentions and said, because you cannot change the emperor's decision. So, that's why he rushed here to attack us to change the situation. Yian Buso exclaimed. Now Yo Woon already has his weapon ready and continues. You guys attacked first and realized that I was at a disadvantage. So now you're doing these trivial things. I'm really disappointed, but I'm not a good person. Demon cult leader Yo Woon emitted extremely strong murderous intent. He said with a serious face, at least I have to have one of your arms, so I can relieve my anger. Hearing that, Yian Buso immediately sweat dropped and replied, what you said sounds so scary. In my heart understood. He didn't want to negotiate. Yian Buso looked at Peng Guyu holding his wound and felt uneasy. I'm sorry for the two heroes. I avoided fighting to reduce the number of sacrifices. But it seems there is no other way. At this time, Yian Buso is still patient. I confess that I am very happy. Isn't it because you recognized my strength? Because the leader thought that you are a God-given opponent. Yian Buso was saying, in the political sect, I am also considered a genius. But without realizing it, the demon sect leader cut off your arm. With his sword strike, decisively and without hesitation, his arm fell to the ground. Yian Buso panicked and couldn't move in time. Yian Buso was thrown away. It was so magical. Yian Buso thought, clearly he was right in front of my eyes. Yet I didn't see anything. He was so incredibly fast. Yian Buso had to exclaim, is he that strong? Finally the demon sect master Yo Woon said, this sect has I got what I wanted. So do you want to continue the battle? Everyone, remember to like the video and subscribe to the channel so I can release the next part. Yian Buso used his magic to block the acupuncture point. Not only that, he was extremely alert, looking towards Yo Woon, and used his internal force to control the sword to rush straight towards Yo Woon. But the path of the blade is also very wobbly and difficult to predict. It rotates around the demon cult leader, creating a whirlwind that blocks the cult leader's path. Witness this statue. Yo Woon's eyes are still as cold as before. But Yian Buso is still very confident about his own sword-blocking ability. He believes that Yo Woon will definitely not be able to overcome it. Once a whirlwind was formed with thousands of blades spinning around. The people on the demon sect side saw this. Everyone was very worried about the sect leader. Everyone looked at it with longing eyes. Let's see if Yo Woon can escape or not. Knowing that the destructive power of that tornado is strong, everyone quickly back away to not be affected. That's true. The trees were easily lifted up by it. The tornado in the middle of the statue grew bigger and bigger, bringing with it a strong internal force coming from inside. Yian Buso immediately used sword energy, shot straight into Yo Woon's heart. Yo Woon is now in the center of his sights. In the decisive moment, he gently raised his hands with a blue internal force, which created a membrane that made it impossible for the blades to advance any further. Yian Buso did not accept this, so he immediately wanted to increase his true energy to be able to resist. Witnessing that scene, Yo Woon just gently smiled with disdain. Truly speechless, he used his energy penetration ability inside Yian Buso's weapon, and then NANO reported that it had successfully penetrated. With the help, Yo Woon immediately clenched his fists. The two blades rushed straight towards Yian Buso, penetrating into his body, until she felt the pain. Yian Buso was able to regain consciousness and discover it turned out that his weapon had betrayed its owner. He fell to the ground helplessly, unable to stand up. The people of the martial arts community saw this and were all worried about the young man. They did not dare to believe that Yo Woon could rob the sword-bending spirit of a master of the profound realm. Only now could they believe the words of Taoist Master Chung Su. He said, "There was no one against the demon god Yo Woon." With the blade in hand, Yo Woon slowly advanced. Yian Buso whispered, "This will ruin the relationship, our alliance is over. Kill me quickly." Yo Woon calmed down. "Why do I have to kill people? Wouldn't it be very useful to have a hostage like you?" Yian Buso now also realizes Yo Woon's intention is wanted to take me hostage. Yo Woon gently asked if the guy in front of him wanted to continue this fight or not. Yian Buso was extremely unwilling. But he knew this was the only way to survive. The others also knew that, so they ordered all weapons to stop fighting. The clattering sounds of weapons colliding with the ground rang out everywhere. Now everyone has a fear in their hearts. Yo Woon is so strong now. If he breaks through to a new realm, what will happen next? It's so real. The truth is that he is a scary person. No one knows how to defeat that person. Even if he is lucky to survive, the remaining arm will probably not be at peace with Taoist Master Chung Su. After giving up their weapons and surrendering, all the people from the martial arts side lined up to be tied up. Yo Woon stood in front of them like someone deciding life and death. Hyo Bong turned to ask his leader, "Demon Lord, the son of the Murim Alliance master and the two masters are injured. But is everything okay? This will affect the relationship between the two sides." Wang Yule's voice rang out. "Hyo Bong, you don't need to worry. The reason we formed an alliance is to confront the extreme sword 6 martial arts. If you destroy your alliance, a war of evil sects will open up." Yian Buso said that just to get out of a dangerous situation. Yo Woon also agreed with that. Immediately nodded. It was indeed very clear. Hyo Bong heard that and sighed. But he also asked how he would handle these people. Wang Hul replied, "The leader, don't worry. I will take them safely to the Martial Arts League." But Yo Woon still very alertly reminded, "There's no need. If you're taken hostage it'll be too troublesome. We just need to send the letter was fine." So 3 days later at the Orthodox Murim Alliance Grand Pavilion, when the letter arrived, the alliance head immediately held a meeting. Oh Son immediately informed about the incident that took place at the demon sect. Heard the story. All members of the Martial Arts League had their own thoughts. Peng Chung Woon, MANHWA sect leader, then remembered the words Taoist Master Chung Su said. Peng Yo Sok gritted his teeth. "But what is that thing you wear behind?" That demon sect leader said. "Please put this in Alliance head." Alliance head Li Mok was surprised when he heard it mentioned. They immediately went up to look at what was inside the box. And it was nothing. The difference is that the 3 arms are clearly arranged. Seeing this, the Alliance head's anger exploded like a volcano. The others saw this. Their faces immediately showed terror. What the hell? Alliance head, without saying a word, used an empty photographer to reach for his arm. His beloved son's arm was quickly held by him. Seeing every line of blood on that arm, his anger was like a salute. Demon sect leader, you bastard is truly impudent. You are warning me not to destroy our alliance, right? Alliance head Li Mok widened his eyes and thought, wait. This is. What method did he use? No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't open it. He quickly used every method, such as infusing true energy into him. Fortunately it finally worked. In the end, what was in here that made him send the letter this way, like thus? Each line of content appeared in his eyes, causing the alliance head to become ecstatic. Great Master Gak Yian saw the development of the incident and immediately gave his comment. Clearly it's that he wants to warn the Martial Arts Alliance. He is warning us not to get involved in the matter of the demonic sect becoming the state religion. The leader of the current sect still seems to be more ambitious than before. The cult leader. It seems we are in a rather unfavorable situation right now. Amitabha. Looks like that on the surface, but in the heart of Great Master Gak Yian there is also another meaning. The demon cult led by Cheon Yo Woon seems more dangerous than even the Blade God 6 martial clan. As for alliance head Li Mok, he held his son's hand and spoke. I will raise this matter with the other masters. That is, I will destroy my allies with the demonic religion. Alliance head Li Mok's words seemed to hit the ears, making everyone here surprised. Great Master Gak Yian became hurried. Amitabha, Alliance head. Isn't this a hasty decision? Peng Chung Woon also spoke up. I also agree with Great Master Gak Yian. Canceling the alliance at this time is completely no. Alliance head Li Mok didn't answer right away but looked at the rest. Do you all think like that? Great Master Gak Yian also looked in that direction with hope. Namgung family head. He must oppose this to stop the proposal itself. But the Namgung family head is someone with extremist tendencies. So he's not aligned with the righteous factions. He was against the alliance when the Blade God 6 martial clan emerged in the martial world. Not to mention, he was one of the teachers who trained young Master Yian. So naturally, he would. The others looked towards him with expectant eyes. Towards Namgung Son was also thinking, how should I choose? From the perspective of the Namgung family leader, I completely welcome the destruction of this ally. But even if young Master Yian's arm was cut off, then the decision the alliance head made now is too extreme. It doesn't suit his personality at all. He is not from the 5 clans or the 5 great families, but can still become an alliance head. That's because he not only possesses a strong cultivation base, but also has a spirit of righteousness and middle path, worthy of being called a great hero. On this Mid-Autumn Festival, sects, demon sects, and extreme sword 6 martial arts are all gathered together. I have successfully practiced the magic in the book the landlord left behind. But if I support the alliance, I can eliminate the leader of them at one time. Thinking about this, Namgung Son spoke up. Can I hear the reason why alliance head is so determined? Alliance head Li Mok nodded. Initially I asked the idea of forming an alliance with the demonic religion was to root out evil. But now I realize I was wrong. I realize that if I compromise with this evil, I will destroy all evil. Otherwise, it is tantamount to going against the noble spirit of upholding justice of the martial arts alliance from past to present. Namgung Son immediately responded. So the alliance head wants to do that, to stabilize the alliance which is inherently loyal. When he understood the root of the matter, he also breathed a sigh of relief. It turns out I was worried about how Huyan, taking advantage of the time when the 2 strategists and other bosses were not present. I had to seizing this opportunity. When he made a decision, he immediately spoke up. I understood the intention of the alliance head. My heart was also moved by the noble heart of the alliance head. Myself, I have always been against forming an alliance, so I completely agree with the alliance head's decision this time. Great Master Gak Yian was stunned when he heard this. He quickly used the voice transmitter to notify Peng Chung Woon. Chief Peng, at this rate it will be a big problem. We have to stop them first. Peng Chung Woon immediately stood up and shouted. The alliance head decided this was only effective when half of the masters agree. Please alliance head summon the other masters here so we can discuss the issue further. But at this time Namgung Son pursed his lips. I have this faster way. Launch alliance head command. For those of you who don't know, in martial arts league where many disciplines must join together, something is usually decided through consultation. But through alliance head command it is possible can skip this process. In one term the alliance head command can only be activated 3 times. This is the highest authority of the martial arts alliance leader. Everyone must obey and not have any opinions. Sect leader Peng was immediately angry. Namgung clan, the previous alliance heads, even in serious matters, never used the alliance head command. Yet this important thing was initiated. But not letting them argue any further, Li Mok immediately accepted. Do as the leader of the Namgung family clan. I declare, the relationship between martial arts and shamanism officially ends through alliance head. The previous command made this eloquent declaration and the other 2 could not stop it. Namgung Son saw this trend of events and was immediately happy. The proposal to break the alliance was not a lie. It's certain. The Blade God will surely be delighted. Returned to the main headquarters of the Martial Alliance. Inside the leader's office in the main headquarters, the lights are still on. He is reading the letter that Yo Woon sent to. I am the Heavenly Demon Lord, Cheon Yo Woon. First, I apologize for the harm inflicted on the leader's son and the masters of the Martial Alliance in the Imperial Palace. To avoid arousing suspicion among the masters of the Martial Alliance, I have excessively disturbed the leader's mood. I promise the Alliance head. As long as the job is done, I will ensure the safe return of your son and the two masters. About the state religion, I will also report back to the Emperor. And leave the state religion to the next religion. Please believe in me and help me do one thing. This incident at the palace caused the great plan of the 6 martial arts to fail. Because so they won't appear on NANO Festival Day. As far as we know. You guys are also worried about espionage like us. So Alliance head, please. Look at these contents. Lee Mok ponders. Although I am angry with the demon sect leader's behavior, I don't want to act too extreme. But to deceive the 6 martial arts sect, I also have to deceive my allies. So temporarily canceling the alliance is also a reasonable thing. Although I decided to trust him once. But this trust is no different from betting. Also towards the main headquarters of the Martial Alliance southwest. At Deep Valley of Ionia Peak. A stranger appeared here. He quickly reported the situation. The third leader of the Dagung sect, Bog Jung, has carried out the command of the faction leader. His voice just ended. A shadow of a foot walked out. Just looked at it and knew it wasn't something good. A voice rang out. What was the result? The subordinate replied. It was successful. Alliance Head Martial Arts League has announced the cancellation of the alliance with the demon religion. Finished speaking, he took off his hat. As expected, the invisible mask crafted by the sect master was flawless. Even the people of the Pang family didn't suspect for a moment that I wasn't the real Pang Yo Sok. I laughed at that guy. You're talking too much. That thing was his real skin. Why don't you pull it like that? Has the Namgung family head also moved? The other guy laughed. The subordinates guess that Namgung Son will handle it himself. I believe we'll soon uncover the identity of that Azure Sky Society leader. Well, the one who continues to supervise them until the day our grand plan began. After receiving the mission, he immediately turned around and left. Only when he was alone did the sect master show a different side of himself. Demon Lord Cheon Yo Woon. The bastard who has destroyed my sect's great plans countless times in the past. I will definitely act on Baek Yi's behalf, making you pay a heavy price. 2 days ago later in the northwestern region of Sichuan Unorthodox Alliance's base. Inside the Alliance head's bedroom, the subordinate is reporting the recent events. Therefore, the alliance was broken earlier than expected. It hasn't even been a year since we formed it. I think we are going to need to keep a close eye on how things go despite being a bit cut off from the rest of the Zhonghu because of our internal conflicts. That's all for the report. Heard this makes him extremely excited. And interesting. I thought I would collect a big harvest when NANO Festival came. But I didn't expect that thanks to that damn guy's blessing. I missed it. My harvest is here. This person is Hang Yian, Unorthodox Alliance leader, Proud West King. Gal Mojam sighed. Is it possible or not? I have faced him before. Although it is a match. But I can't know. I can't guarantee that I will win if I fight him. But that's not surprising. It's only natural that the younger ones take over the older generation. I've been in this position a while. It's about time. But the subordinate did not accept this, so he corrected himself. Master, please don't talk like that. You are the great Unorthodox Alliance leader and the proud West King. In the world there are tens of thousands of people who have to raise their heads to look at you. This little wound just needs to be healed. Lord, don't say weak words in front of his subordinates because of him. He immediately sighed when he said this. This person is Gal Mojam, 18 Waterways, Yellow River Supreme Leader. But his words also seemed to make Hang Yian feel bad. So he planned to remind everyone that he still existed. Gal Mojam heard that and immediately wondered. Master, what do you mean? Of the person is? Hang Yian immediately smiled. He wanted to start the mission at NANO Festival. Because if he didn't show up this time, it would make others suspect that he was injured. So it's impossible to be so passive. And fortunately, every time he signed a contract, he was not personally present. This time, he only needs to send a representative. And the one he chose this time was Gal Mojam. He had already prepared everything. And this time he sent Gal Mojam for his own reason. It was the demonic cults guys that killed your nephews. The Yellow River Demon Trio. Right? Hearing this, Gal Mojam's eyes immediately became full of anger. That is the truth. Hang Yian also advised him thanks to this. This is the time for him to reclaim that debt. When the contract signing ceremony ends, the demon religion will definitely be misunderstood. Until then, the true martial arts or extreme swords will definitely take action. That bastard Qian Yu Zhang has been quite active lately as well. Teach him that martial arts isn't everything when it comes to power. With all the political sects calling that demon cult leader's name? Oh, that's right, an arrogant brat. He dared to insult the emperor. Cut off the hands of the leaders of the martial arts alliance who were sent to the palace as messengers. Doing something contrary to the integrity of an ally, so they call him the evil emperor. That name is so arrogant. Don't let him use that nickname again. Gal Mojam, after understanding all the reasons during the trip, this time, he no longer refused but immediately accepted and promised that he would definitely succeed. After what happened here, he also returned to his room. After the subordinate left, Hang Yian could not hold back his internal injuries, but coughed out the hateful name Qian Yu Zhang. Then his eyes became as red as a rabid animal. No matter how many moves I use, I can't do anything to him. That guy keeps rushing towards me like a crazy person, trying to force me to give in and back down. I will definitely take your life to pay for that day's humiliation. 4 days before the ceremony, at the Orthodox Murom Alliance base, the imperial court announced the emperor's decree. The non-aggression treaty that will be signed between the empire and the Jianghu during the NANO festival will happen in Tong County's fortress. Since the heavenly demon divine cult, the unorthodox alliance, and the supreme saber of 6 martial arts sect are signing the non-aggression treaty with the great Ming Empire in an act of peace, there cannot be allowed more than 100 soldiers from each organization. And during the process, Namgung Gyung heard this and immediately smiled. Unexpectedly, there was a limit to the number participant. It seems that this is his intention. He is Namgung Gyung, Murom Alliance 3rd Master Blue Heaven Society leader, divine mandate swordsman, leader of the demon sect. It is useless for you to do so. Although the alliance between us has been removed, you are still in the political faction's territory. There are 5 divisions set up around the pioneer, including the White Federation. So what tricks do you have to use? In any case, it is impossible to escape Tong District alive. Until then, even if the demon sect leader pays attention, there can be no doubt, because everything happens very randomly. Before the announcement of the alliance annulment, the Murom Alliance's martial artists were stationed near the Yellow River, but the unorthodox alliance of Sichuan and the supreme saber of 6 martial arts sect began moving inwards like it was planned and blocked the north of the demonic cult. Currently, the number of demonic cultists present at the royal palace is only about 50 people. Demonic cult leader Qian Yo Woon, your mistake is that you've marked yourself as a threat to everyone. I've finished the procedure for the supreme martial physique with the secret text of the divine physician. 2. Really funny. Heaven-defying demon emperor? As if evil can never win against the heavens. For the sake of the Jianghu, Tong County will become your grave. The NANO festival takes place on May 5th of the lunar calendar. It goes by several other names, such as the Center of Heaven Festival, the Dragon Boat Festival, and the Double Five Festival. It is supposed to be a day in the year where the yang energy is the strongest. A city located at the center of Tong County in the province of Henan. It is where Chu Wanmyung of the Great Ming Empire rose to fame. Is also where the founder swore to heaven and earth that he would help the heroes of the Central Plains and common people. In a ceremony solemnly, thousands of people gathered here. Each drum sounded. The alliance head of the Martial Arts Alliance and the leaders of the factions arrived. The first person to enter was none other than alliance head Li Mok. He looked forward with thoughtful eyes. This event finally took place. Today is the beginning of the reform of this gang. And behind him were many members. Others were also gathering. They advanced according to neat rules. The color of the air seemed to exude a rare solemnity. The people of the royal court looked towards the members of the martial arts. I think they're very orderly, befitting of orthodox martial artists. Namgung Gyung smiled with satisfaction and thought, it's a good thing I suggested that we take the White Ring Squad instead of the Justice Squad. The head of the White Ring Squad is Yian Buso. After all, the demonic cult leader is better at making enemies than martial arts. It seems. Namgung Gyung looked at the person next to him and thought, "Look, it's not just the White Ring Squad members. Even the Vice Squad leader is enraged. This name is Sung Baek, White Ring Squad Vice Leader Tiger Sun Sword. I heard Yin Woon brought down 300 of the embroidered uniform guards and the eunuchs with just his true energy. I wonder if he can also do that with all these people. I'm sure the Unorthodox Alliance and the Supreme Saber of Six Martial Arts Sect will bring their best martial artists as well. War will begin as soon as the treaty ritual is finished. The most important moment will be after getting rid of the demonic cult leader and the demonic cult members." In his memories suddenly stopped when a drum sounded. The Unorthodox Alliance's executive and their sect's heads have arrived. The man who heard that suddenly turned his head and thought, "I heard they were in the midst of an interrenal war. It's Gal Mojam, Yellow River Supreme Leader and his subordinates." The two men saw Gal Mojam from outside and slowly walked in. Sweating and trembling, his appearance surprised the others. "Looks like the cave Yin isn't here again." The people behind him seemed to be leaders of the 18 waterways. But one is missing. Alliance head also quickly looked towards that direction with thoughtful thoughts. But this is also unable to stop Gal Mojam's progress. He gritted his teeth angrily and thought, "Where is the Demoic cult? Those damn bastards." He remembers the past. The people who had located the dragon Tiger Claw was this man called Yang Danhua, the province of Henan's eastern branch leader, and young man with a very pale face. I think they came from the 10,000 Geet Mountains. But considering how respectful Yang Danhua was, he must have been of high ranking within the demonic cult. He clenched his hands and thought, "I don't know who is really behind it, but I must find Yang Danhua. Then, I will slit the throats of those you hold dear while you watch." Both sides now face each other. The atmosphere is so quiet that the sound of falling leaves can become special. Gal Mojam and Alliance head Lee Mok looked at each other without saying anything, but when they did, they unconsciously let out. At this time there was an announcement. The top 3 of the masters of the Supreme Saber of Six Martial Arts Sect and their sect's leader are here. The people of Martial Arts Sect looked towards that direction with eyes full of consideration. The top 3. I heard that the Supreme Saber of Six Martial Arts Sect has 6 top sects. Half of those 6 are here. Alliance head Lee Mok also suddenly thought to himself, after getting Jonhu taken away from us. This is a first. Are they also trying to use this situation to take domination over Zhang Yuan? They look very powerful. Alliance head Lee Mok immediately recognized his identity. It was the Sikh Mount Hua sect leader, Peng Chung Woon. The 3 of them slowly appeared in front of them with an invincible and powerful aura. All of us in the Alliance may have to fight with our lives on the line today.